Today you'll be building an army of sales reps that never sleep, witnessing the most disruptive piece of software in the marketing space. You'll turn your vision into reality by crafting a platform that brings in customers for life. And with the power of AI agents, we will revolutionize webinars forever. See, this isn't just another portfolio project. It just might be our way out of your 9-to-5 job. Spotlight empowers marketers and business owners who want to leverage voice AI agents and AI sales reps on their webinars. They can host webinars and create breakout rooms powered by the AI agents who can then speak to their customers, book meetings, and even close leads on one-on-one sales calls, just like this.
How is the lack of automation and quality leads affecting your business right now? Like, what's the impact day to day?
Yeah, so the impact is that first, people are just not motivated to change their current situation, which is very hard, of course. And so I think that's the first thing we need, which is just a qualification kind of step in between.
That makes total sense. And actually, that's exactly what our software is built to do. How would having that kind of system in place change things for you?
Oh my God, that would mean the world, man. I mean, because we've been looking for...
It's the last investment you'll ever make. Are you ready to secure your spot and make the payment today?
No, I usually like to think about it. So
Let me ask, if you're confident this is exactly what you need, what's holding you back from taking action now and starting the transformation today?
I mean, that's a good point. I mean, I am confident that this is going to help me, but I'm just scared that the price is going to be crazy and something that I can't afford. I mean, yeah, I just think maybe I can't afford it. So
I hear you and I appreciate your honesty. Just to clarify, when you filled out the form before the webinar, the program was within the budget range you selected, right? If the price is the only thing holding you back, would fixing that help you move forward today?
yeah, man, that sounds good. Yeah, that sounds fine to me.
Awesome. You're going to love this. Go ahead and scroll down to the bottom of the page. You'll see the Buy Now button.
Okay, sure. So I just clicked on it and let me go ahead and make the payment. Just a moment. If that doesn't excite you enough, then here's funny. A client from Prodigies University who used the same SaaS business model and with the help of the mentorship and courses got his first client for $30,000 in less than 1 month of implementing these strategies. And in this course, you will learn how to build an application just like this. And when you're ready to take it to the next level and learn the business side of starting, launching, and growing a profitable SaaS online, then you might be a perfect fit to join Prodigies University. Enrollment is only open for 6 SaaS entrepreneurs, so if you're ready to take your skills to the next level, see if you qualify with the link in the description down below. Now moving on to the project demo. The first thing we will build is authentication. Without strong auth, your application is prone to security vulnerabilities, and for that reason, we will be using Clerk to secure our app. When the user enters the dashboard, they are given step-by-step instructions on what to do next. The first step is to connect their Stripe account. But wait, why do we need Stripe Connect inside Spotlight? Well, I guess you need to wait to find out. Let's go ahead and connect our Stripe account. And in a few minutes, you can see our Stripe account is connected. Next, let's create our first AI agent. The AI agent is built using Vapi AI under the hood, a powerful, human-like voice AI that can handle our sales calls during our webinar. Don't forget to use the link in the description to get a ton of free minutes every single month. And if you use code WebProdigies at checkout, you also get 500 additional free minutes. And it does not stop just there. By using our link, you also get our sales prompt that has a 92% close rate. Now let's give it all the information it needs to create this AI agent. And there we go. Now we have an AI agent ready to take on our sales calls. Spotlight uses a hard paywall, which means users need to pay to create their first webinar. We do this because our target market is a very specific person who faces a very specific problem, and they are willing to pay top dollar to have their problems solved. Now let's look at the different webinar flows Spotlight has. Spotlight has two different CTAs that marketers usually push. The first one for sales calls, and the second is for a hard sell, where marketers usually drop discounts on products that require customers to buy at the end of the webinar. To accommodate these situations, we will have two options: Buy Now CTA and Book a Call CTA. We will look into these flows in more detail later on. For now, let's create our first webinar and select the Buy Now CTA. Remember when we connected Stripe into the app? The user can now attach a product to the webinar so they can collect payments directly on the webinar itself. After creating the webinar, the host receives a link that they can then take and share with their viewers. Let's copy this link and let's open it in a different tab. This page is the funnel page for this webinar. It shows a timer and information about the upcoming webinar. This view is what attendees see right now, and if they wish to attend the webinar, they can sign up on this page. One of Spotlight's standout features is that it allows marketers to track each lead's current stage in the pipeline. So when the user signs up on this webinar, they can see who's signed up inside the leads page. They can also track every single stage inside the pipeline. When the webinar begins, all attendees will receive an email notification. And when they join the webinar, they are redirected to the waiting room. This is where they will wait for the host to go live. Our application integrates OBS, a tool that most marketers use to build custom streaming experiences. And all they have to do to grab the OBS credentials is by clicking the button at the bottom of the webinar, copying the credentials, and pasting them inside OBS. When ready, hosts simply click Go Live to begin broadcasting instantly to all attendees. This seamless production-grade streaming experience is powered by Stream, a highly scalable solution with real-time events and global infrastructure, fully integrated into Spotlight. Don't forget to use the link in the description because that link gives you a free Maker account. That means Stream is free for you because you're a new business. The webinar also has a chat menu where users can chat, ask questions, and this application is built in such a way that you can expand on these features like lock chat, host-only mode, recorded mode, and more, all powered by none other than Stream. When the webinar host is ready to drop their offer, all they have to do is click the CTA button on the webinar, and all attendees will see a modal that looks like this. Now, since we selected the Buy Now CTA, the user is redirected to a Stripe checkout page to make the payment. Imagine if you added features like live view count or add to cart count. This would drastically increase the conversion rates. Now, this is part of a secret feature list for your team so that you can plan future iterations on this product to make it as sticky as possible. Not just that, there's also 9 other bonuses that you will get when you purchase the Codebase during our launch period. Once the launch discount ends, these bonuses will no longer be available. And the best part is you get all of this at just $55. Now keep in mind, this offer is only for the launch period. So if you want to stand out and save a ton of time and money, and at the same time have a bug-free, smooth coding experience, then I highly recommend you grab the Codebase from the description down below at its lowest price. And for those of you who choose not to grab the Codebase, the boilerplate code will be provided in the Discord down below. Or you can just simply watch this video. When the user creates a webinar with a Book a Call CTA, they can also add an AI agent into the webinar. The AI agent will follow all the instructions given inside the prompt, so the possibilities are limitless. When the webinar host is ready to send attendees to a breakout room, they can click the CTA button at the bottom. This modal will show up, and when they click the CTA, they are redirected into a private breakout room with the AI agent. The AI agents can then filter leads who qualify for the offer, encourage a sale by pushing them forward in the pipeline, ask attendees to reschedule if needed, and perform all the tasks you give it inside the prompt. Once the webinar is completed, the host can end the webinar for all attendees and can also access past webinar recordings inside their dashboard. And finally, we will deploy our SaaS on a custom VPS. That means no more surprises when it comes to billing and full root access into our server. This way we can accept customers and make money on day one. And we will use Hostinger VPS in combination with Coolify to make deployment seamless and very affordable. And Hostinger was nice enough to give the Prodigies community a huge discount if you use the link in the description down below. And if you use code WebProdigies at checkout, you can get an additional discount on top of the heavily discounted KVM2 plans, which makes deployment very affordable for people around the world. With that being said, let's jump straight right into this project. Before we get started, go ahead and click the Discord link in the description down below. You can access all of the boilerplate code along with the CSS files and the assets that we'll be using in this video. Click on YouTube Kit, click on Spotlight, and you can download all of the files that are required. Even if there are files in the description that you cannot access, in this course, I will show you every single thing. You can essentially get the codebase or whatever we are discussing by just watching this video. But if you're looking for all of the code files along with the implementation done for you so that you don't have to waste any of your time and pretty much just grab the codebase, there's going to be a link in the description. This is a launch discount. So if you're looking to grab this codebase anyway, I would suggest grabbing it right now because it is on a discount and you also get a bonus license that we typically charge $100 for completely for free. I highly recommend you grab the codebase because if you face bugs when you code or if you are lost, you can just look at the codebase and you will pretty much have no errors because you're going to be using exactly what we used in the code. Now, in this project, I will be using NPM. You can choose whatever CLI tool you like, but NPM works best. Now, when you're building using NPM, if you see a dependency issue, which is actually quite common right now, all you have to do is add the flag legacy legacy peer deps. And this will essentially help you install any packages with the legacy key, and it's essentially going to install it without any problems in your code. Next, go ahead and open up your folder structure and create a folder with the exact naming convention, Web Prodigies -Spotlight. Go ahead and grab that and drop it into your Cursor IDE. Now I'm using Cursor. You can use Visual Studio Code if you like. It doesn't matter. It's all. This video is sponsored by Hostinger. If you're looking for reliable, affordable, and developer-friendly VPS solutions, then Hostinger is one of the best options available. Their VPS plans are powered by fast NVMe SSD storage and AMD processors that give your application top-tier performance. With KVM virtualization, your resources are fully isolated, so you never have to worry about shared limitations. Hostinger also gives you full root access that lets you customize your server exactly the way you need, so you can deploy with different operating systems like Ubuntu, Coolify, and more. This makes it perfect for a modern SaaS and web application. They've also introduced an AI assistant named Cody, who's designed to help you manage your server. Hostinger also has one-click templates, which make it easy to launch popular apps like Node.js and N8N using Hostinger VPS. The best part is Hostinger's pricing is transparent and extremely affordable. There is no surprise charges and no hidden fees. Use the link in the description and don't forget to use code WebProdigies at checkout to claim a limited time discount on top of the already discounted KVM2 plans. Next, go ahead and type nbx create next app and then you want to go into the code base and you want to open up the package.json and you're going to find the next version that I use. So please keep the code base open. You're going to need it. It's going to make things so much easier. So go ahead and put a space after this and hit enter and put a period sign, and that's going to ask you to proceed. Hit yes, hit enter. Yes for this. You want yes for ESLint, for Tailwind, source directory, app router, TurboPack, no, and then hit enter again, and that's going to install everything. So while that's happening, we're going to open up another tab and go into Shatsi UI. Let's open up installation, Nextjs, and you're going to find the npm command in here. Go ahead and copy this command, and you want to paste it inside your terminal and hit enter. And that should actually install that as well. There we go. So click on neutral, and it's asking for the pure dependencies again. So we're going to use legacy pure deps. And let's give this a second. Okay, there we go. And our dependencies and ShadCN is also installed into our application. Next, go ahead and copy this up till the word add. Don't copy the button, and you want to paste it into your terminal. Hit enter, and it's going to give you all of the components. And now click on A and then hit enter. And this just helps us speed up the process so we don't have to install every single component again and again, right? And also make sure you click on use legacy pure dependencies, and that should install everything for us. Now, if everything is installed correctly, you should see a components.json file. You should see a components folder inside your source folder, along with all the UI components from ShadCN UI. Once that's done, go ahead and say npm run dev, hit enter, and then open up localhost 3000. And if everything is installed correctly, you shouldn't see any errors. And make sure you obviously refresh this page. A lot of you guys asked me that question last time, and it was very silly. You need to make a call in order to get the file. So go ahead and call localhost 3000, and that should load up this file for you. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to get next themes. So go into ShadCN UI, click on themes, and actually not this one. It should be dark mode, not this one as well. All right, this one right here. So click on dark mode, click on Nextjs, and then it's going to give you this command, copy that, and then paste it into your terminal. So I'm going to open another terminal, paste it, hit enter. And okay, so I see the pure dependency issue. So go ahead and you want to say legacy pure deps and hit enter, and that's going to install next themes for us. And in the meantime, I'm going to copy this code here, and it says I have to create a provider. So that's the first thing we're going to do. Inside the source directory, you're going to create a folder in here. So I'm going to say plus like this, and I'm going to call this providers. And once that's done, inside this, you want to create another file, and this file should be called theme-provider.tsx, and then I'm just going to paste whatever I got from here. So copy this, paste it inside this component. Let's actually shrink that so you can see clearly. And then all we have to do is it says we have to wrap our component inside this. So I'm going to go ahead, copy this line, go into my layout, which is inside this file. And at the top of the file, first, we got to import this. So I'm just going to quickly import the theme provider from this specific component. Okay, so the file, of course, is in our providers folder. So let's go ahead and grab it from there. And then once that's done, we're going to scroll down here. And it's telling us to first add suppress hydration warning. So I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to add it to the HTML tag. And I think you also have to do it on the body tag as well. So I'm just going to put it in here for now. And then we got to wrap our theme provider. So down here, we're going to essentially say theme provider, and we're going to put the attribute class, default system, enable system as well, and disable transition on change. Next, I'm going to change the font that we're using. So go ahead and remove these fonts, and we're going to remove this one as well. We're going to use the font Manrope from Google Fonts. And then down here, we're going to change this to manrope.variable. And we also have to establish that. So down here, I'm going to say manrope like this, Latin, and then this has to be font manrope, okay? And obviously just refresh your browser to make sure that all the fonts are loading. And awesome, great stuff. Now, the next thing we have to set up is authentication. Now, I hate spending time on authentication and building this unnecessary system, and most of the time it has a lot of security vulnerabilities because it takes a long time to get authentication right. And most of you guys are probably, beginner developers, so you probably don't know. And so as a SaaS developer, my goal here is to make money as fast as possible and to get my product in front of my users yesterday, right? And so I want to focus on getting feedback from my users so I can help build a better product. And obviously, I will not want to build and waste a lot of time on authentication. And that's why I will be using Clerk in this project. Now, Clerk is the sponsor of this video, so thank you so much to Clerk. Now, I don't have to even say this. I think you guys already know. I've been using Clerk in all of my production grade apps as well, just because they are honestly the best in the industry, right? Their pricing tier is awesome. It's completely free to use Clerk, okay? And even if you need to pay for it, honestly, I don't even think you're going to get there, right? It's 10,000 monthly active users until you need to pay. Now, one awesome thing about Clerk is it's not just a user. It's not just authentication. Clerk is unique because it's a user management platform. A lot of you guys don't know this, right? So it's not just sign in, sign out. Clerk is more than that. You can do so many more things. For example, you can do security-based stuff, right? You can give the user the ability to log out of multiple devices, to look at how many devices they're connected into, two-factor authentication, and all these components are built for you. So it would be an absolute no-brainer for you to opt into Clerk, right? They made it a no-brainer for us. And that's why I'm using Clerk in this project, okay? So go ahead, use the link in the description. Obviously, you get a free account. And once you're done, you'll be navigated into the dashboard, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so I already have a million applications in here, but I think you can essentially create unlimited applications. So that's awesome. So first thing I'm going to do in here is change this to Web Prodigies -Spotlight. And then you want to turn off email and only keep Google, okay? And go ahead and create the application. And in just a second, you're going to have all of the details that you need to essentially wire this up into your app. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to scroll down here and we're going to copy this command. We're going to open up the terminal, paste it, and let that install. Then also go ahead and create a .environment file in your root right here. So I'm going to say .env. And this should be ignored, so please make sure that this is turned on. And now go ahead and copy these variables and paste the variables inside your environment file. Next, we need a middleware. Now, I actually have a custom middleware, but don't worry, I'll actually show you what the code looks like. But inside this source, you have to create a Sorry, this is wrong. I'm actually using Mac shortcuts. This is the first time I'm on Windows, guys, and I don't know if I actually like it, but I wanted to see if I can build everything in different, systems. Okay, so middleware.typescript, and inside this, here's all we're going to do. So this is the exact same thing that they have typed. So just copy and paste this into your code, okay? And the only thing you want to change is where it says export middleware. So you're going to open this up. You're going to pass in an arrow function, and you're going to say if is public route. And so how do we do that? We're going to create this object up here, and we're going to use the create route matcher, okay? And it shows that something is wrong here. Let me just take a quick look. Okay, so it turns out that it did not install because of the dependency issue. So go ahead and say legacy-peer-deps and hit enter. And then once that's done, obviously you should see this update. Okay, awesome. So I just copied the code, pasted it in here. And now I'm just going to do this manually so you guys can see what I'm doing. I'm going to scroll up here and I'm going to say const is public route, just like this. And actually, I'm using cursor, so it's going to do it for me in a second. And for now, we're just going to pass in all of these values. So pause the screen and type this out, okay? So once you're done, the next thing we have to do in here is we have to get this async function, callback function. And if it is not a public route, then we're going to protect that route. Next, if you scroll down here, it says you have to go into your layout file. So I'm going to open up app, go into layout.tsx, and you want to put the clerk provider right here. So I'm going to hit enter here, and I'm going to move all of the code inside this. And now we have our clerk provider. And obviously, we also have to import this. So I'm going to go up top and import our clerk provider. And that's all you have to do. That's why Clerk is awesome. You now have production-grade authentication set up inside your application, and you don't have to do anything. And Clerk has a lot of cool features now. If you take a look at their documentation, you can actually have your own sign-in pages as well. I've actually created a video on this. If you look at my one of my videos, I think this one is Drupal, which is the learning management system. I actually show you guys how to create a custom flow. So if you don't want the Clerk, branding, you can also use that. But again, it beats the whole purpose, right? Don't waste your time. Like, use things that are already built for you. There are full stack engineers that are spending hours and hours of their time, millions of dollars a month, just to get this stuff out for you. Okay, cool. Now the next thing we need to do is you want to go into your environment file, and I'm going to create these three variables here. So first is next public clerk sign in force redirect, and it's going to take us to the callback route, and same for sign up. And for our next public base URL, I'm going to set localhost 3000. And also, guys, this file will be available inside the Discord as well. So Also, if you're not able to access the Discord, you can just pause the screen and type, okay? I'll be showing you every single thing. I know that in the past there has been some issues. We're getting rate limited because so many people are trying to join the Discord, and so some of you guys may not be able to join, right? And so if that's the case, first, just pause the screen and type it. I'm going to show you everything, even scroll, pause, all that kind of stuff, right? So make sure you pause and type these out. Now, the next thing that you'll notice is if you have your environment spun up, and if you look at the application, you're going to see this page here, right? And the reason why we see this random page here is because we don't have any of the routes set up. So that's the next step. So inside your app folder, so click into app, you want to create another folder, and this is a route group called auth. And the reason why we're doing this is because we want to wrap a layout around the sign-in and sign-up routes, okay? So let's first go ahead and do that. So I'm going to say layout.tsx, and inside this, I'm going to use tsrafce, and I'm going to change this to layout just like this. And this file is going to need the children prop, of course, so I'm just going to render the children prop, but the main thing here is the styling. So I'm going to set this to with full, and please go ahead and actually just pause the screen and type these out. So now that we're done with our layout, let's go ahead and create sign-in, and then we also have to create our sign-up, okay? And this is where we're going to use all of our providers. Now inside the sign-in, you want to create another folder, so new folder, and this one is going to be all routes. So it's going to say sign-in like this, and inside that you want to create a page.tsx. So go ahead and do the same thing, but for the sign up. I actually made a spelling error here, but just go ahead and do the same for the sign up route as well. All right, hopefully you got that correct. If not, this is exactly what it should look like. You should have a sign in route, and ignore this callback route for now. I'll show you what we're going to do in there, but you want to have a sign in route just like this. You want to have sign in, a page.tsx, and same thing for sign up as well. Now inside the sign in component, essentially the sign-in page.tsx, you're going to just render out the sign-in component from Clerk Nextjs. And you want to do the same thing for sign-up as well. So go ahead, pause this video, and take it up as a challenge and try to render out the sign-up page as well. Now, one more thing we need to add inside our code is the default root layout, so the root page. So inside the middleware.typescript, go ahead and put this backslash like this, and now you'll be able to access the localhost 3000. Now, if you try to access sign-in, you should see our sign-in component. Great job. Now, here's another awesome component that I just came to know about that I'm actually using myself, which is the waitlist component. Now, when you first start this SaaS, if you decide to start this as a SaaS, you want to have a waitlist because your first goal is to promote. And so the best way to do this is through getting emails. That's how you sell the outcome. And so what you want to do is essentially just open up Clerk Waitlist, right? Just open up another tab and look for that. You're going to find this, and all you have to do is copy this code. And I'm just going to paste this in here. So I'm going to say waitlist from Clerk Nextjs, and we're going to say waitlist inside this. And now if you access the landing page, it's a waitlist component ready to go. So this will accept real details from your customers, and then you can reach out to them or pretty much set up automations and build your email list before you even launch your SaaS. The next thing that we have to consider is what happens when the user is done signing in to our application. We need to route them to the right page. And the best way to do this is through an entry point file or entry point route. And the entry point in my application is called callback. Now, how do we set up this logic? Clerk actually does everything for you. All you have to do is just tell it which page. That's it. And we already did this inside the environment variables. So if you have the file from the Discord or you just type this out, make sure it says callback without any spelling errors. I want you to take this up as a challenge because I've already showed you how to create routes and folders and pages. So go ahead and create a route called callback, and you want to make sure that inside that, obviously, you need a page.tsx, and just render out a component for now, and then I'll show you what to do next. Hopefully you got it right. This is all you had to do. So you want to create callback, a page.tsx, and then you want to say export const dynamic force dynamic. You don't have to do this, but it just makes it a dynamic page. That way we always get up-to-date data and there's no cache data. And then this is the page. We're just returning something in here. So I'm just going to return a div and say callback page for now. I also put a to-do on top here because we have to do some redirection logic like checking in the database and all that kind of stuff. So for now, just go ahead and put a to-do in here, and then we'll get back to this in a second. Now that we're done setting up the basic stuff for our application, the next thing that we can focus on is our UI system and UI colors. Now, our team has spent a lot of money designing this beautiful minimal design, and it has pretty much all the components that you need. It's a Figma file that you can grab from the description down below. Okay. And this file comes with everything. It comes with how we came up with the mood board, how we research stuff, components from other libraries as well. So if you are looking to actually make this a SaaS application, you'll also get all of the third-party tools that we used inside here. And this project also comes bundled up with ShadCN UI, right? So you get every single thing inside ShadCN UI. Now, here's the cool part in this project, right? So this essentially uses variables. Now, it's a very advanced, Figma design setup. And if you don't know anything about Figma, that's totally fine. But I just want to show you the power of this specific design. Take a look at this. So we use variables with primitives inside inside this Figma design. And so all you have to do is select the container. And if you change it to dark mode, all the elements inside that will also switch to dark mode. So this way you can use this Figma design to prototype and sort of like sell the outcome of your SaaS application, whether it's this or anything else. And that way you get customers early on, and you get some feedback from them. And this pretty much has everything. Like you see, we have checkbox, we have all the components, we have command components, table switcher. I mean, it's every single thing inside ShadCN UI. So I would highly, highly recommend you grab this file if you want to learn more industry level practices, and essentially maybe even get this file so you can start it as a SaaS. Okay. It comes with all the designs that we're going to be looking at. So what we're going to focus on is essentially converting all of these styles, right? So getting all of these CSS files for our application. Now, typically, what I would ask you to do is essentially open up this file, go into variables, and literally you need to convert all of these into ShadCN's colors. But I know that that's going to take you forever, and I don't want that for you. So that's why I've gone above and beyond and done this for you as well. Okay. So inside the Discord, you will get access to all of this. So just download it, copy it, and paste it into your application. And I'm going to show you exactly what that looks like. All right, so I just grabbed it. If you're not able to grab it, it doesn't matter, okay? Nothing matters when it comes to this design stuff because it's already done. We just tweak the colors to follow a theme. And if you want to stand out, I'm going to show you a secret way that you can actually tweak all of these themes. So I found a tool online called Tweak CN. I think this is what it's called. I actually don't find it used a lot. Like I don't see a lot of people talking about it. And free shout out to them. They're not sponsoring this or anything. I don't even know who these people are. So they pretty much created a theme creator. And just to show you, so I just open this file, you can select any theme you want, right? And there's so many different themes that you can pick from. Just copy it, put it into your app. And so you can have a unique looking design. And maybe share this inside the Prodigies community or tag me on Twitter. Let me know what you guys built so I can take a look at your themes as well. So depending on what theme you decide, go ahead, copy the code and paste it inside your global CSS file. Now, this is using Tailwind v4, so I'm also going to go ahead and copy the file that I've already created that also comes with some additional styles, okay? And so the additional styles, first of all, are these after the base. So I'm just going to scroll through these so you guys can take a look at it. And this is needed for our application because when we're building the chat and the AI voice, the voice AI stuff, we're going to need all of these classes to create those styling. Okay, so it just has a keyframe here for ping and pulse. It has some animations to essentially add the class onto those elements, and we have a few more things in here. This is just some before and after pseudo selectors. So go ahead, pause the screen, type this out, or again, you can copy it, but just in case you can't join, you can, obviously just type it. This video is sponsored by Vapi. Vapi AI lets you build real-time conversational voice agents powered by AI. From customer support to sales calls, Vapi handles it all. They offer dozens of pre-built human-like voice agents and make it developer-friendly to integrate into your applications. You don't need to stitch together speech-to-text and LLMs yourself anymore. They handle the full stack so you can focus on what matters most: building personalized experiences. Don't forget to use the link in the description to get 1,000 free minutes every single month. No credit card required. Now, the next thing we need in our application is a way to essentially communicate with the database and our front end code. This way we have type intelligence. And typically we use something called an ORM in order to do this. Now you can look all this stuff up, but we're going to be using Prisma. Prisma is industry grade stuff. And so we're going to be using Prisma inside this application. So go ahead and I'm going to quit my terminal and copy this right here. So Prisma, copy this version, which is 6.3.1. And then you want to say npm I, and you want to say Prisma at, and you want to paste that version and hit enter. And then if you scroll up here, you're going to find Prisma client as well. So go ahead and copy that. Oh, obviously it's going to scream because we need the legacy peer dependencies, right? So legacy peer deps, hit enter, and that's going to install Prisma for us. And the next one we need is this Prisma client. So I'm going to say npm I at Prisma /client. And then we have to put that version number. And also don't forget to put -- legacy -peer deps. Okay. And hit enter. And that's going to install Prisma client for us. Okay. Awesome. There we go. Now Prisma is successfully installed. So let's go ahead and shrink everything here. Let's go into source, libs, and then we're going to create a file in here called prisma.typescript. Or actually, I'm going to rename this, guys. So let me just rename it to make sure we have the same names. So I'm going to say client.typescript like this. And inside this file, all I'm going to do is essentially create a global dis.prisma. And this essentially helps prevent the the hot reload from creating too many clients. So this is exactly what it looks like. I did not invent this. This is, pretty normal. So all you have to do is declare this global variable and say var Prisma. And then if it exists, we'll essentially use the same client. If not, we'll use the new client right here. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to say npx prisma init. Go ahead and hit enter, and that's going to generate some files for us. So let's just take a look and make sure it's in here. So inside your environment, it should paste this database URL string. Okay. If it did not paste this, it means something probably went wrong. So just do this once more and make sure you get this file. Now, sometimes, of course, in the future, it might change, but the most important thing is you need to have this file right here, which is a schema.prisma, okay? So even if the environment thing changes, make sure that you have your schema file somewhere inside your application. Now, with the help of Prisma, we can essentially create models inside our application, which is kind of like a table. It's kind of like a table in the database, and it has a structure that you can follow, right? And this way you get type intelligence because you can refer to this inside your code, and it's going to know exactly what it's going to give you the same TypeScript intelligence that you need, okay? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create some data in here. So I'm going to say model user, just like this, and it's giving me, the AI is just giving me some stuff, but we're going to actually change this, so just give me 1 second. So the first modal that we need is the user modal, and we're going to have the following properties on the user modal. And you can also grab this file from the Discord. If not, you can obviously pause the screen and type it as well. Okay, so make sure you type exactly what you see with no spelling errors at all. Okay, even the capital letters, every single thing. Okay, so now that we have this user, we have to also connect this to another modal called webinars, because each user in our application can host multiple webinars. And so in order to do that, I'm going to create a property here called webinars and set it to this modal here called webinar, which is an array, obviously. And we're going to have a relation into that, okay, called presenter webinars. Now let's go ahead and create that webinar model as well. So it's going to be this massive thing. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so every webinar obviously is going to have some details, right? But we also have some enum related stuff. That means this is sort of like a type. It's called an enum, okay? So the webinar status can be of type maybe created, scheduled, coming soon, that kind of stuff, right? So we're going to store that inside each webinar as well, so we get some data regarding that webinar. Next, every webinar also has attendees, so we probably would need a modal to represent the data for an attendee as well, right? So the attendance is going to be in here, which is an array. Finally, we're going to have the CTA type. Now, if you watched the starting of this video and you did not skip, everything will make sense, okay? So please pause, go watch the demo from start to finish. Do not skip the demo at all because it helps you understand what you're building, okay? So our application is going to have two different type of CTAs. Now, I want to build this in such a way that you guys can expand on this, but the two main CTAs that marketers use is buy now, obviously, right? Immediate discount, whatever, and book a call. This is usually the high ticket stuff. And so that's going to be another enum that we can create so that you guys can expand on this in the future. And obviously we have the other basic stuff, right? If you want to add a coupon code in the future, I've added that in here as well, coupon enabled. So the schema is pretty much scalable, okay? We also have the CTA URL. So what happens when the user needs to buy now? Where do they go to? All that kind of stuff. And then finally, we have the attendee. Okay, so this is another modal that we have to create. And this is attendance and this is attendee. Don't get confused. Okay, attendance is more like who has attended the webinar itself. And the attendees, the attendee information right here is so that we can link this to obviously the attendance itself. And we can also link it to the webinar and the call status. So we can see if they're currently in a call or not. First, let's go ahead and just create these enums. So I'm going to scroll all the way up top here, and I'm going to create the webinar status enum, which is scheduled, waiting room, live, ended, and canceled. Okay. And then the next one we need is the CTA type enum. So I'm going to paste that one as well. And this is buy now and book a call. And then we also have the attendance, so the attended type enum. And this is slightly different. Of course, we haven't spoken about this, but this is a way for us to essentially track the progress. Okay, so did they register? Did they attend the call or attend the webinar? Sorry, did they add stuff to the cart? And exactly which stage are they in, right? And finally, we're going to have one more type here. And this one is called call status enum. So pending, in progress, and completed. Okay. And now if you scroll down here, you shouldn't have any more enum related errors, but we do have the attendance and the attendee. So let's go ahead and build that out. So really quick, I'm going to create the attendance modal. It's going to look like this. It's going to have ID, email, name, the call status enum, and the attendance, which is another modal that I have to create, and also the webinar for this attendee. So attendees can attend a specific webinar. Think about it that way. Okay. So now for the attendance, we're going to have the following. So same data. When do they join? When do they leave? The user, which is who's the attendee. We're going to have the webinar itself and what type, right? What did they attend? And basically all the other info that we need. And that's pretty much it. That's all you need to do in order to create a scalable schema system. Okay. Now you can go above and beyond and expand on this in the future, but this is all we need just to get started. Now, the next thing we need is a real database so we can push the schema and also store all of our users and our application information so that we can use it in our app. Right? And we'll be using Neon for this application. Now, Neon is also the sponsor of today's video. So thank you, Neon. Thank you for making this happen for the Prodigies community. And guys, they are one of the best. I've already mentioned this before. You can take a look at what they have to offer. And the main reason why I really want to support them is because of the generous free tier, right? And they recently just expanded on the number of projects you can have completely for free inside Neon. Now, don't forget to use the link in the description and open up your free account, and that's going to take you into Neon's dashboard. So the first thing we need to do is create a new project. So I'm going to go ahead and click on New Project here and just put the details. So I'm going to say Web Prodigies -Spotlight, and then you can leave everything else as is. Just go ahead and click on Create, and that's pretty much it, right? That's all you need. And now click on Connect here. Let's expand this so we can see. So go ahead and copy the snippet here. And then you want to go into your environment variables. So I'm going to scroll down here inside env, and you're going to replace this database URL with this new URL that Neon just gave us. Also, I think Neon has some really nice features that just got released. I think they also have some sort of login systems or authentication. You guys can feel free to take a look at it. They also have, I think, CICD. I mean, there's so many things inside this, right? They also have branching for database. And that's pretty cool because now you can create different branches, different versions of your data, and you can test it against your schemas, right? So really cool stuff. And yeah, thank you so much to Neon for making this work for the Prodigies community. Okay, so let's move on to the next part now. So now that we have Prisma set up, the next thing is we have to migrate our schema. And I actually need to grab this command, so just give me a second. And the command is npx prisma migrate dev, and you want to put the -- name. So this is whatever name you want to give it. I just put name for now. That's totally fine. And I'm going to say init right here. Okay. And now that that's done, we also have to generate the Prisma file so we can use it inside our types. So next you want to go ahead and say npx prisma generate, and that should generate your Prisma file. And just to make sure that we have it, let's see. Okay, I got it. So this is, like I said, it's not the latest version of Prisma. And so we don't have this generate folder that it spits out, right? And I actually prefer this because when I was trying to build my file, I was getting a lot of ESLint errors. And that was happening because the latest version of Prisma essentially creates this output folder called generated or generator. I think it's generate or something like that. And essentially, it gives you all of the generated files and all of the type intelligence. But the issue is since it's inside your source directory, it's going to run when you build your folder, right? When you build your application, sorry. And as a result, ESLint will fire on that. It's going to create so many errors for you, and it's just not a pleasant experience. And I actually prefer this much better. So feel free to use this version in your other projects as well. Now, just to confirm that everything is successfully pushed, all you have to do is inside this, you want to click on the tables right here, and then you should see all of your tables in here, okay? If you don't see this, please go ahead, pause this video, watch the previous sections, and make sure you can push and create your database scheme. Now, the first thing I want to get out the way is our authentication. So essentially, inside our callback route, remember we had this to do, right? And the way I found this is by just looking this inside the file, looking it up. And all we have to do in here is we have to look inside the database, and we have to check if the user even has access to anything, right? And so if they do have access to the stuff that they're requesting, then we can redirect them to that page. All right. So all we have to do is inside your source folder, go ahead and create another folder. We're going to call this actions. And inside that, we're going to create auth.typescript. I keep using the shortcuts in Mac. So auth.typescript. And inside this, we're going to change this to a use server file. And the first thing we're going to do is create the unauthenticated user. And essentially, this is just checking. So it's, wow, it already did it for me. I didn't even have to do anything. So try catch block, and we're going to move this stuff in here. And essentially, we're going to say await current user from Clerk Next server, Nextjs server. And if there is no user, we're essentially going to return a status code of 4 of 3. And you can also return a message if you'd like. And then I'm actually going to remove this because we're not going to be handling that anyway. And then if the user exists, we're essentially going to go into Prisma client. Now this Prisma client comes from Prisma, from our libs folder. So I'm going to bring that Prisma client in, and I'm going to say Prisma client user.findUnique for this specific clerk user ID. Now our database has this. So I'm going to say clerk ID for for user.id. Okay. So if this person exists in our database, so if the user exists, then we're going to return status of 200. And if the user does not exist, then we're going to create the user inside our database. So we're going to say new user, await Prisma client, user.create data for this user ID and the specific email address as well. And for the user's name, we're actually going to change this to first name. And we're going to say plus the user's last name, and then finally the user's image. And then down here, we're going to say if there is no user, well, return 500. And if so, if everything else is good, then we're just going to return 200 and say everything is good to go. Now in the error block, all I'm going to do is I'm going to return a 500 error in here as well. And I'm going to return and just put something in the console. Now let's go back to our page.tsx, and we have to import this call. So I'm going to say const status, and on authenticated user, we're going to bring in that server action, and we're going to check the status. So right here, instead of doing it this way, I'm just going to say auth, right? And then down here, I'm going to say if auth.status is equal to 200, then we're going to redirect the user to the home page, okay? And redirect comes from next navigation. Now, there's also 201 because we created the user. So let's put 201 in here and let's make sure we're actually returning that. So let's go in here and we have 201 here. So this should be 201 and let's go back. Awesome, there we go. Now else if, so else this did not work, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna check for the status. If it is 403 or the status is 500 or the status is 400 like this, then we're going to return the user to this specific page. So we're going to redirect them to this root page. Okay, that's pretty much it. Now inside our page.tsx, which is in the root file right here, we're going to create a link element right here, and that's going to send us to the /home route. So now when the user clicks on the login page, it's going to take them to the login route. Okay, looks like I put I guess it's the wrong address here. And so let's go ahead and fix this. Okay, there we go. Now I changed it to sign in, and now if I click on login, it's going to take me into the sign in route. Now, once I'm done logging in, I want to make sure it redirects me to the right page. So let's go ahead and test that out. So you want to continue here. Awesome. It sent me to the callback route. Boom. There we go. So it created the user in the database and it redirected us to the homepage. Great job. You can also open up your Prisma Studio by typing npx Prisma Studio, and that's going to open up a database image where you can essentially see all of the entries inside your database. So this way you don't have to go into Neon, you can just access it directly from here. Okay, so just to confirm, our user has been successfully created. So nice, everything is working. Next, let's go ahead and create a better folder structure here. So I'm going to open up source, open up app, and inside this, I'm going to create a route called protected routes like this. And inside the protected routes, first, obviously, we need a layout.tsx so we can create some designs. Now, I do want to point something out in here. So how the layout.tsx page works is essentially it only renders once. So when the bundle is being requested, it renders out the layout.tsx, it bundles it in, caches that file. So the layout is never rendered on every call. So keep this in mind, because what we're going to be doing in here can potentially lead to a lot of, authentication problems, okay? The last thing you want is a security breach. So I'm just letting you know right now. What we got to do in here is we're going to authenticate the user inside this layout page. But because the layout page does not re-render when it's called again, even if the user signs out, it's still going to hold the same context, okay, the same data, because it's all cached. So keep this in mind. What you need to do is, even though we're doing the check in here, you also have to do the check inside every single page.tsx, okay? That's just one drawback here. It just sucks. I get it, okay? The other way to go around this is to create a provider. You can create a provider like a clerk provider, and inside that, you can use client states, which I think is called clerk client, I'm not entirely sure, or use user, I think that's what it's called. And essentially, it gives you the state of the user. So inside the provider, you can check the state, and based on that, when the state updates, you can send the user back to the sign-in page. Okay, so just keep this in mind. Now, you don't have to worry about it. For now, we're just learning, and we're getting the app pretty much sorted to a good place where you can launch. And at the same time, I'm giving you instructions for what you need to do as the app is in your hand, right? So for now, I'm just going to build this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say user exists. So const user exists like this. And we have to go ahead and import this first. So let's import the statement. So we're going to say on authenticated user, which we already created. And in here, we don't need this. We can just check for the user itself. So if user.user does not exist, then we're going to redirect the user to the sign-in page, just like this. Now, if the user exists, then we can essentially render out the page that they're expecting to look for. So since we're creating a layout in here, I'm going to create a class name, and this class name is going to have the following styles. So please pause this video and type this out. Actually, it's pretty small. I could have typed it, but it's basically flex with full and minimum height of screen. Okay. And inside this, we're going to have the sidebar in here. So I'm going to say sidebar. And then after that, we're going to have essentially the main content, but the children are going to be wrapped inside a div. Okay. And that div is going to look just like this. So I'm going to say div, and this div is going to have all the children items inside that. Okay. Or actually, guys, not in here. We're going to have something else in here, but after this element, you want to essentially, or we can just put this in here, that's fine. So we'll have this in here, and then in here, we're going to have a header component, okay? This is like a header in here. So let's first go ahead and build out the sidebar. So go ahead and create this component here called sidebar. You want to copy this title, and you're going to open up your folder structure, and you're going to click into components. And now inside this, you're going to create another folder in here, okay? And this folder is going to be reusable component, and inside this we can also create the folders that we need. So I'm going to create one more folder, and this is the layout components, and inside this we're going to have another one called the sidebar.tsx. And notice how we're using a different naming structure here, right? This is the traditional React naming structure where all routes are going to be lowercase, kebab skew actually, and all components are going to be like this. Now, the first thing we need to do in here is we're going to use path name. So let's go ahead and import use path name. And then we're going to have a div inside this. So let's remove this here, and we're going to have a div like this. And we're just going to say something in here for now, so we can go back and quickly import that component. So inside our layout page, let's go ahead and import the sidebar. Make sure you import it from the right folder, okay? And let's click into this. And now obviously we can't see anything, right? So we're going to go back into the protected routes. We're going to create another folder in here called home. And this is going to have page.tsx. And this is going to return tsrafce. And we're just going to set it to page. And I'm just going to change it to home. Okay. This way we can kind of see something in here. And now let's refresh this. Okay. So because we're using use path name inside our sidebar, this sidebar now has to become a use client component. So let's go ahead and add that as well. And just like that, you should now see SS or whatever you put in there render out into the sidebar. Okay. Now the next thing is I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to add an icon here. Now this icon is a premium asset that is only going to come with the code base. Okay. So I highly recommend you grab it anyway, because you're going to need it to build this project. So might as well just grab it so you can get access to all these awesome assets that were built for you. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to paste a custom icon pack. Okay, and these are custom icons that were built, and we also used another source in order to build these, but this comes directly from the Figma file, right? So we posted that in here, and now you can use these icons instead of the Lucid React icons. Okay, and trust me when I say this, I have a lot of user experience, okay, UI UX experience. When you just change the font and the logos, the application changes. That's the secret, okay? Everything else is going to be the same. Just change these. I dare you to try it out. Just try it out, right? Change some of the icons, change the colors of them, change maybe the font here and there, and that just becomes a whole new application. So these small little things make a big impact when it comes to user experience overall. So the next thing I'm going to do in here is I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to put the spotlight icon. So let's go ahead and import the spotlight icon in here. And then after the spotlight icon itself, after this div, I'm going to hit enter, and I'm going to create a div in here. And this div is essentially going to map over all of our sidebar items, and we're going to render them out in here. So go ahead and scroll down here. You're going to find the libs folder. Just create another file in here. You want to call this data.typescript. And inside this, we're going to paste this thing. It's just a constant object. So feel free to pause the screen and type this out, or you can copy it from the Discord channel, right? And so now we need to import all of these icons. So let me go ahead and grab that as well. Okay, there we go. I used a couple icons from our custom library, and some of them are from Lucid React. So Sparkle and Webcam are from Lucid React. Now let's go back into a sidebar component. Let's quickly import the sidebar data in here. And inside this, I'm going to hit enter, and I'm going to map over these. And for each of them, I'm actually going to render something else. I'm not going to render this in here. So let's do this real quick. And I'm just going to remove the link component, and I'm going to render a tooltip first. So tooltip provider, which comes from ShatCN. So let's go ahead and grab that as well. Okay, and just like that, you want to put the tooltip provider, and inside that you want to put the tooltip. You need the tooltip trigger itself, and this is going to be a link element that comes from next link. Okay, and now we're going to remove this from here. And what we're going to do, actually, we can keep this. This is fine, but I'm going to provide some styles and some class names on this link itself. So go ahead and say the following. So make sure you're passing in the href, and then down here we're going to render out this item.icon. Okay, but we're going to say the following. So we're going to say with height of 4, and if the path name includes this, then we're going to show it as selected. Now, if you notice this really weird thing here, which is the icons are separated, that's because we probably need to wrap this in another div. So I'm going to create another div in here, and inside this div, I'm going to give it the following styles. So go ahead, pause the screen, and type this out. And then inside this div, I'm going to move the sidebar itself. And if everything is correct, you should see the icons show up like this now. Now you want to scroll down here, and after this, we're going to use another component from Clerk. It's called user button component. So let's go ahead and grab this from Clerk Nextjs, and let's go ahead and render this icon down here. So I'm also going to move this to the top right corner. So let's move this to top right, so we can essentially see our application. Okay, there we go. So now you can see your Clerk icon. Look at that badge, looks super cool, right? And so if you click on this, you can do a bunch of, manage access stuff, and you can essentially control your user profile. Next, I'm gonna go back into my layout.tsx, and down here, I have my sidebar. I wanna make sure I have another component that I'm gonna create called header component. So let's go ahead and just say header for now, and I'm gonna copy this title, I'm gonna copy the name, and I'm going to go into the same component that I have, which is the layout folder, right? And inside this, I'm going to create another file. I'm going to call this header.tsx. And then inside this, let's go ahead and render out tsrafce. And then now this is going to accept the following props, okay? Now, we don't have some of these props. We just need a few of them. So just give me 1 second. So for now, we only need the user object, but in the future, we're going to need the stripe object as well, because we're going to show some stripe, details at the bottom so they can essentially upgrade, right? So we're going to need stripe subscriptions, and we also need the assistant settings. So we're going to say assistant stuff in here. Let's remove this. We don't need this. So now we can get back to this later, right? Now, the next thing I'm going to do in here is I'm going to remove this div, and I'm going to paste the following div in here. And this is going to have the following class name. And then I'm going to say path name dot includes, and we're going to look at pipeline. So let's do this once more. And if this is true, then we're going to do something in here, else we'll do something in here. So in this header, we're essentially just kind of using the same component for multiple things, right? And that's why we're doing this. So in here, first thing I'm going to do is remove this, and I'm going to render out a button component. And this button comes from our ShatCN button. So let's go ahead and import that button as well. And let's also import the arrow left component, which comes from Lucid React, not our own folders, okay? And if this is not true, then I'm going to render out the following div that has the path name and obviously the following styles, path name.split at 1, okay? Now I see this error here, so I'm going to go back to our layout.tsx, and let's quickly import the header component. And now let's go back. Actually, I imported the wrong header. Let's import header from the right folder, and let's pass in the user data as well. Now this is using useParam, so this has to be a client component. So I'm going to change this to useClient up top here. And now the next thing I'm going to do is down here, I'm going to create another div, and this div is going to have the following class names. Okay, and inside this div, we're going to have an icon. This is the purple icon that we created. So let's bring that in. And also the lightning icon. So it looks like there's an error here. All right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to create a custom component for this. So inside reusable component, create another folder, and we're going to call this purple icon, just like this. And inside that, we're going to create an index.tsx. And now inside this component, we're just going to render out a purple icon component with the following props. And it's going to have the special class that we created inside our global CSS file. So if you remember, those classes are going to come in handy now, right? So we can reuse that stuff. And then we're just going to pass in class name and children inside this element. Now let's go back and let's import the purple icon. And now I'm also going to import this lightning icon that I already created. So let's go ahead and refresh, and there you go. This awesome icon shows up here, and it looks really nice. This actually took a very long time. It was hard to get the design right. So that's it. So that's what that special class does. And now the next thing is below this, we're going to have a button. Okay. Now, obviously, we don't have that feature built yet, but this is the button that's going to help the user create the webinar. And if they don't have a Stripe subscription, then it's going to essentially replace that with a Stripe modal. Okay, so that way they can first get a subscription and then only then create a webinar. So this is a hard paywall application. Okay, based on your business logic, feel free to switch this around and make sure maybe if you have a different onboarding process, make sure you do that as well. So go ahead right here. We want to say to do build Stripe subscription and create webinar button. And there you go. So that's exactly what we just built, right? This home section right here, and the button and this stuff is going to come in just a moment. But let's go ahead and finish up the rest of this page. Now go ahead, open up your folder structure inside this home page. In here, we're going to essentially create those components. Okay. So first thing is I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to return a new div here with the following class names. And that's going to have another div inside that with these class names in here. And inside this place, we're going to have a div. And this div is going to have two components. Okay. First, an H2 that says get maximum conversions, right? Very similar to what you see right here. And we also want to have the other stuff, right? The create process. So let's go ahead and do that. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say div space y6 h2 like this. And then this is going to be a custom component called onboarding. Okay. So let's go ahead and build that component. So you want to open up the folder structure. And inside this, you're going to create another folder called underscore. Oh, what's going on? Sorry. Underscore components. Okay. And inside this component, we're going to create the onboarding.tsx, which is, because it's not a page route, I'm just going to call it this way. And then inside this, we're going to do the following. So all we're going to do in here is render out a div with the following styles. And we're going to loop over some onboarding steps. So that way we can render out this stuff, right? And then we're going to render out a link for it. So very straightforward stuff, nothing too complicated. So let's go ahead and grab that variable so we can, that constant right here. So make sure you scroll down here and go into your data.typescript. And at the bottom here, I'm just going to write the following. So feel free to pause and type if you'd like, or you can obviously go ahead and copy from the Discord as well. Okay, so this is just all the onboarding steps. And we're going to go back in here. And now we're going to import this. And there we go. Okay, so let's go back now and let's import our onboarding component. And let's render that. Okay, awesome. And there you go. Now we have these components showing up. Now, after this div, we have to render out a card, right? All those cards that we saw. So the next thing I'm going to do in here is create another div just like this. It's a grid layout, and this is going to have 2 feature cards, which are custom components that we're going to create. So I'm just going to name them for now, which is feature card like this, and these are going to pass in an icon. So let's go ahead and bring in the Lucid React icon. Okay, let's bring in the Lucid React icon for this one as well. All right, awesome. And we also have to pass in these props, right? So we're just going to pass it in for now. Now go ahead and copy this name, and you're going to open up your folder structure, and inside the components folder, you're going to create a new file, and you're going to name it featurecard.tsx, and you're going to return tsrefce and change this up. Okay, now let's go ahead and accept the icon, which is a React node. We need the header or a heading, sorry, and we also need the link. And now let's go in here and let's destructure these values, and now we can use them inside this component. Now this component is just going to be a link component. Okay, so we're going to have a link like this, and this link is going to have the href that's passed from here and the following class name. So please pause and type this out. And then we're going to have the icon with the paragraph that states the heading for them. So essentially what we're building is icon and the header just like this. Okay, at least it's going to look very similar. Now let's go back here and let's import the feature card and let's render this out. And there you go. Now you can see those feature cards show up. Great job. Now the next thing we need is the feature section layout. So let's just take a look at what that looks like. It's just going to show some stuff in here, right? That's pretty much it. So let's go ahead and shrink this. And now after this 2 divs, you want to hit enter. We're going to create another div in here. And this is going to have that feature section layout, which is a custom component. So I'm just going to bring this in for now. Okay, just like this. And now let's go ahead and copy this title. And you're going to open up the folder structure in here. And in here, you're going to create this file and call it tsx. And let's go ahead and render out the file. Also, guys, if this is a little too fast, I need to go fast because this is a massive project. Okay, so please pause and watch. If you don't understand, watch the same section again, or pause and type with me. Okay. I also suggest that if it's too slow for you, then play this video on 2x speed. Okay, that's what I do for most YouTube videos. So now let's go ahead and bring in those props that we're passing in. So this needs all of these props, right? The image or whatever that is, right? Maybe not image, but it needs the title and some links and stuff like that. So let's go ahead and grab those. So why are we in here? Okay, so now let's import the feature section layout. And now for the props in here, I'm going to set the following props. And let's also go ahead and destructure those values from here. Okay, now inside the return statement, I'm going to return another div and also pass in the class names that were passed in from the props. And then inside this, I'm going to render out the children elements. So, okay, it looks like Cursor wants to give me the answer really badly. So we're going to render out the children elements. And then inside that, we're going to render out a div. So right below this, a div with an h3 and a link element. Okay, so let's bring this in. Next link. Awesome. And let's also bring in the right icon from our custom icons folder. And let's take a look at this. There we go. Awesome. Now, obviously, we don't see this image here. And the reason why we don't see this image is because we're not passing in those children elements, right? And so that's the next thing we need to do. So let's go ahead and go back to this component. And now we can pass in those children elements. So inside this feature section layout, I'm going to create a div just like this. And inside this div, we're going to create another div with a paragraph. Okay, so I'm going to say div with the following styles, paragraph with conversions, and I'm just going to put another paragraph with 50. And then after this div right here, I'm going to create another div. Okay, and this div is going to have the following. So what we're going to do is we're going to create an array of 3 items, and we're going to render out a feature card, okay? Kind of like this, these feature cards right here. So let's go ahead and we're going to say array.from length of 3 map. So we're dynamically generating this, and then for each of these elements, we're going to grab we don't need the first value here, so we're just going to put an underscore. We're going to grab the index here, and let's bring in the image element from next image. And now we're going to have, well, we're not going to have any image in here for now, but I'm going to show you how to get that as well. But we're also going to set some alt values and all the other properties that this element needs. Okay. Now, inside the Discord, you're going to get access to this, right? Obviously. Now, if you can't access, the Discord for some reason, that's totally fine. Just use something online, okay? Just use any placeholder image or just leave it blank for now. It's totally fine. The whole purpose here is you need to get this app in your hand so you can launch it and make money online, okay? That's the whole point of all of this. That's why I'm going through this pain and suffering, okay? So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and grab the feature card. So let me get that. So I just copied it and I'm going to paste it into my public folder, okay? And now because I just pasted my entire public folder, I want to make sure that my next bundle here actually uses the new files and not the cached versions. So go ahead and delete the next folder. Be careful, don't delete anything else. Okay, I've done this before. And let me just go ahead and delete this. Okay, I've actually never seen this before, so I don't want to just hide it, and I want to show you what this is, because even I don't know what it is. So it's just showing me this trace file that apparently can't be read, right? So I think this next folder needs to be there, but we're going to obviously build it again. So go ahead and open up your terminal, go into your folder structure right here. Sorry, go into the terminal right here, and you're going to refresh the browser. Okay, so it looks like it created all of my static files, and it also still has that trace file, which is really odd. I've never seen that before. And go ahead and spin up this file. Okay, it's loading. I don't even know what that is. I can't even delete it. But you shouldn't have any problems, and it's probably because this is a brand new computer, and I got this computer because of you guys. So thank you so much. Okay, so there we go. So now we're able to see this image. Take a look at it. Looks awesome, right? Okay, let's move on to the next part. We're almost done with this page. So great job if you've come so far. Okay, so the next thing is we're going to create another feature layout. So after this feature layout section, we're going to use the same feature layout section in here as well. And this one is going to need another title. So I'm going to say heading, see the list of your current customers, and it's going to link to the pipelines page. And then inside this, we're going to create another div. And this div is going to have the following class names. And inside this, we're going to essentially find another item. So let me go ahead and grab that as well. And this is just boilerplate stuff. Obviously, you can grab it from the Discord, and and even if you can't, it's fine. I'm going to show you what it looks like. Just go into the data.typescript, and it's just this, okay? It's just some fake data. It's just mock data. So you can copy one, then copy this, paste it into ChatGPT, and tell it to give you like 10, 15, whatever you want, right? We only need 3, so just get 3. That's all you need. Please don't get more. You're going to render crazy cards in there, okay? And now let's go ahead and import this enum from Prisma client, and let's go back here, and now we can use that in here, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to loop over the potential customer cards, and we're going to render that out in here. So I'm going to say potential customers. Let's bring that in from libdata.slice02.map customers.index, and we're going to render out this card here called the user info card. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab this component. So you want to open up your folders. So let me shrink this actually. So I'm going to go into source components, and then you're going to find another folder. Actually, let's create another folder here. So I'm going to create one more folder in here, and we're going to call this user info card. And inside that, we're going to create an index.tsx. And in here, all we're going to do, it's a very simple component, right? We're just going to render out another div with the following class names. And we're going to get some data from here. So let's just grab that right now while we can. We need the class name, tags, and the attendee. Okay. And we're going to destructure that so we can use it in here. So pass in the class name and make sure you're using CN for this, obviously. And then a header, paragraph, a div that shows all of the tags that we have. And because we're using mock data, it's just going to plug those tags in there. Okay, so let's go back and let's import this user card, and let's spin that up, and there you go. Now we have these beautiful cards right in here. Now the next thing you're going to do is you're going to hit enter under this, and you're going to create an image component. Okay, and this image component is going to have the following props. So go ahead, pause this video, and type this out with me. Also, sorry guys, this has to be after this right here, okay? So put this after this curly bracket, and this is going to have the other asset, which is the glow card, okay? So if you downloaded the full public folder, just paste that and do exactly what I did, okay? Refresh everything, and that way you're gonna have this card in here, okay? So now it's going to show like this, and there you go. looks awesome. Obviously, it may be just a little more design upgrade here and you're good to go. Okay, so it's just some width related stuff, but I'm not going to tweak it because I think you guys get the point, right? So maybe spend some time, mess with it, make it look better, do whatever you got to do. This video is sponsored by Stream. Stream makes it a breeze if you're building an application with chat, social, or video streaming capabilities. Building such features in your application from scratch can be very complex and time consuming. But Stream gives you a production ready API and all of the components that you need for chats, feeds, and video streaming features. It's fast, reliable, and built to scale, and it's completely free for new businesses. We will dive into the implementation and how to use Stream later on in this course, but in the meantime, don't forget to grab your free Maker account using the link in the description. Moving on to the course now. The next component that we're going to be working on is the create webinar component. And this is needed right now because we need to show some data on this page, right? So we're going to try our best to get this design as close as possible to this, right? Because this looks so good. So let's go ahead and get that set up. But before that, go into your sidebar and make sure you add the tooltip content. We totally forgot to do that, so apologies from my side. And now if you hover over this, you can see the tooltip content. Next, you want to go into the header page. And then after this, after the purple icon, you want to essentially just put another to-do here so you can get back to it. Or even if you forget, you can use some sort of flag and you can figure this out before you push it, right? And technically what we're supposed to do in here is we're supposed to see if the user has a subscription. If they do, only then are we going to give them the ability to create a webinar. Remember, this is a hard paywall, right? But for now, because we don't have Stripe wired up, we're going to go ahead and just build the button itself. So you want to essentially call this create webinar button. It's going to look like this. And let's go ahead and create this component. And now make sure you copy the title and you want to open up your folder structure. And then you want to shrink everything in here. And inside your reusable components, you're going to create a folder and you're going to call this create webinar button. And inside that, you're going to create an index.tsx. And now go ahead and say tsrafce, and that's going to use this format for us. And I'm just going to paste that title that I just copied. Okay. And some of you someone asked me in the comments, how am I doing that? Guys, there is a lot of plugins that help with this. Okay. Maybe that's another video for another day. I don't know. But make sure you have all of your environment stuff set up. I'm using snippets, and that's the only way I'm able to do this. Okay. So this just helps me code faster. All right. So the next thing we want to do in here is we are essentially going to grab some props. So let's go ahead and grab the assistant props. So I'm going to say like this, and let's import this assistant. Or actually, we don't need the assistant right now. So I'm just going to remove that. And down in here, I'm going to remove this div, and I'm going to render out a component called dialog. So go ahead and say dialog like this. Comes from component UI, so please don't make that error. And then go ahead and close this component like such. And then this component is going to need some states. Now, what we can do is we can essentially create a use state up here, and we can store the value and render out those states inside this. So we can say open, and we can set it to that state. But I want to make this global. That means I want to set up an architecture around my application so that way I can share a data layer between all my components in my application. Now, there are so many different libraries that can help you with this. We're going to be using ZooStand because it's so easy to set up. Okay, so the first thing you want to do is inside my package.json from my GitHub. Obviously, you won't have access to this, but if you got the code base from the description, you will, right? But anyway, you don't need it. I'm just saying it's easier to copy. Just go ahead and copy this. And the version number is 5.0.3 for those who are wondering. Okay, and then open up a different terminal here. And I'm just going to click plus here, and I'm going to say npm I, and I'm going to paste ZooStand first. So ZooStand at, and paste that version. And then you want to say space legacy period deps and hit enter. Awesome. And you should have no errors in the console. If you do, please do that once more. And then what you're going to do is you're going to open up your folder structure, shrink everything, and inside source, you're going to create another folder in here, and you're going to call it store. And then inside the store, you're going to create another file, and you're going to call it use webinar store.typescript. And inside here, we're essentially going to create our store. And notice how easy it is. So all I have to do is say export const use webinar store. This is equal to create, which comes from Zoostan. So let's go ahead and import that. And now we need to pass a type to the store. And so all I'm going to do is copy this. I'm going to go up top and I'm going to say interface, or actually I'm going to use type here. So I'm going to say type webinar store, just like this. And please pause and type all of this with me, okay? So the variables that we're going to have in here are first is modal open, is complete, is submitting, okay? And then down here, we just need to pass those down here. So all you're going to do is you're going to remove this. It looks like it added something in here for me. Actually don't want that, but I'm just going to remove this for now. And what I'm going to do is first create the functions here. So I'm going to say set complete, and set submitting. These are three different helper functions that help us change this value. And then all we're going to do right now is initialize those variables. So I'm going to say is modal is false, is complete is false, is submitting is false as well. And then I'm also going to create these handlers as well. So now let's go back in here, and we can now import this hook. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const is modal, okay? And we need only a few things here. So let's grab the is modal open and set modal open for now. And then inside this, we essentially have to pass this. Also, let me just quickly import this. And now I can say open equal to is modal open. And then we have the open on change, and we're going to set that to this handler right here. Okay, awesome. Now we need a trigger. So I'm going to say dialog trigger, just like this. And let's just import all of this. And inside the trigger, we're going to have a button here, but obviously I'm going to set something else in here. So please follow with me. So I'm going to remove this button, and I'm going to set a regular button component. And this button component is going to have the following styles. So please pause and type that out as well. And then I'm also going to have an on click that's going to set this modal to show up on the screen. And then inside this button, we need to show something. So I'm going to use the plus icon. And this comes from our components, right? Our icons, not the Lucid icons. And then I'm just going to say create webinar just like this. Now let's go back and just quickly import this component so it doesn't scream at us. And now hopefully we can see it. There we go. Great job. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to change this to a client component. So I'm going to go up top. I'm going to say use client. Now, if you try to click on the webinar button, you're going to notice that it is firing off the states and it's actually working, but nothing's actually happening. That means the dialog itself is not showing up. And that's because we haven't put the dialog content. So let's go ahead and say dialog content just like this. And you can create a title, whatever you'd like. Let me go ahead and just style this up a little bit more. So what I'm going to do is for the dialog content, I'm going to give it the following styles. And then inside this right here, we can show a title. Yeah, no need of a header. You can put a header if you'd like, but just to show you, there you go. This also works, right? Nice. Now, you might see this error here if you refresh. And the error is actually not a hydration error, but you cannot have a button as a descendant. And the reason why we see that is because you need to add the word, the prop as child in here, okay? And that should solve that problem. So now the next thing we need is, like I said, we're going to essentially check if the user has completed these steps. And if they have, we'll show a different component. If they're not, we'll show something else, okay? And that's actually coming from the store as well, is complete. So let's grab that. And now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove this for now, just to keep it simple. I'm going to say is complete. If this is true, then do something in here. If not, do something in here. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this and I'm going to put a div in here. And this div is going to have the following styles. And inside this, I'm going to put the title. So I'm going to say dialog title, and I'm going to say screen reader only, webinar created, like this. And then after that, down here, we're going to create another component called the success step. And this success step is going to look just like this, but obviously we actually don't have this component. So I'm just going to comment this out and we'll get to that in just a second. But if the user has not completed, then I'm going to remove this and I'm going to return a React fragment. And I'm going to say dialog title like this. And I'm going to say create webinar, screen reader only. And we're going to import this new component that we're going to create called a multi-step form. So go ahead and copy this title, open up your folder structure, and you want to go into the create webinar right in here, and you're going to create another file, paste this and say TSX, and then in here, go ahead and just use the snippet and change the name. Now, the next thing is this is going to need a couple things. So the first thing we need is the steps itself, and this, what is a step? Well, a step is going to be of the following type. So it's going to be the ID title description and whatever component that step needs to render. Okay? That way we can dynamically create this. And in here, we're going to need steps, which is an array of these, which I'll show you where we're going to get that from. And then we also need an onComplete, which is going to return void, but this will give us a string. Okay? Then let's go in here and let's destructure all of these values and let's grab that in here. Okay, so now we need to go ahead and pass in all these values, right? So let's go ahead and go back to the previous component, which is our index.tsx, and let's just import this multi-step form. And obviously, we also have to pass in these props. Now, where do we get these props from? Well, these props are going to come from this component, right? So let's go ahead and create those states. So scroll up top and I'm essentially just going to copy paste this right here and I'm going to break it down obviously. So let's just go piece by piece. So we're going to do the first step. So this step is called basic info step as the first step the user will see. Okay. And they essentially just need to fill up the webinar's information. And this renders out a component called the basic info step. So now we can take this and we can pass it in here. So I can say steps just like this. And then the other prop is the onComplete handler. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this. I'm going to scroll up top up here. I'm going to say const handle complete equal to this. And all we're going to do in here is first we're going to set complete to true. And set complete actually comes from here. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that from the hook. And I'm going to invoke set complete and I'm going to pass in true. And the next one is another state called webinar link. Now, essentially, when the user is done filling up the form and they complete the form, we're going to get that webinar link. And we're just going to store that in here. Okay. So up here, I'm just going to say const webinar link and set webinar link is going to be equal to useState. Let's import this. And it's going to be a string. Okay. You actually don't have to state it as a string. TypeScript knows it's going to be a string anyway, right? And now, obviously, let's copy this handle complete. Let's scroll down here and let's paste the handle complete in here. And then after this step, we have to set the webinar link to whatever we get from there. Okay, so this is going to look just like this. So please pause and type with me. So it's going to say set webinar link to the next public base URL, live webinar, and the webinar ID. Now, this webinar ID comes from here. Okay, that's pretty much it. Now, you might ask, what are we going to do with this webinar link? Well, we're going to send that into the success component, and that's why we need it, okay? But for now, we don't have to care about all of that. Let's just first finish the basic info step, okay? So go ahead and copy that name, and you're going to open up your folder structure, and inside the create webinar, you're going to create another component, paste this, and you're going to say sorry guys, I'm still using the same snippets. So you want to say TSX, and then in here you want to say TSRAFCE and rename this component. And now just to complete these errors, just to sort this out, I'm going to go back to this component and I'm going to import this basic info step. And let's just refresh real quick. Okay, there we go. And now we can see the multi-step form component, right? And let's go ahead and complete the rest of this now. Now scroll down here and you want to click into the multi-step form so we can go ahead and complete the form itself. And the logic that's happening in here is first we need to get access to a couple of things, right? We need the form data and we also need a way to validate the current step. And obviously we need the other functions that we already created. And now all of this is going to be inside the store, and that's why we created it in the first place, right? So let's go ahead and completely wire up the store with the things that we need, and then we'll proceed. So you're going to scroll up here, and under this, you're going to create another value. And this value is called form data, actually, and it's going to be of this type. And this webinar form state is going to be up here. So you're going to hit enter. And let me just grab this real quick. And this is going to look just like this. Okay. So it's going to be basic info, the CTA, and the additional info. Okay. And so essentially we're creating states for this specific form. This is what it looks like. And if you're curious to see what that looks like in the design, this is exactly what it looks like. Okay. You see, we have the webinar. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. So webinar name, description, date, and time format, right? We have all this stuff in here. And then, more data as we keep going. The CTA stuff, and this is step number 2. So we're essentially creating the type for the entire form. Okay. So let's go ahead and shrink this now. And the next thing we need is this create type enum. So let's go ahead and import that one as well. And now inside this store, we have to actually return this validation. So I'm going to say validation. Actually, did I even put it? Sorry, guys, not validation. It's form data. And the form data is going to be an initial state that we need to create. So up here, I'm going to scroll up top, or actually, this is fine. You can do it in here yourself. And we're going to need to create that initial state. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const initial state is that webinar form state, and it's going to have just undefined and empty values. That's literally it, nothing else. Okay, so go ahead, pause the screen and type this out real quick. And then once you're done with that, all I'm going to do right here is pass in the initial state, and that should solve all of our errors. Next, we're going to need another value here, which is the is validated, right? So what I'm going to do here now is let's just scroll here, and I'm going to say validation. And actually, sorry guys, we have to put it inside here. So inside the webinar store, and this is going to have another type. So I'm going to scroll here, and I'm going to create validation state. And for each of these pages, we're going to have some specific type of validations. So the first one is going to be for the basic validations. So what I'm going to do is inside your libs file, you want to create another file, and you want to call this type.typescript. And inside this, we're going to export that validation errors as a record with string. Okay. And now let's go back here and let's quickly import this type, and that should solve this error here. Okay, nice. And now let's go ahead and grab the validation initial data, and this is going to need another state in here. So I'm going to go ahead and create this one as well. And it's going to look just like this, which is initial validation is the validation state. And I'm just going to set some default values for all of this. Now, the next thing we need to do is on the store, we're going to need some form field updater functions, right? Or mutator functions. And so let's go ahead and create some for each of those. So the first one is called update basic info field. Okay. Now, if you don't know all this crazy TypeScript stuff, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Even I myself had to get some help from ChatGPT and AI and stuff. And so it's totally fine. Okay. This is going to look overwhelming for maybe someone who's a beginner. And like I said, that's okay. Just keep pushing through. Okay. So essentially, this is going to update a basic info field, which is this one. Okay. And this is a type that we're assigning on the type, and later we'll create the type here. Obviously, it's going to throw errors. Okay. So you want to scroll up here, and now we need to create the next one. The next helper is to update the CTA field. So I'm going to say CTA field is going to take this generic type, key off these specific CTA types here. Okay. The webinar form CTA. And that's pretty much it. Now, the same thing for additional info field. So down here, I'm going to say additional info, and that's pretty much it. Now, we're also going to need another function here called validate step. So let's go ahead and grab that. And this one is going to look like this. So validate step, which needs a step ID, and it returns Boolean. Okay. And then finally, we need one more helper, which gets the steps validation errors. Okay. So if there's any errors, it's going to give that to us, and that way we can render that out. So it's going to look just like this. Okay. And finally, we're going to have another helper here called form reset. And this is going to essentially reset all of the form values. Now let's go ahead and complete each of these. So down here, first we're going to say update basic info is going to give us the field and the value. And I'm going to do this in here. And then I'm going to call this set, because this is how we can set any of the values from our store, right? So we're going to call set here. And it's my AI is doing a bunch of stuff here. So let me just go ahead and quickly fix this. So I'm essentially going to say set and a callback function. And this callback function, inside this, you want to hit enter. And we're going to say const new basic info is equal to everything that is inside the state. So state.formatData.basicInfo. And we're going to add that new field and the value. So this is how we add new stuff to update it. Okay. This is how we essentially, it's like rewriting what's already inside the state. That's why I combine add and update. Sorry about that. So once that's done, next we have to validate this information. So I'm going to say const validation result equal to, and this is called, this is a function called validate basic info. And obviously we need to go ahead and create this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my folder structure and I'm going to scroll down into types. And in here, I'm going to say the following. So please just pause and type with me, okay? So this is a function called export const validate basic info. And what this does is in here, we're going to get all of the data that the user passed in. And for each of that, we're just manually validating it. Okay. Now there's so many ways you can do this. You can also use Zod, React Hook Forms. There's so many. Okay. This was just the easiest way for AI, okay? Because I was getting some assistance from AI, and also I posted some really cool videos, and it looks like you guys really liked it. So maybe I'll post more on that soon. But this is just what AI gave me, and so I just went with it, okay? So once you accept these values, we're also saying that it's going to return this validation result. So what does this type look like? Now this is going to be another type up here that's going to have the following. So we're going to say export type validation result Boolean, and it's going to return valid, whether that's valid or not, and it's also going to return any of the errors. Okay, so essentially what we're doing is we're saying const errors, validation errors, which is this, right? And if you don't know what validation errors is, just a like an object with records. Okay, and so if there's nothing in here, all we're doing is setting an error for that state, and we're doing the same exact thing for description, for data, for trim, for everything else, okay? Only time is slightly different, and this is going to look a little bit like this, so please bear with me, just pause the screen and type this out, okay? It's going to validate in this specific format, and if it's not, validated, we're essentially going to return an error for this. And then finally, we're going to return the validation for that specific value. Now, let's go back here, and let's import info, and now we can proceed. So after this, go ahead and hit enter. You want to return everything that's inside form data. So I'm going to say form data like this, ... And then we're essentially going to say state.format form data. So everything that's already in there. But the basic info is going to be set to this new stuff. Okay. And then for validation, we're essentially going to say everything in state.validation. And then the basic info is going to be as such. Now, this obviously looks like there's a lot of things that we wrote wrong or incorrectly. Just keep pushing through. Nothing is wrong here, okay? In fact, let me show you. So if you save this, it formats it. It's just TypeScript. And I honestly wish they fixed this because it just looks crazy, right? I don't know, maybe there's something they can do. Or maybe it's just something I can do, I don't know. So what I'm going to do next is work on the update CTA field. So first thing is I'm going to say update CTA field and the value. And we're going to call state like this. So set state. And we're going to create this const new CTA. And then inside this, we're going to pass everything inside state.formData.cta. Okay. And we're going to pass in that new field. After this, down here, you're going to say const validation result is equal to validate CTA, which is another helper function that we have to create. So go ahead, open up the types file, scroll down here, and I'm going to say export const validate CTA, and this is going to get data, but we also need a couple values. So let's go ahead and grab those. So we need CTA label, which is optional, tags, which is this array of strings, CTA type, which is going to be this, okay? Or actually for now, I'm just going to set it to string, okay? And then AI agent. We don't need the price ID for now, okay? So we're going to put this in here, and then this is going to need this validation result in here. And I think we already created this. Why is it bugging out? Validation results. Oh, because it's not returning. Sorry about that. So it has to actually return that data, right? And now all we're going to do is first create the errors. So const errors, validation errors. And then in here, we're going to say if there's no data CTA label dot trim, then we're going to add this onto that errors object. And for the CTA type, we're going to do the following. And finally, we're going to return all of these values. Okay. And now we won't see any more errors in here. Now let's go back and import this. Okay. And that should solve your bug. Now the next thing is we have to return all of this data. So I'm going to say return, and we're going to return the form data with everything inside state.form data. And the CTA is going to be the new CTA. Next validation is state validation, and then CTA is going to be those validation results. Okay, so now go ahead, hit enter. Now next is the update additional info field. Now I want you to try to take this up as a challenge. This is not easy, I understand, but just try to take it up as a challenge and try to build this function. Okay, it's the same exact structure, but try to validate the data in the exact same format that I just taught you. Okay, pause this video, and if you don't know how to do it, I'll show you exactly how to do it. Okay, welcome back. Hopefully you got the right answer. If you didn't, no worries. This is exactly what you need to do. So I'm going to say update additional info field. We need the field and value. And then later, we're going to say set with the state in here. And then inside the curly bracket, we're going to say const additional info data, the exact same process that we did before. We're going to add the new field. And then we're going to create this new validate additional info function. So this might be this is basically the challenge, okay? Nothing else is the challenge here. And let's take a look at what that looks like. So there's only 3 values that we have to validate. We have the lock chat, coupon code, and coupon enabled. Now, not all of these are going to be in this project. It's just built so that you can expand on it, okay? So the first thing is we're creating the validation errors. And then after that, we're essentially just checking if this exists. If not, we're going to trim it also, and we're going to make sure it actually does exist. If not, we're going to say coupon is required. And then finally, you can return this. Okay, that's all you had to do. And now if you import this here, that should solve this bug. Now, obviously, there's still more here, and that's exactly why you're still seeing a lot of red squiggly lines. So let's go ahead and complete that. And also, the state is exactly the same thing. So form data, state.form data, additional, and the validation as well. So down here, the next one is we're going to create the validate step helper function. So I'm going to say validate step. This needs the step ID, okay? And in here, I'm going to create an object like this. And actually, instead of this, guys, this is not an object, sorry. This is just the curly brackets. And inside the scope, I'm going to say const form, or destructure this and say form data equal to get. We want to invoke this, and this is going to give us that state. Okay. Now, where are we getting this get from? Well, this get comes from. Actually, where are we getting it from? Oh, okay. It was supposed to come from up here. It was just not there. Okay, there we go. So now we can get the value that's stored inside our state. Okay, and we're going to first just create a variable in here called validation result, and I'm just going to set it to nothing for now. And then in here, we're going to create some cases. So switch step ID. If it's basic info, I'm going to say validation result equal to validation basic info form data dot basic info. Okay, and we don't need this, so let's remove this, and that should solve this error for us. And then after break, now we have to create the other cases as well. What seems to be the issue here? Let me just take a quick. Okay, so validation results. Give me 1 second. Okay, never mind. It's just because it was not used. That's why. So next, I'm going to do the same thing for CTA. Okay, we're going to set it just like this. And for additional info as well, we're going to set it just like this. And finally, you want to break down here. Then down here, after the curly bracket, we're going to set state, and we're going to return the following data. So what I'm going to return here is everything inside validation. So validation is everything inside state.validation. And we're going to set the step ID to this specific validation results. So basically, we're seeing the validation results for every step, if that makes sense. Okay, that's pretty much it for now. We'll get back to this in just a second, but I think everything looks good. I also see an error here. Okay, that's because I actually have to return this. So after this set, you want to hit enter, and you want to return the validation. So validation results. So where is this? Validation results dot valid just like this. And I'm actually seeing more TypeScript errors. So let me see if I can solve this, guys. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so I totally forgot. We also have one more to complete, which is get step validation errors. So all we need to do in here is we're going to say get step validation errors, step ID, key off this specific form state. And all we need to do in here is we're going to say the following. So const, or actually, let me do this in a much simpler way with fewer lines of code. So return get, we're going to invoke get dot validation dot step ID dot errors. That's it. Okay. And then after this, we finally need to create the reset form. So reset form equal to set. And in here, we're going to set is completed, set it to false, and everything should be set just like this. Okay, there's one more thing, the modal. So for the modal, I'm just going to remove this, and that's pretty much it. Now I'm going to go back to my create webinar component, and I'm going to click into my multi-step form. And inside the multi-step form, now I can import the use webinar store. So let's go ahead and import this. Okay, and now typically you're supposed to change this to a use client component, but I already know that it's inside a use client tree, so I don't need to do this. Okay, so what I'm going to do now instead is I'm going to build out this component. So let's go down here, and I'm going to remove this div, and I'm going to return another div in here so that it looks like this. And now you can sort of see something, but not really. We'll get to that in just a second. And inside this div, please go ahead, pause, and type these colors out, okay? And then inside this div, I'm going to create another div that's going to have the following styles. And inside this, another div, kind of like a container. And this is going to have one final div inside it. So where's this div here? Okay, let's hit enter. And then inside this, I'm going to say div. So this one is supposed to be inside this, guys. That's why I was having that error. And inside this, we're going to map over the steps. And for each step, we're going to render out some components. So in here, you want to say steps.map. And for each of these, you're going to render something. So let's go ahead and grab the step data. And we also need the index. I'm going to grab that as well. And now inside this, let's also shrink this so we can all see clearly. And inside this, essentially, we need to return something. So, but before that, I'm going to just get those states, right? So const is completed equal to completed step. And this is actually another state that I need to create, guys. So let's go ahead and grab that. So scroll up top, and you want to say const completed step equal to this use state. So just create one state here. And while we're already at it, I'm going to create a bunch of other states as well. So let me go ahead and just paste this in here. So we need this current step index, completed step, and validation error. And these are going to have the following default values. So go ahead, pause the screen and type those out. And then I'm also going to create some values in here that's going to help us. Now, typically, you would probably want to put like a use memo, right? And memoize all of these, but it should be fine because we're not doing anything too complex, okay? So now that we finished this, we can go in here and I'm going to say if completed step dot includes this step ID, it's completed, right? So we're going to assign it in there. Next is the is current is equal to index, if it's equal to the current step index, then we're going to set that as well. And then finally in here, we're going to say if past index is less than the current index. So this way we know it's the previous one. Okay. And then finally, we have to return something here. So let's just return a React fragment so that we don't see any errors. Okay, that's fixed everything. So I'm going to render a div. Okay. And inside this div, first we need to give it the class name and the ID. Sorry, the key. So let's go ahead and pass those in. And then inside this div, I'm going to have another div just like this. Okay, looks like it does not want to create my closing tags, but I need AI. It's not going to come for me. Okay. And then inside this, we're going to have another div just like this. And this div is going to have the following class names. And now we're going to be using an element called motion. And motion comes from framer motion. So I'm going to copy this framer motion value, and I'm going to say npmi framer dash motion. And then in here, we're going to put at, and we're going to paste 12.6.3. And I don't think we're going to need legacy dependencies. Let's just, okay, we do, never mind. So we're going to say legacy pure deps and hit enter. And that should install framer motion for you. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to scroll down here. And inside this, we can essentially render out the motion.div. And essentially motion.div is how you can create an animated element. Okay, so first thing you have to do is say motion.div, just like this. And you need to import this. So go ahead and import this from framer motion. And so I'm going to scroll up top, and I'm going to just hit tab like this. And then down here, now we can complete this. So the first thing is on initial, I'm just going to set this to false. For animate, I'm going to set it to the following animation. So I want background to be, if it's the current, we're going to set this color here, right? So very similar to this design, okay? And scale and transition. And then finally, some class names. So I'm going to say class names just like this. And let's also go back to our code. And I see something is happening here. Attached timeline does not exist on target module. What does this mean? Okay, just give me a second, guys. All right, I'm glad I was able to figure it out pretty early, but all you had to do was update the framer motion library to use 11.0.3. So you want to say npmi framer motion at 11.0.3 and the legacy depths that we just used. And yeah, this is why cursor is really helpful, and that's pretty much it. That solved our bug. And now if you open this, everything is working as expected. And now inside this div, inside the motion.div, you essentially want to render this, which is an animate presence. And I also see something wrong with the class name here. Let me take a quick look at this as well. Okay, I think this shouldn't be a problem. It actually should not be a problem because we're using Tailwind CSS. And so, I mean, this is just JSX. So class name should exist, but it says class name does not exist, which is very strange. And if I click on this, I do see this actually work because I see width and height of 8. Yep, so this is working. So what I'll do is I'm just going to add slash, if it'll let me. Okay, it's fine. You're not going to be able to add the TypeScript ignore in here. You're going to need to do a lot of stuff just for that, but it's okay for now. Let's just quickly push through this. And so the next thing is we're going to need to check if is completed is checked. And if it is, we're going to render this check icon here. Okay, so we're going to render the check icon that is required. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say the following. So inside the animated presence, we're going to say motion.div key check like this. And then we're going to just pass in some animations. And I'm going to say check of white color. And then right here, I'm going to say another motion div. So this means it's not checked, is not completed. And I'm going to pass in the following colors. Okay, so the same thing, except this one is a slightly different style. Okay, so just go ahead and pass that in as well. Okay, and then the next thing you need to do is after the animate presence, after the motion.div, hit enter, and now we have to look at the steps. Okay, so which exact index are we at, and the steps length -1, and that way we can render out another icon in here. Okay, so I'm going to say if index less than steps out length -1, then I'm going to render this div, and this div is going to have a motion.div inside that, and inside this we're just going to have some more styles in here. Okay, and that's pretty much it. You can also have the class name. This should not really throw any problems, so you're good to keep that in there. Now, after this down here, we're going to render out another div, okay? And this div is going to have the following styles. So I'm going to say div, class name like this, and this is going to have motion.h3, and we're going to pass in the following, animate props and the class name as well. And then down here, the steps title. So you see it shows right here, and all of the other information that's required. Next, we're going to return a separator component, and this comes from components UI separator, and we're going to set it to vertical. Okay, and obviously you can't really see it right now. Oh, okay, something looks a little off. Let me just fix this real quick, guys. Give me a second. Okay, I just checked to make sure we are still on the right track. It's because we don't have the elements on the right side, right? So that's why it just looks like this. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a div here, and I'm going to say div just like this, and now that should solve that error. And now if you also click outside and click into this, you should see everything show up. Actually, we still need to pass in some elements. So let's first go ahead and pass in this stuff, okay? And then we'll get back to that. So I'm going to say animate presence mode wait, and then inside this we're going to have another motion.div, and this is going to render out the current step itself. Okay, so I'm going to say the following. So I'm going to say motion.div inside this animate presence, and then we're going to have the following, designs, the following props. This is for the animation. And then down here, we're going to have the title and the paragraph, which is the current step.description. So if you click on it, now you can see that info. Okay, and then down here, we're going to need the current steps component. But now if you click on this, you're going to see basic info step. Because remember, we didn't completely finish that component yet, right? But this is working. This is exactly what we were looking for, right? So if you click on this, it has this beautiful animation, and it also shows all of the components that we need to see. Now let's proceed from here. So after the component itself, we're going to also show the validation errors. So right here, I'm going to import this alert circle. And if there is a validation error, we're going to show that at the bottom of the bottom right here. Okay, awesome. Now, after this animate presence, you're going to find a div here, one more div here, and you want to hit enter after this div. And now we're going to have the navigation buttons itself. Okay, so this is going to look sort of like this. It's just a div that has buttons inside it. And I'm just going to copy this for now, and I'm going to break it down piece by piece. Okay, so we're going to have the first button, and this button is the cancel or back button. Okay, so first thing is it's going to have outline, and let's import this button from our components library. And then in here, we're going to say handle back. And this is another helper function that we have to create up top. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll up top. Okay, right up here. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to say handle back. If it's the first element, first step, then we're going to close the modal itself. If not, we're going to set the modal's next step. Okay, so current step equal the current step -1. And we're going to set validation errors to null. Okay, and now let's go down here. Okay, awesome. And then finally, we're also having this disabled prop, because this is submitting, that's going to be inside our store. It's going to help us keep track of the states of this form. Okay, next, down here, we're also using CN, and CN function is just wrapping up some styles. Okay, that's pretty much it. So here, if it is a first step, we're saying cancel, and then we're changing it to back. So now, if you click into it, okay, the reason why we don't see anything is because handle next for the next component actually does not exist. And so let's just go ahead and finish that one as well. So for this button, we're going to need to first have the handle next function. And so let's scroll up top. And this is going to be some real database stuff. Okay, so just bear with me. So what we're going to do in here is first I'm going to say const handle next, and I'm going to remove this in here. and I'm going to change this to an async component. Let's remove this again. AI just takes 5 steps, man. Okay, and then first thing is we're going to set the validation errors to false. And then we have to check if it is valid. So is valid equal validate step. So we're going to validate this step with all of this data. Okay. And then down here, we're going to check if it is not valid, then we're going to set the validation error data to please fill in all required fields, and we're going to return. Okay. Let's actually remove this. We don't need this right now. Next, we're going to check if it's not completed steps, if the completed steps does not include this, that is a current step ID, then we're going to set the completed steps to everything that's already there, and we're going to pass an R ID in here. Okay, so this essentially marks the current step as completed. That's what this does. Now, if it's the last step, then what do we do? Well, then we're going to do this. So what we're going to do in here is we're going to say try catch. And inside the try catch, first we're going to set submitting to true. So now we get that states, right? That the loading state. Then next we're going to create this error function, this server action called create webinar. And to do that, we're going to open up our folder structure. We're going to go into actions. We're going to create a file in here called webinar.typescript. And in here, we're going to change this to use server. And we're going to paste this right here. So const create webinar is going to be the following. So let's go ahead and remove all the stuff. We don't need it. And what we're going to do here is this form data is going to be this webinar state. Okay, let's bring that in as well. And then inside this function, we're first going to check if the user is authenticated inside a try catch block. Hello? Please help me. Why is this not working? Okay. Try. There we go. Okay, much better. So we're going to say on user authenticated. We're going to invoke this. We're going to import it, We're going to check if the user is not authenticated. Then we're going to return a status of 44 like this, okay? And the message is unauthorized. Next, if the user subscription does not exist, we'll also set subscription required, okay? So for now, of course, you know what we're going to do, check if user has a subscription. And let's just comment this out, okay? Next, down here, we're going to say const presenter ID is user.user ID. And just to make sure everything's working, you can also have a console message here so you can take a look at it. And then next, we have to validate the required fields. So I'm going to say the following, just like this. So we need basic info. We need the date, time. So I'm going to validate those. And if not, I'm going to send a response back. And then next, I'm going to validate if the date is in the past or not. Okay. So I'm going to say combined date is going to be this function here. And this combined date is actually a helper function that's going to come from here itself. So what I'm going to do, okay, I'm just going to put it in here for now. So I'm just going to scroll up top and I'm going to say combined date, and it's going to take the date and the time string, the time format, and it's going to essentially convert it to a 24-hour format, okay? And it's going to check PM, whatever it needs to do, and it's going to add the time that it needs to. It's just a way to combine it to make it look nice. Okay, that's pretty much it. So let's go down here, and now we can use this in here. Okay, so just keep pushing through. Don't focus on all that stuff. It's not needed. You'll debug it later, okay? But right now, I'm going to hit enter here so I can get the next step, which is to create a new date. So now I can check the old date, okay? So I'm going to say if the date that was entered was an old date, then we're going to return 44, saying the date and time cannot be in the past. Finally, we need to create this entry, okay? So we're going to say Prisma client, and let's import that, .create, and we're going to pass in all this data. So data with the title, description, start time, whatever is in here, pause the screen and type it, okay? And we're just going to pass this data in here, and finally, we have to revalidate that path. So revalidating that path will help us see the new webinar. So let's go ahead and import revalidate, and that's pretty much it. Now, don't forget, we have to return some data here. So return 200, and we're going to return this data. Okay. And obviously, we need this webinar link and the ID. Okay, this is important. So make sure you you return this as well. Now, finally, inside the try catch, I'm going to first console the error, and I'm going to return a 500 because an error took place on the server. Okay, now let's go back and import our server action. And now we can check the result. So I'm going to say, if the result is as such, then we're going to essentially, actually, no, guys, we can't do this right here. So if the result is 200, we can't complete it yet. We're first going to show a toast message, and you can use Sonar for this if you'd like. Okay, looks like I deleted one of the brackets. There we go. So toast, this comes from Sonar, so let's import that. Toast.success, your webinar is successfully created, and then we're going to pass in on complete. Okay, and then if this is not completed, if this is not 200, then we're going to show a toast error message, and we're going to set the validation error as such. Finally, I don't think we have to do this because I'm already refreshing the states using the revalidate path, but I'm just going to, I guess, might as well just do it, right? So we need to get router. I want to make sure that we're actually refreshing everything. So I'm going to get use router from next navigation. I think it's time Nextjs just removes the other one, or maybe I don't even know how to use it. Okay, and then down here, after this validation error, down here, I'm going to say router, not dot push, sorry, router dot refresh, and we're going to invoke that. And if there were any errors, what are we going to do? Well, first, we're going to console the error, then we have to show the toast message, and we have to set the validation errors. And then there's also a finally block we can use to essentially set submitting to false. Okay, awesome. We finally wrote a pretty big function. So now let's go ahead, scroll down. Wow, if this was Mac, I could scroll down as fast as possible. Okay, so down here, we're going to have the second button. So we're passing in the handle next, disabled as well. Awesome. Is last step. If not, we want to check if it's submitting. If it is submitting, we're going to load this component, loader2, and we're going to put the animate spin. And then we are going to show complete here. And if it's not the last step, we'll show next. And then finally, we're also going to render the chevron right icon. So you can essentially go to the next step. Okay, awesome. So right now, obviously, we only see one step here, and that's why it shows complete. If I click on this, it's going to get messed up. So let's go ahead and fix all of that. Or actually, before I do that, if we wrote code correctly, right, then we should be able to complete and see an error. There we go. Nice. Great job. So you always want to test your code, not like a developer, but as a user, right? So now let's go back one page. I see all these errors here. I think it's coming from the class name. Okay, that's fine. Let's just go back to the multi-step. And we have this basic info step. So just click into this component. And then inside this component, first we need to import our magical hook. So let's go ahead and import this hook. And we're going to need to grab a couple things because inside this, we're going to need to do some form related stuff, right? So let's go ahead and grab that as well. Next, down here, I'm going to remove this and I'm going to render a div. And inside this div, I'm going to have another div. Okay. And this div is going to have a label and an input field. So let's go ahead and grab those as well. So I'm going to say label like this. So label, input, and then errors. Okay, now let's go ahead and one by one just import this. So label component, import it from our components folder. What's this? Okay, import label and inputs as well. And I see this error here. Okay, there we go. And then we also have to pass in the errors themselves. And these errors are going to be another state that it's just going to use our get step validation errors function. and it's going to validate all of this. Okay, so this one right here. So I'm going to say const errors equal get step validation errors, and it's just going to validate the basic info. Okay, so that should solve that error. Next, down here, we are going to need to destructure some values from the form data. So let's go ahead and just say the following, which is webinar name, description, date, time, and let's just destructure this. And I think this is already inside a use client tree, but I'm just going to put that in here anyway. Handle change is not defined. Obviously, it's not defined. I know, that's okay. So what we're going to do next is now create that handle change. So scroll up here, and I'm going to say handle change is going to get the event, which is going to be of this type. And essentially, we're going to call update basic info, pass in the name and the value. Okay, this is just some TypeScript stuff, so doesn't matter too much, but just go ahead and pass this, and that should solve your TypeScript error. And now if you open this up in full screen mode, you can actually see that webinar name. Okay, so if you hit complete, boom, it's going to throw the error, and it's going to show an error right here. Now, the reason why you see this flash here is because blur can actually not be faded in, okay? That means it can't be transparent. And motion.div's animation that we've set right now does that. So you don't even have to do this fade animation. You could, or you don't even have to do the transparent background. You can just use the solid, whatever design you like. I'm just following this because this is what my design says, okay? So that's what I'm going to be doing, but just wanted to point that out. If you want to improve it, feel free to. All right, we got to keep pushing through. We have so much more, so let's not waste any more time. So after this, down here, after the errors, we're going to need to show the next field. This is the description field. And I'd like for you to take this up as a challenge. So pause this video and try to build this next description field the exact same way we built this one. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you got the right answer. If you didn't, no worries. This is exactly what you should have done. So you have to have a div in here the exact same way that we had the previous one with space Y, like this, a label, and a text area, because this is a description. So great job if you made this architectural decision, okay? So the most important part here is these values. So please pause and make sure you type the exact same values, okay? And obviously, we're also rendering the errors at the bottom there. Now, next, I'm going to create two divs within each other. So after this, you want to hit enter, and you're going to create two divs within each other. So I'm going to close this div, and I'm going to close this div as well. And inside this div, I'm going to hit enter, and we're going to have another label that's going to have the webinar date. And this is going to need a popover component. So let's go ahead and import that. So after this, hit enter and say popover and import it. And then inside this, we need the popover trigger. And let's import this one as well. And then we need a button component. So I'm going to say button like this. And this is going to have the following styles and the variant. And then here, I'm going to pass in this calendar icon. And then we also need this format helper. And this format helper comes from datefn. Okay, datefns, I think that's what it's called. So let me see if I already have this installed. Okay, we do, awesome. Let's just bring that in. Nice, and I see some errors on top, that's just this, that's totally fine. So now after the popover trigger, we can essentially pass these, pass in the content. So after the trigger, hit enter, and you want to say popover content, and then you're going to have the calendar, and this is a different component. This is not from Lucid React, okay? This is from Shatsian UI. That would be hilarious. Imagine we just see a calendar icon there. So I'm going to import this, and then this is going to need the following props, okay? Everything else is pretty standard, so pause the screen and type this, but we need this handle date change, okay? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to scroll up top, okay? And I'm going to hit enter here. And first I'm going to say const handle date change equal to an arrow function like this that takes in the new date. And this is going to be of type date, or it's also going to be undefined. So I'm going to say undefined like this. And then inside this, we're going to essentially update the basic info field. So I'm going to update this like this and pass in the date. Next, I also need to check if date, and don't worry, I'm going to explain this in just a second. So if the new date exists, then we're going to create a new date in here. We're going to set its hours. And then we're going to check again, if this date is less than today, then obviously we need to throw an error, right? So you can show a toast message, whatever you want. I'm just going to just show a console error like this. You can also set the validation error, right? You could do that if you'd like as well. And so that's pretty much it. So what we're doing here is first, we're just validating the data to make sure that it's not in the past. That's literally all we're doing, okay? And if it is in the past, we're just gonna show some sort of an error. So maybe we should show validation error, and let's bring this in like that. Let's go up here and say set. Where do we get this validation error? Okay, so it looks like we haven't created that, so sorry about it. But sorry about that. But you could, or I thought we actually did at one point, but that's okay. All you have to do is just show a toast message. Okay, that will work as well. So I'm going to say toast.error, and I'm just going to show this toast message right here. Now go ahead and scroll down here, right after the calendar component, and then after this, you also want to show the errors, right? So we have the popover content, we're showing this stuff, but we also have to show the errors. So after the popover content, after the popover, hit enter and type in the errors. Now after this, you want to hit enter after this div, and we're going to create a div in here. And this is going to have a label for the webinar time. And we're going to have a div in here as well. So please pause the screen and type this with me. So inside this div, you want to give it the following class names, and then you want to create another div inside that. And this is going to have relative, flex like this. We're going to have a clock and an input, okay? And if I click on it, we're going to see an error actually. That's because we have a handler function. And so you're not going to be able to see it, or actually maybe we can see it. Let me just turn this off. And let's open it up and let's take a look. There we go. So now you can see that AM timer and even this timer. Okay, so let's go ahead and close this. And now I'm going to uncomment this as well. And all we're doing here is for the input, we're just going to pass in some properties. And then inside the select component, we're going to have the value set to the time format, and then an on value change as well. We'll get to this in a second. But then we need the select trigger for the AM PM, and that's pretty much it. Next, we also need the errors. So let's go ahead and hit enter after this div. Right here, hit enter and paste the errors. And then finally, we're going to need to finish up this function here. So I'm going to scroll up top. And in here, I'm going to say const handle time format change is going to be equal to this specific value, and it's going to update the info field. Okay, now let's scroll down here. All right, and then after the error, we have to show another field. So I'm going to hit enter here, and I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and it's just a way to upload some data. Okay, so I'm going to have a div. It's going to have the following class names, so please pause and type. Another div inside this for the upload button and the upload video, and then a button here for the file itself. And I'm just going to say this for now. Okay. Now, technically, let me just see. Yep. I don't really think we will be working with this, but you can upload a bunch of stuff if you want. Okay. So definitely work on it, make it look better. You guys know what I mean, right? Awesome. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my folder structure. I'm going to click into the index.tsx, and we're going to build the next component here, which is a CTA itself. Okay, so hit enter, and we're going to create another object here. And for this, we're going to need to pass in the ID CTA, title CTA, description, and another component. And for this one, we're going to need some other data that technically is needed for this. We'll see how far we can get without this, okay? So just go ahead, pause the screen, and type this out. So go ahead and copy the component name You're going to open up your folder structure, and inside this, you're going to create that file. You're going to paste it and say TSX, and then you're going to use the snippet, and you're going to paste this component name. Okay. Now, inside this component, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use our use webinar store, and let's bring this in. Awesome. And then the next thing we're going to do here is we're also going to destructure some data from the form data. Cool. And then finally, we're going to go down here and start building this component. But before that, I want to solve this error. So I'm going to go in here and import this. And we also need these assistants and the Stripe products, which is going to come from our props. So for now, I think we're going to need to just put in an array here and an array here as well, because obviously this data should probably be an array, right? So this should be fine for now. We'll get to this in just a second. And now, obviously, if you try to see the component itself, you won't be able to, right? Because all of this is required. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into our component here, and I'm just going to comment this out, okay? And that should, if I'm not wrong, it should render the second CTA. Okay, there we go. So this is how you can kind of hack your way through. Okay, so what I'm going to do next is inside this div, I'm going to actually first change this, and I'm going to create another div with some better styles. And then inside that, I'm going to create another div in here. And inside this div, we're going to have the first form field. Okay, so this is going to be a label with the paragraph and the errors. Very similar to what we did previously, but this time it's for the CTA label. So here's what I'm going to do, guys. I'm just going to speed up this process of installing and importing all of this, and then we'll continue. So next, we need the errors, and the errors are going to come from the get validation errors helper function. So up here, I'm just going to say const errors equal get validation errors like this, and that's going to give us all the errors we need. Now, this input field is going to need a handle change, and this is a very, very simple handler as well. So I'm just going to hit enter here. And all we're going to do is invoke the update CTA field. So we're going to just say update CTA field, pass a name and the value. Okay, this is pretty much the exact same thing that we did in the last component, right? So once that's done, the next thing is down here, we're going to create another div. And this div is for the tags. Okay, so after this one, hit enter, and we're going to say the following. So we're going to say div like this, label, input, and this is going to need some values as well. So we'll get this in just a second. But then we also have the placeholder and class name. And then in here, we are essentially rendering out the tags. And we'll get to this in just a second. But essentially, every customer that signs up onto this form for this webinar gets a tag attached to them. So this way, it's easier to filter out leads that come in through your funnels, or wherever they're signing up from, right? It's much easier. So this way you can also see in the future, you can search and filter out for leads for email marketing. So the next thing we're going to do is just fill this in. So the first one is the tag input. This is going to be a state itself. So I'm going to scroll up top. I'm going to say tag input, and I'm going to import this. And then the next one is the handler. So the handle add tag. And all that's going to do is we're going to say handle add tag. We're going to get an event. If it's enter, then, and the tag input has something, then we're going to prevent default. We're going to add the tag, and we're going to set the tag input to nothing. Okay. So this way we can kind of like save it essentially. That's what we're trying to do here. Okay. Awesome. Now let's scroll down here. And for the tags here, we're just going to render out the tags by rendering a div inside that .map, a div right here, and the tag itself, and then a button. Okay, and this uses the X icon from Lucid React. So let's grab that as well. And if you click on this, it essentially removes the tag. And the remove tag function has to come from our use webinar store. So now is a good time to go into our use webinar store. And now we can create that add tag and remove tag functions. So in here, I'm going to scroll down into our types first. There's so many things in this file. Okay, right here. And then we're going to need to store this. So at the bottom right around here, I'm just going to say add tag, and remove tag. And now we have to obviously build those in here as well. So I'm going to go all the way to the bottom, and I'm going to hit enter. And for the add tag, it's going to be like this. And I'm going to put this bracket in here. And inside this, we're essentially going to set. We're going to invoke this. Something looks incorrect here. We have the tag. Okay, set is already called here. Sorry about that, guys. So we're going to say const new CTA is everything inside the form data.cta, and this is dot tags. Okay, we're going to grab that. And then after this, we're going to say tags like this. And then inside this, after we put the tags, if there's nothing in here, then we're going to essentially put an empty array. And we're also going to need to pass this in. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to wrap this in this bracket like this, and then I'm going to say tag. Okay. Then down here, we don't need validation data. All we're going to do is we're going to return all of the form data, but okay, so it looks like I'm missing something here. Okay, so let's just break this down piece by piece because there's so many things happening in here. So the first thing I want to do is create new tags. So const new tags is equal to this. Then we're going to create the new CTA. So new CTA is going to be everything inside the form data, but the tags are going to be the new tags. Okay, so this is much more easier to read. So sometimes as developers, you might think you're writing good code. You might feel nice writing really complex code, when in reality, it's not good code because no one else can read it, right? So I don't know who I'm quoting, but anyone can, actually, I don't even know what it's the right quote, but essentially anyone can write, code. It's only someone who can write code, good developers can write code that other people can read. And so that's what you need to focus on, okay? If something looks complex and you feel nice about it, it's probably not good code almost every time. So focus on breaking it up, okay? All right, next, we need the remove tags. I'm going to get that one as well. And this one is going to do the following. So I'm just going to copy this because we've already done the add tag. And this is going to look just like this, very similar to the previous one, except if we're going to say in here, we're going to filter it for that specific tag, okay? And then we're going to create the new CTA and return that data. So now we can go back here and we can use that remove tag and add tag. Okay, so there we go. We're using the remove tag. After this, you want to go down here and you want to hit enter after this div. And now we have to create the CTA type. Okay, so in here, I'm going to create another div and I'm going to just import all of this together. And then I'm going to have a label for this, the tabs for this, and we're going to have tabs trigger. This triggers book a call CTA and the buy now CTA. Okay, and obviously this is going to need a handle change. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll up here and I'm going to say const handle select CTA type. It's just going to call that CTA function, pass in the CTA type and the value. Okay, now let's scroll down to our tags. Okay, and the next thing we need is our agent based on the type, the CTA type that was selected, or if we need, we can just show Stripe products. Also, just to show you what it looks like when you're trying to create these tags, you can put a tag in here, just say test tag, and hit enter, and that's going to create a tag for you. And you can clear the tag by clicking on the X. So I just took a look at this, guys. Inside our types for the validate CTA, it looks like the AI agent and any of the CTA related information is actually not required here, right? So I think we're good to go. We don't need to build out the CTA stuff right now. And obviously, if we do need to, we'll get that. But just want to let you know that we're good. And the reason is because we built it in such a way that it doesn't block us. Next, go ahead and inside this folder structure right here, we're going to create the additional information step. Okay, so first let's go into our index page And inside the index page, now we need to provide this info in here as well. So I'm going to quickly copy this one. And after this object, we're going to place this third object, which is additional info step. Okay. And obviously, just like usual, I'm going to just comment this out so we can see this for now. Okay. And now copy this title, and inside the folder structure, I'm going to create another file and call it TSX. And then let's just use a snippet and let's rename this title. Now I'm going to go back and just import this component. Okay, and that shouldn't throw any errors. And now if I click on it, I can see additional info. Awesome. So now inside this additional info component, first thing we need to do is we need to get all our information from the store. So I'm going to grab that right here, and I'm going to import this. And I'm also going to mark this component as a use client component. And then down here, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to have another div, and this div is going to have the following styles. Okay, so you want to put this div like this, and inside that you're going to have one more div, and this div is going to have this style as well. And inside this, we're going to have a label, right? And this is just called lock chat for now. And I'm going to import this label as well. It has a paragraph to just show what it is, right? Something like that. And after this, we're going to have a switch component. And this switch component comes from Shatsian UI. So I'm just going to bring it in. Actually, it's going to be after this div, guys. Okay. And then let's go ahead and import switch from components. And then we have to pass in these values. Okay. So the lock chat essentially comes from our form data. So we need to extract that data here. So I'm going to extract all of the information that we require. And then let's go down here, and that should solve that error. The next one is we need to pass in a handler. So let's go ahead and build that handler. This is also very straightforward. So I'd like for you to take this up as a challenge. So I've showed you how to build the handlers for all of our other values, right? The other form fields. So go ahead and build the handler for the handle toggle lock chat, just as such. Okay, pause this video and do it. If you don't know how to do it, I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. Okay, so hopefully you got the right answer. If you did not get this, then I'm sorry, you didn't understand what we were doing, okay? It's very straightforward. You just have to call the update handler and just pass in the type. Next, you're going to scroll down, and after this div, you're going to hit enter, and you're going to create another div here. And this is a container for another element, right? So we're going to need another label. So a div first, another div inside it, label and paragraph, and then we're going to have a switch component. And obviously, let's also go ahead and create the toggle handler for this coupon enabled. So I'm going to scroll up top here, and I'm going to paste this same exact thing. We're just going to pass in the value, and this is the most important part. Okay, so let's scroll back down, and now after this div, you're going to hit enter. And you're going to check if the coupon is enabled. And if it is, then we're going to just render out an input field for them to put it. Okay, so that's going to look like this: coupon enabled, true, return a div with an input field with all of these props. So the value, the on change, and some styles and placeholder. And then the errors. And then finally, we're going to show an info at the bottom here that says this coupon code can be used to promote a sale. Okay, so where do we get these errors from? We're going to go ahead and create a validation state, just like what we did previously. So I want to go in here, and you want to say errors equal to get validation errors. You want to invoke that and pass in additional info. Now, you could also, like I said, pass this inside a use memo, memoize the values so that every time the value changes, you can essentially invoke that, right? But this will fire on every render, so it's still going to. But I think the best way is to pass these inside a use effect or a use memo and then cache those values, okay? So there we go. Now this page is also completed. It looks sort of like this. If you lock chat, nice. If you open coupon code, okay. So a handle coupon code is not created. So we have to obviously create that one as well. So let's scroll up top here. And after this one, I'm going to say coupon code just like this, pass in the value and the title. So now if you turn this on, CN is undefined. We forgot to import CN as well. It's just hiding in there. Let's make sure I don't have to do that once more. Okay. And now if we turn this on, there we go. Now we see the coupon code. We see the message here, and you can put the coupon code inside. Okay, great job. So next, you want to go back to our component, the index component in here. And I'm just going to uncomment all of this and just see what we can do, right? So let's go in here, uncomment, and this one needs an array. That's okay. Okay, so we need to accept these values, or actually, because we're not rendering that, it shouldn't be an issue. So let's see how it works first of all. So this is the modal, and let's go ahead and just say MOCHI, okay? And for a description, now these are firing on change because remember, we had those values, we had the validation handler inside the file. So it's going to invoke every single render, right? Which is fine. A lot of you guys like it to fire on change. Some like to do it on complete, so up to you. You can also fire this when the button is clicked. So what I'm going to do next is description. So the best course coming soon. And just so you guys know, our first ever premium course is under construction, okay? It is the best SaaS course you will ever find on the internet with a project so good that it's almost unbelievable, okay? And even we are having a hard time building it because of how many features are inside this application. So if you are a SaaS business owner or a SaaS developer and you're ready to essentially build something on a whole different level, then there is a waitlist inside the description. If you click on that link, it'll take us to our website, or you can just go to webprodigies.com. You're going to find the waitlist. You can sign up, and then when it launches, there's going to be a launch bonus discount, okay? Or maybe some sort of a launch period bonus. And only those who are part of the waitlist can access that because you'll be sent an email, okay? So make sure that you join the waitlist so that way you at least have the option, the opportunity to grab that when it comes, okay? Awesome. So now let's go ahead and select a date. I'm just going to select tomorrow's date and a time as well. So I'm just going to set this to 11 or 10, that's fine. And I'm going to set it to 10 a.m. And let's hit next. Boom, there we go. It took us to the next page, and I'm just going to put a CTA label. So I'm just going to say maybe book a call with our team. And for tags, I'm just going to add something in here for now. So I added MOCHI. Now if I hit next, hopefully this error handler, okay, there we go, nice. And now you can also check this off, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave these as is and click on complete. And let's see if it fires that. Okay, so it did save it in the database, and we can actually just verify that, obviously. So let's just go ahead and take a look at it. So I opened up the terminal, and you can see the basic form data, CTA data, and additional data in here. So this looks good so far, and it also created this ID for me. So I think it is working. And now let's also go into Prisma Studio and take a look at that as well. There we go. So now you see the call being made and the data being saved inside the database. Now that we have created webinars, let's go ahead and try to render those webinars out. So open up your folder structure and you want to scroll up here. I'm just going to shrink everything for now. And I'm going to go into app. And inside this, we have our protected routes. And inside the protected routes, we're going to create that webinars page. So create a new folder. We're going to call this webinars like this. And inside that, you want to have a page.tsx. And inside this, I'm going to render a snippet, and I'm just going to change the title. Next, we're also going to need a layout page. So inside this webinars page, this layout is good enough because I think we're already doing a bunch of stuff in here. Yeah, so this should be fine. So what we can do now is you want to essentially wrap these children items inside another div. Okay, so just put it inside a div like this, and that way it kind of has a much better layout. Now go into your webinars page.tsx and just please follow through with me. We're going to essentially be building the webinar section. And just for info, this is pretty much what it looks like. So it's going to have all the webinars load like this. Okay, so let's go ahead and build this out. So the first thing you want to do is we're going to remove this. We're going to render tabs, and I'm going to import tabs. And this is also going to have a page header. And this page header is another custom component that we need to create. So I'm just going to pass it in for now. It's called page header, just like this. And this also requires some props like left, main, right icon, stuff like that. So I'm just going to import these icons, okay? And let's go ahead and import this one as well. Okay, it's not, the lead icon is from our folder. Sorry about that. That's why it's not installing. And there you go. So just to cross check, this one, webcam should be from Lucid React. Home icon should be from the actually home icon. Let's grab it from our new custom icons folder. Okay. There we go. And then we have the lead icon, which comes from the icons folder as well. There we go. Okay, nice. So now we can copy this title and let's go ahead and quickly just create this page header. So inside components, inside reusable, inside layouts, or actually inside reusable itself, it's fine. You want to create another folder in here and you're going to call this page header. And inside that, you want an index.tsx, and let's return a snippet like this. And inside this component, first we're going to have a div. So I'm going to quickly remove this div and pass in this div like this. Nice. And before this also, we need to import it so it doesn't throw any errors. So let's go back and let's import this page header component. And obviously the props are not accepting right now, and that's why we're seeing these errors. But if you click on the webinars page, this should render out the webinars page just like this, okay? And now you should be able to move back and forth between these pages. So inside the page header itself, first thing we're going to do is we're going to accept those props. So let's go ahead and grab the heading, the main icon, the left, and all of these props. So pause the screen and type these out. And then obviously we need to destructure and grab all of those values. So I'm going to destructure it just like this. And now inside this div, we're going to have another div. And this div is going to have a paragraph to show the heading itself. Okay, so I'm going to show the heading and boom, there you go. It shows on the screen. And then we're going to render out the icon itself. So after this paragraph, hit enter and you're going to say div. And this is the purple icon. And this purple icon comes from our custom purple icon folder, remember? So we're just going to go up top and import the purple icon component. And let's actually move this on top here. It looks like there is no module. Let me make sure I have this, guys. Okay, I just needed to change the folder, and folder is all I needed to change, and that's pretty much it. So I need to import it from our purple icon folder. And then let's scroll down here. And just like this, now we have this beautiful icon on the right side, right? Take a look at this. We spent so much time perfecting this design. So there you go. So now you have that icon. Next, after the purple icon, you're going to find two divs, hit enter, and then you finally want to say div, just like this. And this div is going to have another div inside it and another div below it. And these are the following class names for that as well. And in the second div, we're going to render out the children elements. And inside the first div, we're going to render out a search and an input. This is just a placeholder for now. It doesn't really matter. You pretty much don't even need it. But I just put it in there so it looks nicer. Okay, so you can maybe in the future search for webinars. And there is a component, if you go inside Shatsian UI, let me show you this. So there is a component called command. Now, even though this isn't the way to use it, because this is a command component, that means you can put a command here, right? This is an optimized search feature that has a really nice algorithm already built for you. And so I'm doing this in my own SaaS companies as well. Of course, they're all in stealth mode, but you can essentially search for something, and it does client-side rendering and fetches those, and pretty much gets you the data instantly with the algorithm. So you could use that component to improve the search functionality here. Okay, so now that we're done with this, let's go ahead and close this page header, and let's go back to our webinars page in page.tsx. And then next we have to show the tabs list. So inside the page header, sorry, you're going to hit enter, and you're going to put the tabs list like this. And this tabs list is going to have the following class names. It's going to have a trigger first. So I'm going to put trigger, and it's going to say all. There you go. You can see it in here. Obviously, because I'm on Windows, it shows this ugly scroll thing, but that's fine. You can remove it with some CSS, okay? And then we're going to have the tabs trigger itself, upcoming, and then ended. So you can use these values to essentially tweak them as well. So based on what user clicks, you can show relevant data, okay? So after the tabs list, now we need to show custom tab content. So after page header, you want to hit enter, and then we're going to create the first tab content, and this one is for all. So I'm going to say all, and now we have to render the webinars. So where do we get the webinars themselves? So we're going to scroll up top all the way to the top of the file, and this is going to become an async component. So I'm just going to say async, okay? And we essentially first need to authenticate the user, right? Remember I told you you need to authenticate on every page. Even if I don't do it, you have to. So you want to call on authenticated user, and you want to check if there's no user, redirect them to the sign-in or the landing page, okay? And down here, I'm also going to quickly import table content. We'll get to this in just a second, guys. Don't worry about it. So let's scroll back up. And now that we're done with the search, the next one is to get the webinar based on the user's ID, okay? So that's going to look like this. Webinars equal await get webinars by presenter ID with this ID itself. Now let's go ahead, open up actions, and go into webinars. And we only have the create webinar. So I'm going to scroll down here. And then we're going to create this export get webinar by ID is going to be an async arrow function. And this is going to need the presenter ID. So let's bring that in as well. And in here, we're going to have a try catch block. And in here, we're going to say prisma.webinar.findMany for this specific person. And we're going to include the presenter. And actually, for this presenter, I want more from this as well. So I'm going to get select. And I want the name. I want not image. This is ID. And we also want the subscription. So we can leave out the email. We don't need this. I'm just going to say Stripe Connect ID, okay? And if you don't know what this is, guys, don't worry about it. Essentially, in the future, we are going to have the ability to connect Stripe products in here, okay? Or to connect Stripe links. And so for that, we're going to need Stripe Connect in the future, not right now, okay? And so that's why we need to essentially bring this value. So based on that, we can render out elements. Next, in here, this should be good to go. And now we can go back here and quickly import this, okay? And next, let's scroll down here. And so essentially what we're doing is refreshing the webinars, and it looks like this. It's an array of all these responses. And then we're just looping over them and rendering them out, okay? So make sure you pause the screen and type these styles for these properties. So essentially for the tabs content for all, we have this class name, and we're checking if the webinar's length is greater than 0. And if it is, we're going to render a custom component called webinar card. If not, we're going to render a div saying no content. Very straightforward. So let's go ahead and copy this webinar name, open up our folder structure. We want to scroll down to components. Actually, this is a component native to this route. So I'm going to create an underscore, if it would let me, underscore components folder in here. And inside that, I'm going to create the TSX file for this component and just change the title as well. Now, inside this has to accept the webinar itself. And this comes from Prisma client. So let's bring that in as well. And down here, I'm going to destructure and grab this value. Now, let's go back and let's import the webinar card so it doesn't scream at me anymore. And we also have to import the type for our webinar right here. So now we have one webinar and it's rendering that one webinar. Okay, nice. So I think you already see where this is going, right? If you watched this channel for quite some time, you're probably already 10 steps ahead and you probably already rendered this. And in fact, I'd probably tell you to take that up as a challenge. Or if you use AI, just ask AI to build something for you, right? Speed it up. Like, I recommend you do this stuff. I want you guys to do this. I want you to get better. I don't want you to still type everything. So, all right. But unfortunately, I know that not everybody's there. Some of you guys are just web developers who just want to learn coding. Some of you guys are genuinely serious about making money and you're in the next stage. I understand that. And so I'm trying to address to all of you. Okay. So let's create this div. And then inside this div, we're going to have a link. And this link is essentially going to take the user to a specific image called thumbnail. So let's go ahead and say link like this. It's not going to take the user to that. It's just, it has a link around it that takes them to the live webinar and it shows an image inside it. Okay, that's what I meant. So just like this. And now let's import the next image as well. And it shows a dark thumbnail. So you can get all of this from the Discord, obviously. It's just a thumbnail to show something like this. Now, obviously, you can just build this, right? So you can get a very crisp image, but I'm trying to save some time here. So once that's done, we're going to have another div after this link. So hit enter. We're going to render out a div in here. And this div is going to have another link element. So let's render out a link for this as well. And this is, it's going to have live webinar inside this. Okay. This is the link. That's what I meant. And then the class name for it as well. Now this is going to have the title and the description. So let's bring in title and description. So Mochi, the best course coming soon. Nice. And then we're going to have a div, which is a wrapper. So I'm going to copy this. And after this div, hit enter. You're going to say div like this. And inside this, you're going to render another div with a calendar component to show the date. So I'm going to say div with the class name, another div inside, like I said. You're going to have the calendar, and this is not from Lucid React. This is from our components. And you're going to have this format function from datefns, okay? And this, oh, sorry guys, this calendar is actually, it's not a selection calendar, it's the icon. So let's go down here, and the calendar comes from Lucid React. So let's go ahead and import Lucid React, and that should solve our bug. And now you should see this calendar here. Okay, great job. And obviously, if you click onto it, it's going to take you into a different page. That's fine for now. But there we go. That's all we had to do. Okay, next. So after this link, hit enter. And now we're going to show a pipeline icon. Okay, so to make it easier for them to access the pipeline, which is essentially a way to keep track of their leads, we're just going to show an icon here. Okay. And obviously you can create another page, but I just put it in here because every pipeline falls under a specific webinar. You get what I'm saying? So unless you have a webinar details page, unless you have something like that, you need to essentially put it in here because it falls under this. Okay, so that's it. We're done with this webinar card. And now as many cards, as many webinars that you create, they're just going to render out in here, right? Very straightforward. So let's go back. And I would like for you to take this up as a challenge. So I just showed you how to create all webinars and render them inside the tabs content inside the page.tsx. So your challenge is going to be to create the upcoming and ended webinars as well. Now you will not have the solution, not even in the premium version, because it is just a waste of time, okay? You honestly don't even need that section. If I were you, I would just remove this and move forward with this. And so go ahead and just remove this if you choose not to, render the upcoming and ended webinars because the date already says here, okay? This is how you decide what's MVP and what's not. All right, and that wraps up the webinars page as well. So now let's move on to the next section. So the first thing you're going to do is inside your folder structure, you're going to create another route. This is a dynamic route. And inside this, you're going to say webinar ID. And inside this webinar ID, you're going to put a page.tsx. So this way, when we click on this component, we can see something. So if I click on this, it should take me into, actually, sorry guys, this is the live webinar, and this is the pipelines page. So if you click on this one, it's going to take you into this specific pipeline page, okay? So inside this page itself, what we're going to do is, or let's do this instead. So because there's no clear understanding as to what this is, in this page, all we're going to do is I'm going to remove this and I'm going to redirect the user to the pipelines, to the webinars itself. Okay, so I'm going to say redirect like this, and we're just going to send them to the webinars page. Okay, so let's remove these props so we don't get any TypeScript errors, and we don't need React anymore. Okay, awesome. So now if you try to access the webinars page itself like this, it is going to, let's see what's going on. Okay, so the error is right here. So this should be webinars, okay? And this is fine. So that's why it was not sending us to the right page. So now if you click on the webinars, it's going to take you into the correct page. But if you remove this pipeline, it's going to send you back to the webinars page. Okay, let's just see that in action. There we go. Awesome. So let's go back into the webinar page.tsx. And inside this folder, inside the dynamic folder, you're going to create another route in here called pipeline. Okay. And inside this, obviously, you need a page.tsx. Now let's go ahead and let's use tsrafce. And I'm just going to leave this as page. That's fine. Now, here's something that was newly added to Nextjs, which is all props are now essentially a promise. Okay, so that means this has to be awaited. So keep that in mind. All right, so I'm going to remove this stuff right here. We'll do this piece by piece. And so now that you have the props, you have to await these props. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say webinar ID is await params. And then after that, we have to essentially get all of the attendance for this because this is the pipeline section, right? So this way we can show some data for all of the attendees of the webinar. And the next thing I'm going to do down here is I'm going to return a div like this. And I think we have to put a bracket, but it just does not want to do that for me. Okay, there we go. And inside this div, we're going to use our page header component. So I'm going to say page header. I'm going to use the lead icon, this one, and the home icon as well. Okay. And now you should see this component show up here. Awesome. And then after the page header, we're going to hit enter. And then inside here, we're going to have a div. And this div is going to essentially loop over pipeline data, which we're going to get in just a second. And it's going to render out a pipeline layout. Okay, this is going to have all of the column related data, the users, tags, whatever data it needs to render out those swim lanes and the cards. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab that. So go ahead and scroll up top here, and I'm going to create a server action, and this is called get webinar attendance. Okay, and in order to create this, I'm going to open up my folder. Inside here, I'm going to create attendance. .TypeScript, and inside this I'm going to change this to use server, and then I'm going to essentially create the server action in here. Okay, so I'm going to say const get webinar attendance is equal to an async function, and this requires a couple props. So let's first pretty much remove this, and let's pass in those props. These are not props, guys, sorry. I'm so tired of I'm so used to saying props, but these are not props. These are arguments, okay? And so essentially, we're going to grab these values here, webinar ID, and the options. And down here, we're going to have a try catch. Okay? And then inside this, we're going to have a call made to Prisma or to a database to get the webinar's attendees. Okay, so all we're going to do is say Prisma client.webinar.find unique for this webinar, select all of this info, so pause the screen and type this, and return it to me. That's what we're doing. Okay, now if there's no webinar, we're going to say, hey, there is no webinar, so return 44. Okay, and if everything exists, then we're going to get the attendance count by the type, okay, in one single query. And so how do we do that? Well, we're going to say attendance counts equal await Prisma client attendance group by this type, okay? And then we're going to group it by this specific webinar ID, and we're going to say count that type. That's it. And you'll see where we're going to be using that data. Next, we're going to initialize the results structure. So I'm going to say const result like this is equal to this attendance type enum. And we have this thing called attendance data here. And this is a custom type that we need to create. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll down here into types. And at the bottom of this file, I'm just going to say attendance data is going to be of this type with user. And we're going to say attendee like this. And this attendee comes from Prisma. So import that. Okay. Now let's go back up here. And now we can import this type here. And that should solve that error. Okay. Nice. So after this, we're going to essentially create a for loop. Okay. And this process counts. I mean, it's essentially a way to, I'll show you what we're doing because I think it's easier that way. And that way we can just follow through with it, right? Okay, so essentially what we're doing here, guys, is we're getting all this data back, right? So this one right here. And we need to process all of the data that we're receiving, and we need to store it inside result. And so that's what we're going to be doing right now. Okay, so we're going to process all of these results. So the first thing is I'm going to say const type of object.values attendance type like this. And inside this, actually, we're not going to type this. It's just auto type for me. Sorry about that. Inside this curly bracket down here, we're going to say the following. So if the type is attendance type dot add to cart and the webinar CTA is equal to the CTA enum book a call, right? Then we're going to continue. So we're going to skip these, skip the add to cart for book a call webinars. Okay. And then after that, down here, we're just formatting it. All right, that's pretty much it. Nothing too crazy. So if the attendance type data is like breakout room and the webinar CTA is not equal to book a call, then we're going to continue here as well. But we're going to find the count for a specific type, which is this. So we're going to say count item equal to attendance type, attendance count dot find. And inside this, we're going to say if the webinar.cta type is book a call and the attendance is breakout room and the attendance is also add to cart, then we're going to return true. So we're essentially creating all those tickets and that whole structure, that whole data structure. Okay. And finally, after this, we're going to return the attendance, a Boolean here. Okay. Now, at the bottom here, we're going to initialize this data. So we're going to say initialize with the count, but empty users array, right? So result at type equal to this object. We're just going to pass in all the count and the users. Now, after this curly bracket, hit enter. And now we're going to fetch the user. We're going to fetch the user data only if it was requested. Okay. So if options dot, so if this was passed in through the parameters right here, then down here, what we're going to do is we're going to first have another for loop. And now we're going to say if the attendance type is add to cart and CTA is book a call, or attendance is breakout room and their CTA is not equal to book a call, then we're going to continue. And then next, we're going to create something called query type. And this helps to get the attendance type up so we can query. Okay. And we're essentially going to map over the breakout room. So map breakout room to add to cart for our database. Okay. So just keep pushing through. This is just accumulating data. It doesn't really matter. So here we're just going to say if it's equal to book a call and type is attendance type dot breakout room, then we're going to return add to cart. Okay. If not, we'll return the type that we already have stored. Now, the next thing is if this result at the type.count is greater than 0. So that means we're only going to fetch those users if they have, or if they have an attendance of this type, right? So for that, we have to check first if the results count is greater than 0. And if so, then we're going to get their attendance data. So attendances equal to Prisma client dot attendance dot find many for this specific webinar ID and the attendance type. We're going to include the users, and we're going to take we're going to essentially limit the number of users that are returned, and we're also going to get them in descending order. Okay. Then finally, right here, so after this bracket, you want to say results at type.users equal attendance.map. And in here, I'm just going to close up this bracket. So just give me a moment. Okay. And in here, we're going to return the following data. So I'm going to say ID, attendance, username, just like this. And then finally, we need the Stripe connected ID as well. So I'm going to grab that too. And then we also need the call status. So let's grab that as well. Okay, awesome. Cool. Next, we need to revalidate the path. So I'm going to call revalidate after this purple bracket. So revalidate path webinars / this webinar ID / pipelines. Okay, awesome. And then finally, we're going to return all of the data. Phew, that was a lot of stuff, right? Don't worry about it. It's just part of the game, okay? And this is the only way we could accumulate all of the pipeline related data in the shortest way, okay? Next, if there's an error, I'm just going to return error, say success false, and return console a message as well. So now let's go back and let's import our attendance, get webinar attendance. It looks like it did not let me type this. Okay, we forgot to export it. Okay, great. So export, get webinar attendance, and now we can import that one in here. Okay, so now we have the data. So pipeline data now can potentially be empty. So if there's no pipeline data, we're going to essentially return no pipelines found. And if there is, obviously, we're going to render that out. I also see some errors here. Let's see what this is. Okay, so this says that you can't have this call happen here, okay, which is the revalidate path. It cannot happen on a render. This can only happen if you are, I mean, it has to be outside of the render. So if you comment this out, that should work. Let's just refresh. So it says pipeline's layout is not defined. Let's go back real quick. And obviously it's not defined, but if you comment this out, and if you render this, ECMAScript error, okay, we're just getting a bunch. Give me a second. Okay, so now you're not going to see that error anymore, okay? And I think the fetch here anyway is not cached or anything. So because I think it fetches new data every time. That's the new Nextjs 15 pattern, I believe so, right? So we're good to go. So now I just commented this out so you can see that we're not seeing that error. And now obviously we need to go ahead and create the pipeline layouts. Now for just a few moments, we can't see any data on the screen, okay? Because we don't have anything. But just to give you an idea, it's going to look something like this, okay? With all the pipeline data and a few tickets inside. Maybe we might not have the background colors because I think I didn't actually put that in, but it's going to look very similar to something like this. So let's go ahead and let's shrink this. Let's grab our cursor, okay? And now let's build out this component. So copy this title. You want to go into the components folder under the pipelines folder, and I'm going to create this. Okay, there we go. That's our components folder. And then we're going to have the pipeline layout.tsx, and let's return a file in here. And now inside this, we're going to have all of the values from our props. So let's bring that in. And we need the following. So let's grab that. And this is attendee. So let's bring in our Prisma client type. And then let's go ahead and let's destructure all these values. And then in here, we're going to have a div. Actually, first, solve this error. Let's go back here. Let's import this. Okay, so now that doesn't throw those errors. And we also have to complete this. So let's not jump too far. Let's just complete this real quick. So for the enum, let's import it from Prisma client. And for this format column title, we're going to create a helper function. Okay, and this is going to be inside our utils file, or you can also put it in here. That's fine too. And I think this was supposed to be utils Okay, so I spelt it incorrect. Okay, there you go. So now we have this type here, and we just imported it. And then this is just going to format the column titles itself. So let's copy this. Let's go in here. And now we can import all of the pipelines. So now we have a couple pipeline stages, right? But it's going to render like this because we don't have the components themselves. So let's go ahead and grab that as well. So inside the pipeline layout itself, you're going to first have a div. And this div is going to have the following styles. And we're going to have another div inside this with the title and the count that we received. So I'm going to say badge like this from components UI badge, just to put some design here. And there you go. So it says 0. So that's why we're doing all of the accumulation stuff, right? And we have the title as well. Now down here, we need to render out the cards themselves, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit enter, and I'm going to say div with this style, and then the users, we're going to map over them, and we're going to render out a component called user info card, okay? And this comes from our reusable components. So let's shrink all of this, open source, components, reusable, and let's create another folder. I totally messed up. Let me do this once more. Okay, and now we're going to put in the user info card in here. So let's do user info card. And okay, so it looks like it already exists. Huh. Okay, it does exist. And the reason why it does is because we built this on the home page. So totally sorry, I forgot about that. So let's import the user info card. And now obviously we don't see anything, right? We can't see some data. So let me see if I can figure out a way to put some data in here. Okay, there we go. So your boy always has something up his sleeve, man. So I just created some mock data. You don't need this, it's fine, but I just went ahead and create some mock data, and I can now render them right in here. Awesome, right? So we have the structure good to go. Just a few more improvements, obviously. You can take a look at the design, right? You can maybe make the tags smaller, give some background color here, maybe change a couple things, but that's very simple. I don't think you guys are such newbies. Okay, I think you're better. So you guys can probably improve that design as well. So that's it. So now we can render out all of this data from our components. So I'm going to redo this. So undo whatever I just pasted. And that pretty much brings us to the end of the pipelines page as well. So now we're going to be working on the leads page. And the leads page is essentially going to show us all the people who registered for our webinar. So inside your protected routes, go ahead and create another page, and you want to call this lead. And then inside this, you want to create another page, call it page.tsx, and then let's go ahead and return a snippet. Now inside this, it's a very, very simple component actually. We're just going to have a div, okay? And then we're going to need our page header, so let's bring that in as well. Now let's import all of these. Okay, and then after the page header, we're going to have the table elements. So first, we need table. So let's bring in the table. And this comes from our components folder, right? Let's make sure. Why do I not see it? Okay, that's because it's coming from Lucid React. So glad I took a look at that. This has to come from our components UI. Next, we're going to have the table header. These are all essentially the columned headers, right? The titles. So we have header, we have a row, we have a head, and then we have name, email, phone number, tags. That's it. Very straightforward. And then for the table body, down here under table head, we're essentially going to render out all of the table body elements. So hit enter after table header. And this is going to have table body, sorry. And we're going to get this lead data, right? And we're going to map over them. And for each of them, we're going to render out a table cell with all of these. So email, phone, and a badge icon. Okay, and this badge actually comes from components, and that's it. Now, where do we get this lead data from? So right now, obviously, we don't have any lead data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a test folder, And inside this, just like how we did previously, I'm going to create a data.typescript. And I can essentially put all of the mock data for these leads inside this, okay? So you don't need this because it's very straightforward. You can just see what it looks like in the browser. So let's go ahead and go right here. Let's click on leads page. And now we need to import leads data. So let's go ahead and import that. And there you go. So now you can see all of your lead information. And that pretty much brings us to the end of the leads page. So let's take a look at the next section now. Now let's go ahead and build the settings page. So inside your app folder, inside protected routes, go ahead and create another page in here called settings. And inside this, you want to create a page.tsx. Now let's go ahead and return a component like this. And now let's begin constructing this page. So first, let's click on the settings page to make sure it loads correctly. Awesome. And now let's change this to show a div. And inside this div, we're going to have an h1 tag. And essentially, all we need in here for now is the ability for the user to connect their Stripe account. So I'm going to put a header called payment integrations. Now you can also use our payment header. Our pretty much the header that we built, right? The section header. You can use that one if you'd like, but I'm just going to use a h1 right here. Next, I'm going to have a div like this, and this div is going to have another div inside of it. And this is going to have one more final div inside this as well. And this is going to have the following colors inside this to kind of show an icon like this. And then we're going to have an SVG, okay? So you can essentially you can make your own if you'd like, but I'm just going to go ahead and paste an SVG that I found here. And this is going to show a star. So feel free to just show star icon, okay? You can get that from Lucid React. Now the next thing is after this SVG, we have a div. You want to hit enter. And then now you want to put another div in here that has an H2 called Stripe Connect. And then after that, we're essentially showing a paragraph that says connect your Stripe and stuff like this. So now if you expand this, there you go. Okay, awesome. Next, you want to go down here. And after this div, you want to hit enter. So second div, hit enter. And then you want to provide another div below this. And this div is going to have one more container div inside it. So let's get that as well. And then finally, we're going to check if the user has already connected their data. Now, this is something we're going to get from our database, and we'll get that in just a second. But let's go ahead and just render out that state first. So we're going to say is connected if it's true, render out the Lucid alert, the Lucid check circle. If not, show the alert circle. Now, where do we get these states from? Let's scroll up top, and let's make the call here. So first, we have to see if the user exists. So I'm going to say on authenticated user, get the user itself. If the user doesn't exist, I'm just going to redirect them to the sign-in page for now. And then after this, is connected is a state I'm just going to store by saying if user.user.stripe connected ID, and that's going to be stored inside this. Finally, if you scroll down here, this should not throw any errors. Okay, the reason why it's throwing errors is because this needs to become an async component. So there we go. And now you can see that component right here. Next, right below this icon that we just created, we're going to have another div. So hit enter, and you're going to say if it is created or connected, show this data. If not, show this other paragraph. Okay, so there you go. It says your Stripe account is not connected yet. Connect your Stripe to start processing payments. Next, after the third div here, you want to hit enter. And you're going to create another div just like this. And this div is going to have another div inside here saying is connected. And we're just going to say like some information in here saying you can connect anytime and you'll be redirected to Stripe. And then once that's done, we're going to have a link right below this div. So hit enter, and we're going to create a link component. And this link comes from next link. And obviously we need to pass in the Stripe link, which we don't have for now, but I'm just going to comment this out. And then let's go ahead and bring in the Lucid arrow right icon. Now this needs an href. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to re-import this, and I'm just going to put a hashtag. And there we go. So now we can see the connect Stripe button. And so what we need to do on this page is essentially establish a connection with Stripe so that when the user clicks on that button, it takes them to the Stripe Connect hosted page. And then we will essentially get a webhook or some sort of way to connect that into our application, which again, we'll focus on later on. So go ahead and put a note here. And I'm going to say to do, add the Stripe link. Awesome. Now, after this div, you want to hit enter. And we're going to first check if the user has connected. And if they have connected, then we're going to render out the following. So it looks like there are some typing errors. Let me just fix this real quick. Okay, there we go. And so we're going to first render out a div here. So let's render that div. Awesome. And now inside this div, we're going to render out an h3 tag that says why connect Stripe. And then I'm just going to provide some data in here just to sugarcoat our design. That's pretty much it. Okay. So you can, feel free to stop right here. You don't have to go past this, but I'm just going to create a little more just to make it look nicer. Now go ahead and scroll up top here. And by the way, just for your information, Stripe will always change their documentation. Okay, this is just how Stripe is because they're always building a better product. And so at the time you're watching this video, yes, it might have changed. And so it's your responsibility to always look at what Stripe is doing. Okay, they change their endpoints, they change a bunch of stuff, which is kind of breaking a lot of applications right now. And so please make sure to update your other SaaS companies if you need to, all the other code bases as well. But just for your info that if you're building this with us and the thing, everything looks different, well, then take a look at the documentation and build alongside. So in order to create the Stripe link, I'm going to use a helper function called getStripeOAuth link. And this comes from our libs folder. So I'm going to scroll down here. And inside libs, I'm going to open this up. I'm going to find utils. And inside this component, actually, what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to create another folder called a Stripe. And inside this, I'm going to have utils. And then in here, I'm going to paste this link. Now, please pause the screen and type this out. At the moment, this is the current Stripe Connect link. And so all you have to do is pass this link and then a couple more credentials, which we're going to grab in just a second. And then once that's done, you can now import this into your component. So let's go back here and let's bring the getStripeOAuth link. And that's pretty much it. Now, finally, let's scroll down here and we need to replace this Stripe link with the Stripe link that we just created. And obviously, if you click on this, you're going to see some errors. And that's because we don't have a client ID. And so let's go ahead and set up Stripe into our application. Right now, go ahead and create an account on stripe.com, log in, and then click on the developer tab at the bottom. Now, these are pretty much production keys. So I want you to be very careful with this. In fact, I will be deleting this myself. Okay. So the first thing you want to do is click into API, click on publishable key, and you're going to open up your .environment file. And inside this, if you already copied the code from the Discord, you will essentially have this done for you. But all you have to do is just paste the key for now. And then you're going to set a value here. So I'm going to say next public Stripe publishable key. And please do not make any errors with this. I'm going to say this once more. If you make errors, it's going to be almost impossible to debug. Okay, so please type this as is. And once you have the Stripe publishable key, we also need the Stripe secret key. So inside API keys, you have to click on create secret key, and that's going to give you something like this. Now, this is a slightly newer approach. So click on build your own, and obviously be very careful with this. And it's going to give you a key. Make sure you copy that. And then the next thing we need is the Stripe client ID. Now, to access this is pretty much a maze, so please follow through. The first thing you want to do is look up connect, and I want to show you how to route to this page. And then you want to click on this OAuth, so onboarding options. So look for connect. You find this onboarding options, click on that, and then you're going to find OAuth. So click on this as well. And then we find a client ID here, right? Now, I'm not entirely sure if this is the one, because like I said, Stripe changed a lot of their stuff. So I'm going to copy this for now and then paste it here. And if obviously things don't work and we get that unauthorized error or whatever we saw, we'll know exactly what to do. Now go ahead, open up the terminal, quit your application, and we're going to redo, so refresh the page, and go ahead and run npm run dev once more, and refresh this page. So go ahead and click on Connect with Stripe, and that takes us here. It says standard OAuth is disabled for this Stripe Connect. Okay, so looks like we probably made an error. Let's go ahead and grab the right value. All right, guys, so it turns out that that account was just blocked from accepting Stripe Connect stuff. And this is the option that you need turned on. Okay, if you don't have this option turned on, then essentially it's pretty much not going to work for you. Okay, so please make sure that you have this option turned on. And then the next thing I'm going to do is also add our endpoints in here, HTTP localhost 3000 / API / Stripe Connect. And this way we can, it requires it in here. Now, if you're not in test mode, you won't be able to do this. Okay, so just keep this in mind. You will have to add an HTTPS endpoint. But because we are in test mode and I see this here, which for some reason I didn't see in the other account, I'm able to turn on test mode. All right, so now all we need to do is click on this button and it should take us into like a Stripe OAuth flow. And this is exactly what we need. Now, obviously, when the data comes back through the redirect URL, we're not actually accepting that. So let's go ahead and build that out as well. So shrink all of your folder structures, and then you want to click into source, into app, and you want to create another folder in here called API. Okay, so let me just quickly grab this as well. So you want to say API like this, and then inside this API, you're going to create stripe-connect, because this is the redirect URL. And how do we know this? Well, first, we already stated it inside Stripe dashboard, and also inside our Stripe utils, we're mentioning this URL in here. And this URL is coming from the settings page. We're passing it in as an argument, okay? And then we're accepting it here from the parameter. So let's go back into our API folder, and inside the Stripe connect route, you want to create a route.typescript. So I'm going to say route.typescript. And inside this route.typescript, we have to have a get endpoint. And this essentially handles the OAuth callback from Stripe Connect. Okay, so go ahead and say the following. So you want to say export async function get. And for the request, you want to say next request, just like this. And now inside this, we're going to have a try catch. So I'm going to create a try catch like this. And inside the try catch, first, we're going to get the request search params. So I'm going to say request.nextURL.searchParams. We're going to store that in here. And then next, we have to retrieve and get only what we need from this. So we need code and state. Okay. Now, how are we getting this? I think, let's go into our libs. We're also passing in the code in here. So we're telling it, give me this data. Okay, response type code. So that's how we're going to get that from there. And the state is also useful because we can pass some metadata into it. So that will, so Stripe will accordingly send that back to us. Now, if there's no code, no state, I'm just going to return, actually not this. I'm going to return, first, let me just print a error in my console. And then I want to return a next response. And I want to say redirect to settings, and I'm going to put this message in here. And feel free to control the error handling and whatever you'd like. But the next step is after this part, I'm just going to put another message so I know what's going on. I'm just saying that I'm processing the Stripe call. And then I'm going to create another try catch inside this. So try catch. Okay, like this. And for this try catch, we're essentially going to say await Stripe, and this Stripe comes from the Stripe package, right? So let's go ahead and install Stripe now. So inside your terminal, you're going to say npm I, and you're going to say Stripe at, and I'm going to grab this from our code base so we do not make this error. And we have to install this specific version of Stripe. And I think we might also have to add legacy pure depths. So let's go ahead and add that as well. The next package that we're going to need is npmi stripe react dash stripe. So stripe slash react dash stripe dash js. We're going to say at, and we're going to provide the specific version type. So we need this one. Okay, I actually have to put legacy pure depths in here. Okay, and hit enter. And then finally, we're going to need another package called stripe.js. So let's go ahead and say npmi at stripe slash stripe.js. And the version number is going to be as follows. Okay, and let's go ahead and put the pure depths and hit enter for this as well. And just like that, Stripe is installed into our application. So now let's go in here into our route, and we need to essentially create what we call a Stripe client. That's the only way for us to get the OAuth token from here. So you want to scroll down into your libs folder, and inside your libs folder, you're going to essentially create a file inside Stripe called index.typescript. And in this, we're just going to import Stripe, and we're going to create a new client, and please pass in these specific values, okay? And so we're passing in the Stripe secret key, which we received from the Stripe dashboard. And we're also passing in the other information in here as well, okay? Which is the API version and the app info as well, okay? This is incorrect. This would be, or it's fine for now. I don't know if that's going to cause any issues, so I'm just going to leave it as is, okay? But you can just change that and make it look like your application. So now the next thing we need to do is inside here, I'm going to import this Stripe, and that should solve our error. Awesome. So we're essentially saying grant type authorization code, and that's going to give us that code. So first we need to make sure that the Stripe user ID is present. So if there's no Stripe user ID, then we're going to throw an error, and that's what we're going to handle inside our catch block, okay? Finally, if we got everything, then after this, we're going to say Prisma client like this, and let's import Prisma client. Prisma client.user.update. Something looks wrong here. What seems to be the issue? Okay, there we go. And let's make sure Prisma client is coming from the right folder. That's right. So where the ID is like of type state, and the data, we're just going to pass in that Stripe Connect ID for that user. That's how we're saving it in our database. And obviously you can print a console message here so you can keep track of the process, especially for debugging, it's going to help. And now we have to return a next response and say redirect to this new URL, and we're going to show successfully, okay? And then finally, we're going to have inside this catch block, if anything took place, we're just going to say Stripe error, and we're going to put the Stripe error from here. So this is Stripe error. Let's bring that in here. Okay, I'm on insert mode. I don't know why I'm on insert mode. Okay, there we go. Wow, Windows is horrible. All right, and then the next thing we need to do is we need to return another response here saying failed, right? So please pause the screen and type these as is, okay? Don't make any spelling errors here. We physically cannot afford to do this, and this will not be as part of the boilerplate code. So please pause the screen and type it, okay? So next, down here, for a catch block, we don't need this await. I don't know why I did this in here. So inside the catch block, we're going to say console log the error, and we're going to redirect. So after the error, just say next response redirect, settings with false, and we're just going to pass this in here. So now comes the challenging part. So right here, we're going to try our best to test this out and see if it works, okay? So you want to click continue, and it might ask me for info. Okay, so it is asking me for info. We can't fill this up. So I'm going to return to Corinna AI. And obviously it says Corinna here because we use the same setup, the same account for Corinna, okay? Now it connected the account. I think it's because we were using the test flow, but let's just take a quick look to see if this is actually real. Okay, that did work because it was in test mode. So you see we have the Stripe Connect ID in here, and we're pretty much set. We're good to go, right? There's something called Stripe Customer ID, but this is for our payment. Stripe Connect ID is for connecting Stripe. So now we essentially have Stripe into our application. So now we can fetch products and pretty much do whatever we want for on behalf of our customer. And now that we have Stripe Connect, let's go ahead and set up the other stuff that we set as to do. So first is inside the CTA step component, which is in here. We're essentially going to complete the Stripe part right here. And this Stripe data comes from the props. And if it's coming from the props, that means it's coming from the index page. And so on the index page, let's go ahead and grab our Stripe products first. Okay, so up here, what we're going to do is we're going to accept the Stripe props from here too. So we're going to say Stripe products equal to Stripe dot product, and this type comes from Stripe itself. So let's import that. And now I'm going to go ahead and destructure that in here. And now we essentially have the Stripe products, but this also is coming from another prop. So let's go ahead and bring this in too. So you want to open up your folder structure and you want to click into the header.tsx. And in this component, we are rendering out the create webinar button, right? So now we should accept this prop in here. We should pass in this prop in here, and that way it can get access to all of this data. And this is coming from server-side data, guys. So the challenge here is, or kind of like, I guess, a drawback, or well, not really a drawback, because we already have the Stripe products, right? If you create a provider and do this, it's better, okay? Now, just for the sake of this video, I'm going to again pass this in from another component, okay? And this way we get instant server-side feedback. That means the server is going to pre-render, get the data, and pass it to the client component. And that way there's no, there's no space where the client component needs to load. It instantly shows up. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to destructure and grab these Stripe products. And this is the header component, which comes from our layout.tsx in here. And so let's go and scroll into our layout.tsx component. And inside this, we have to pass in all the Stripe products. So what I'm going to do in here is I'm going to create a server action called get all products from Stripe. And this is going to be inside the Stripe folder. So open up your actions folder, create stripe.typescript, and then we need to change this to use server. And then in here, first, we're going to say export const, get all products from Stripe, just like this. And this is going to have a try catch. So let's go ahead and create the try catch. And first, we have to authenticate the user. So let's go ahead and authenticate the user for, right here. And if there is no user, we're going to return a 401 message. But I'm going to tweak this message to look like this. Okay? Forget about this. AI is just doing it for me, but we just have to return a 401. Now, if there's no Stripe Connect ID, we also have to return a 401. So if user.subscription.connect ID, if this does not exist, then return that. Next, I'm going to complete this. So I'm going to say products equals Stripe. And this Stripe comes from our libstripe. So let's bring that in. .products.list, pass in an empty object here. And we have to pass an object here saying Stripe account is current user.user.stripe connect ID. So now we're going to get the products for this user. Now, let's go ahead and return all of those products. And that's literally it. And finally, if there is an error, show a console message or return the following status. Now let's go back here and let's import this Stripe products from Stripe. And now we can pass down this prop. So I'm going to say Stripe products equal to Stripe products. And I see some TypeScript errors here. And that's because this could potentially, I mean, this has multiple things in it. So I have to say dot products. And if this does not exist, then I'm going to pass in an empty array like this. Okay, awesome. Now let's go into header. And now let's consume this and use it in here. So I'm going to copy the Stripe products and I'm going to scroll down here. And you see where we're passing in this create button, right? We're going to pass in these Stripe products in here as well. And now into the create button component, we're also getting these Stripe products. And what we're going to do with this is we're going to pass that into our CTA step. So you see, this is prop drilling. It's not really the best thing to do, but in this scenario, I know that I'm not going to use this anywhere else, so it's okay. But if you're passing real information like user data and you're kind of wedging it down too much into it, then you probably need to create a provider and pass it into the provider and then access that state inside the component, okay? Now, the next thing we need to do inside this component, which is our CTA component right here, is we need to render out the Stripe stuff, right? So all we have here is we're accepting the prop, but we're not actually rendering it out. So let's go ahead and complete that really quick. So in here, what you want to do is hit enter, and I'm going to create the following div, and this div is going to have the following styles, and inside that, we're going to create a label. And this label is going to have a div after that, and inside this div, first pass in relative with the following styles, and then we're going to have another div and another div inside it. Then we're going to have a search icon. So let's import this and the select icon. So I'm just going to import this. Just give me 1 second, guys. Okay, so now let's slowly break this down. So inside this attach a product, we're going to just have an input field in here just to show something. And then inside this, we're going to have a select. Okay, and so how this works is the user gets to select from the available Stripe products. That's it. So let's go up here and inside the CTA step, now we can accept these Stripe products. So I'm going to bring that in and I'm going to destructure them in here. Okay. And now let's scroll to the bottom. And in here, now we can loop over it. If there's more items, we're going to render them down here. But we also need the on value change. That means when the user changes and selects something, we need to show that. So that's something we'll create in just a second. But all we're doing in here is we're showing a select item. And then after that, so if this exists, show a select item. And if not, just show an empty value called create product in Stripe. Okay? Or you can just show no product selected. Create something in Stripe first. Now let's go ahead and create this product change. So it's a very simple one. Let's scroll up top. And at the bottom here, I'm going to say handle product change, just like this. And I also see this type error. So let's import this from Stripe. And we don't need the item content. So let's remove that. And I also need a couple things here. So we'll get this in just a second. So now let's go ahead and click on next to go to the CTA page. And now you can select these products that are coming directly from Stripe. How awesome is this, right? So what you should do, guys, is if you don't see anything in there, is you want to go into your Stripe settings, into your dashboard, and you want to create a product in here. And if you don't know how to do that, just click on this and create a product. And now, obviously, you also have to remove the to-do here. So to-do, agents, and I'm going to look for other parts in my application, and I'm going to do that as well. So just give me 1 second. Okay, so I went ahead and removed the things that I should for the Stripe products. Now, the next thing we need to work on is Stripe subscription for our platform. So first thing is click on the header.tsx, and we also have a to-do here, so we need to complete this. So right here, what we need to do is hit enter, and remember we use this, right? So I'm just going to use this, and then inside this block, I'm going to copy this into this component. Okay, so now if you refresh, You should no longer see the button because the user does not have a paid plan. But this obviously is not good. We need to show something. And so now we're going to create this awesome Stripe element. Okay, so first go ahead and you're going to say Stripe elements like this. And these the Stripe element here comes from our folder that we need to create inside this reusable components. So in here, go ahead and create a folder. And you're going to call this Stripe. And inside this, you're going to create another file. And you're going to call this element.tsx. Okay? And let's go ahead and return this just like this. Now to solve this error, we're going to go back here and we're going to import the Stripe elements itself. And obviously, because my naming convention is different, I need to scroll up top. And I'm going to say import Stripe elements from this Stripe element. And let me copy this, go into this file, and I'm just going to change this. Awesome. And obviously, you also have to change the export from a default to a default export to something like this. So change that as well. And now I also just quickly accepted children props and the children in here, and I'm returning the children components in here. Now, subscription modal does not exist. So let's go back here and let's see what this is. So inside this Stripe element, we have something called a subscription modal. And this modal is just a dialog that shows a card component. Okay, so first, I'm just going to comment this out. Let's complete the Stripe elements themselves, and then we'll go into that part. Okay, so all we're going to do in here is first, we're going to create a hook here called use Stripe elements. So that way we can create a Stripe promise. So I'm going to say use Stripe elements, and we're going to strip the Stripe promise from here. And this is going to be inside our hooks folder. So open up your folder structure. You want to actually, maybe because it's Stripe, let's put it inside this lib folder. So I'm going to create Stripe dash client. Sorry, guys. I am using the wrong, there we go. Stripe.-client.typescript. And then inside this, I'm going to render the following function. So in here, we're going to say export const use Stripe elements, just like this. And this Stripe element needs this load Stripe from this library that we installed. Next, I'm going to see, actually, I see this error here. So let's go back and let's quickly import that. Okay, there we go. And now inside this component, we're going to have if the user has a connected account, then we're going to create this Stripe promise by saying await load Stripe process dot our publishable key, which we already got. And let me just confirm. Okay, there we go. And we're going to pass in the connected account. And then finally down, and also we're going to return that promise. Now, if that's not the case, then down here, we're just going to do the same thing. And we're not going to pass in the connected account. Okay, so let's go back here now. And inside this component, after we get the promise, let's go ahead and invoke this promise. And then after that, we have to return the promise along with the elements that we're going to get from Stripe.js. And we're going to put all our children elements into that. Okay, so if you don't know what that looks like, go ahead and say return elements. And these elements are going to come from React Stripe.js. Okay, boom, awesome. Now, obviously, we can't see this stuff, so let's go ahead and solve this problem. So in order to do this, go back into your layout components header file, and in here, we're going to uncomment the modal. Then go ahead and copy the name itself, and then you're going to open up another folder inside reusable components called subscription modal. And inside this, you want to create an index.tsx. Now, you'll see this format in so many applications. Essentially, they give you a sneak peek into what everything looks like. And then when you try to access it, it's going to show a modal on the page and ask you to pay. That's called a hard paywall. Or it's going to ask you to sign up, right? And so this is the best way to increase a conversion. And we have seen the data actually show this too. This type of a login or a sign up works so much better, where you give the user a little bit of time to commit to what they're trying to do, and then you show a paywall or a sign in, whatever you'd like. That increases conversions. Okay, so inside this component, let's go ahead and quickly render out this stuff. And we have so much to work on. So, and inside the props, I'm going to obviously get the user, and this user comes from Prisma client. And now I'm also going to go ahead and destructure this in here. Now this needs 3 hooks. We need use router, and let's go ahead and import use stripe as well. And we need to use elements. And all of these hooks are imported from these packages. Okay, so now that we're doing this, probably also change this to a used client component. I already know it's in the same client tree, but I'm going to do that right now. And then let's also solve this bug. So let's go back and import the subscription modal, and that should remove this. Okay, awesome. Okay, and I see this error, and the reason is because I'm importing router from the wrong package, I assume. It's next navigation, okay, not next router. Next, I'm going to create a loading state. So loading state, just like this, and we're going to store the loading values inside that. Now let's go ahead and create our dialog. So I'm going to say dialog like this, and this is going to have first the dialog trigger. So let's import that as well. And inside this, we are going to render a regular button because I have some custom styles. So please pause the screen and type these styles, okay? And inside this, we're going to show a plus icon and say create webinar. So this is the exact same button. It just functions differently. So if I click on this now, technically it is showing the modal, right? Awesome. Then inside, after the trigger, we're going to need to render out the content. So I'm going to render out dialog content like this. And inside this, I'm going to have the dialog header. And let's import the dialog header and the dialog title. And inside the dialog title, I'm going to say Spotlight subscription, just to give it some design. I'm actually not going to focus on the design for this component right now, but I think you understand. You can go ahead and knock yourself out, okay? So now after the header, I'm going to create the design, the dialog footer, and dialog footer, okay, just like this. And I think it's supposed to be after the content if I'm not wrong, right? We'll see what that looks like. And inside this footer, I'm going to have the following class names, so to give it some style. And then we're going to have a dialog close. And some of you guys asked me inside the Discord, how do you fire an on-click for this dialog from the server? So technically speaking, you can't, right? But this is a client component. And so as long as you have this dialog provider that wraps the parentmost element, you can fire this from any page you want. Any page, okay? So if this dialog was all the way in the home page, just giving you an example, you can use dialog trigger and you can invoke this all the way in a different component, a nested component. You don't even need to create anything else. Just put dialog trigger, and obviously you need the content, right? And that will show up. So this is how you can create a global architecture as well. Okay, just giving you some tips and tricks because somebody asked me that question. So for dialog close, I'm also going to pass in the disabled prop, and I'm going to say loading in here. And this has the following styles as well. And now we see this cancel button show up here. And that's because it's outside. There we go. Totally missed that. So this has to be inside the content like that. Okay. Now, after this, we're going to have another button where the user can confirm their payment. So after close, hit enter. And we're going to use the button from Shatsian UI. And in here, we're going to have a loader to icon. Forget about this stuff. Let's just look at this. So type submit, class names, on click, disabled. That's it. And then down here, if it's loading, show the loading icon. If not, show confirm. So let's go ahead and create the handle confirm handler as well. So scroll up top here. And I'm going to say const handle confirm. And this is going to do a bunch of stuff here. So let's just quickly remove this. AI wants to do everything for me. Let's go in here. I don't need your help. Okay, there we go. So first we need a try catch. So try catch like this. We're going to set is loading to true. And then next, if we don't have stripe or we don't have the elements, we're going to return a toast error saying something went wrong, right? But if everything is successful, we're going to create an intent. And if you don't know what an intent is, this is how Stripe works, okay? You create those intents, and then based on the intent, you can accept a payment. So let's go ahead and create the Stripe intent. And then let's go ahead and also open up our folder structure because now this is a server action, right? So open your folder structure, go into Stripe. At the bottom, I'm going to say export on get client secret. And this essentially needs a user email and the user ID. And in here, we're going to have a try catch block. And this is incorrect. So catch like this. And inside the try block, first we're going to create a Stripe customer. So check if the customer already exists, right? And this comes from Stripe. So let's just quickly import this Stripe. Which package should I get this from? So this comes from this one, okay, guys? The other Stripe, so because it's a Stripe type. So after this, I'm going to say await stripe.customers.list with this email, okay? And next, if the customer exists, then all we're going to do is store it in here. So if customers.data.length greater than 0, that means the customer exists. We're going to essentially pull that out and store it in here, okay? If not, we're going to create a new customer if that does not exist. Also, guys, just a quick one. If you did grab the code base from the description, you essentially get a ton more code comments, okay? So if you need help understanding or just debugging or using that side by side, the code base in the description is going to help you a ton, okay? So thank you for purchasing, and at the same time, I hope I was able to provide a ton of value. This course is completely free. Like I said, you can just watch this course. You don't need the code base, and technically you're still getting the code base, right? But you got to keep this in mind. There is a license, okay, guys? This is intellectual property, so there is a license, and as a result, just grab the code base because you get the license for free. If you don't buy it right now, you have to spend more than $200 or $300 or how much ever it is in the future plus the license. I don't want that for you. So right now, grab the code base and also get the license comes for free if you buy it during the launch period. If you missed the launch period, I'm really sorry. Just feel free to subscribe. And the next time the video comes out, you're going to have a crazy bonus again. Okay? So now we get to assign this user. So it says is assigned, but it's never used. So let's go ahead and use this. So down here, after this curly bracket, I'm going to say await Prisma client.user.update. For this user, I'm going to pass in the Stripe customer ID because they're purchasing a plan, right? And for the subscriptions, now let's create and update the subscription on our end. So subscription, stripe.subscriptions.create for this customer, and we're going to say for this subscription price ID. Now, this is going to be a variable. You can store pretty much wherever you'd like. I'm just going to go into wherever I've already stored it, which is inside my Stripe file, or I think, yep. So I'm just going to put it in here, guys. So inside data.typescript, scroll to the bottom, and I'm just going to create a price ID. Now, this is a real price ID. The way you get this is from the product itself, okay? So make sure you copy the price ID of that product and paste it in here. That's the only way you can charge that customer for that product. So just to give you an example, let me just open one of these. And here we have two products. So you can right click here and copy price ID, and it should have the same format. Okay, it should have price in front of it, just like this. So this is the price that I've already created, so I'm just leveraging this. So let's go back in here, and now let's import this price ID. It probably makes more sense to put it in your environment variable, guys, because you might want to change this in the future, right? So put it inside your environment variables, okay? Now, let's go ahead and create that payment intent. So I'm going to say payment intent subscription.latest invoices. And we're going to actually get the payment intent from this. And we're also going to typecast it. And then after that, we're going to return this to the front end. So return 200, and we're going to send this data. Now, if something went wrong, you guys know the drill. Just return a 400 error. And in here, we need to get the error so we can print it out. Awesome. Now, I'm going to go back to my component, and I'm going to import this. And after I get the intent, I'm going to make sure that we have the secret, because if we don't, then we're going to throw an error. Okay? So throw an error like this. And then after this, we're going to essentially say card element. Okay, so const card element equal to elements dot get element, and we have to pass in this card element. Now, this is an awesome component that comes from this Stripe package, which is this one right here, React Stripe JS. And this is a super minimal checkout component. This took me forever. Okay, I promise you, not a single YouTuber will teach you about this component, okay? Because it genuinely takes such a long time to find it. And this component is a minimal single line input field with credit card, the credit card based information, and nothing else. So this is not going to look anything like what you've seen in the past, okay? And we've also used this in our past videos, so feel free to take a look at that if you think you might find some value from it, okay? So the next thing we're going to do down here is if there is no card element, we're going to throw an error saying card not found. And then next, we're going to get the error here. And we also need the payment intent. So I'm going to say stripe.confirm card payments, pass in the secret. And then I'm going to pass in the card element as well. And then after that, down here, if there's an error, throw an error. And let's also console this so that we know that everything is successful. And then finally, we're going to do router.refresh. Okay? So we're going to do router.refresh so we can get all the states up and running. And then if there is an error, we're going to console and show a toast. Okay? Like this. And after this, finally, we're going to set is loading to false. That's pretty much it. Now, the next thing we need to do is if we're using this toast, I want to make sure that I'm actually putting the toast inside my layout page, because we're not going to see any messages, right? So down here, there we go. So that's probably why we don't see any toast anyway. So you want to import this toast from Sonar. And now if you go in here, and if you try to sign in and try to confirm, this should throw an error, fail to update subscription. Well, that's because we don't actually have the card element being rendered out. So we don't have any card information. So the next thing we're going to do right here is just that. So after this card header, you want to hit enter, and all you're going to do is render out that card element. There you go. Take a look at this. This is so beautiful. It is so minimal, and well, obviously you need to improve the UI of this component itself, but this is all you need from the customer, right? And the error checking is perfect too. Like if you put an incorrect number, the error checking works really well. So just to show you, and it has this animation. There we go. And you can put CVC, whatever you want. Take a look at that. So much better than having 6 lines on the page and then so much information that is not needed. So that's why I prefer using this. So I would suggest you guys use this. Now, there are some caveats to using this method. I think there are only certain types of payment intents that you can accept through this. It's not a very complex component, so the intent is going to be like you can't really create a complex intent. Okay, so just keep that in mind. But that's pretty much it. So now let's go ahead and test this out to see if we can get the subscription to work. Now, obviously, it will work in the sense that the card information is present, the payment will go through, but nothing is going to happen on our end. Now, I want you to think like a real SaaS developer. Why do you think this is happening? So pause this video and try to think, even after this gets confirmed, how do we essentially connect that into our database? Awesome. Welcome back. Hopefully you got the right answer. And if you didn't, no worries. This is exactly the answer. So Stripe uses webhooks. Now, just make a one-to-one connection. Some action is performed on the right side. We need to show a reflection on the left side. So either one thing is we store this in the database in some way manually, or we use some sort of an event. That means payment confirmed on Stripe's end, and Stripe somehow lets us know through a callback URL, through a webhook, or some different way for us to get that feedback that the payment is successful. Now, Because we are in a development environment, we can't use the localhost URL as the redirect URL. And in a production environment, usually you don't want to just use a redirect URL, because what if a pop-up was blocked? Or what if they had a Chrome extension, right? It's not going to work. So what we need is a webhook. And that's exactly what we need to create. So go ahead and open up your API folder. And inside this, create another folder. And you're going to call this Stripe webhook, and inside the Stripe webhook, you want to create a route.typescript. And now inside this route.typescript, we're going to accept all of those payments. Okay, so let's go ahead and refresh our page. Something happened. I just wanted to make sure nothing went crazy. So let's go ahead and accept a post request. So export async function post request, just like this. And inside this, this is going to be next request from next server. And inside this component, we're essentially going to accept that webhook request. So first, let's create our subscription event types. So please pause the screen and type this with me. Okay, these are all the types that we're going to be listening for. So created, finalized, paid, completed, created, updated, and deleted. So this is important because based on this, when you are actually launching this as a SaaS, or when you're looking to, maybe you're just a developer, you want to improve on this code, you have to accommodate all events, okay? All events that are required. So even chargebacks and stuff like that. Now that's going way above and beyond what the scope of this video is. So the purpose is to get this product in front of your customer as fast as possible. And then when you're first starting the SaaS, do some things manually, and then we'll figure it all out later, okay? So what's next? When this endpoint is hit, I'm just going to show a message in the console so I know everything's working. And then I'm going to await and extract the request body, okay? Next, we're going to get something called as a Stripe signature. So Stripe returns this to us to let us know that this is an actual webhook request, right? Then we're going to create a try catch, and we're going to create get Stripe event. And this get Stripe event is a helper function that we're going to create inside our libs folder. So let's go ahead. Actually, we don't have to do that in the libs folder. Let's just do that right here. So I'm going to say Stripe event is an async function that requires body and signature, and it returns a promise of a stripe.event, and it requires this thing called webhook secret. Now, we don't have this, and so nothing's going to work right now. So please just keep pushing through. We'll get there eventually. Now, if there is no signature and there's no webhook secret, throw an error. And if not, we're going to essentially return this Stripe object. So Stripe that basically comes from lib, right? So let's go ahead and import this. So stripe.webhooks.construct event, and we're going to return that. So now we have that event right here. And I also see this error here. We need to import headers, and the headers come from next headers. So let's import that. And now we have this Stripe event. Next, let's process this. So process only the relevant subscription events. So if it's not in this, we're not going to, right? So essentially, if it's an event that we were not taking care of, like maybe some error or they filed a chargeback, whatever that is, then you can handle that by just showing a message so you can look at the logs, okay? Next, if we're also going to just return 200 right here, and then, or maybe you want to return something else, but probably return a different status, but I think I'm going to just set it to 200 for now. And then after that right here, we're going to say const event stripe event.data.object. We're going to create this event, and we're also going to grab some metadata from the event itself. Now we're going to check and we're going to skip all of the connected account events. Now, I did not know this, but in production, Stripe just changes a bunch of stuff, okay? That means your webhooks are no longer one endpoint. When you're in a test environment, you have one endpoint, okay? So your webhook, this webhook right here, is the only webhook you need to set up for both connected account events and regular payment events. But in production, they just change it. They don't even give you kind of like a heads up. They just remove it and say, okay, 2 different endpoints. And now you're like, what? I got to change everything. But essentially, that's what the testing environment does. Okay, so there's no other way to bypass this. We have to build it with one endpoint right here. But I'm going to build it in such a way that in the future you can just strip it out. And I mean, you don't even have to. Like, it's not going to fire this endpoint. Now, again, don't take my word on this because Stripe changes everything. But right now, Stripe will not fire this endpoint in production for connected accounts because it's going to fire something else. And so if it does fire something else, and you do have to accept connected account based stuff, then create another webhook to another webhook endpoint to accept the Stripe Connect based payments. And that way you can maybe have more pipelines inside this, right? Maybe you can have a pipeline to keep track if a customer paid, right? So there's so many different things you can do here. So what I'm going to do now is check and make sure that it's not a connect account. So if it is a connect account payment or a connect account subscription, then we're just going to skip over it. That's what we're going to do here. Okay. So skip by just showing a console message and return a next response. Now we're going to use a switch case. This way we can look at the Stripe event types, and based on that, we can perform the necessary actions. So we have completed, created, and updated. These are 3 different type of actions, and they all essentially fire this update subscription inside our database. So all we have to do is open this folder, go into your actions folder inside Stripe, and at the bottom here, we're going to say update subscription is an async function that requires a Stripe subscription, and we're going to try and catch the following. Get the metadata first and get the user ID. Go into Prisma, update our database for the subscription, and set it to whatever the status is. That's it. Okay. So now let's go back and let's quickly import this server action. Awesome. Now, if this was done successfully, we're going to just print out a message with a nice credit card emoji because it's very important. And then we're just going to say return next response.json. Okay. And by default, we're going to just say unhandled event. It's not going to return here because we already had this, but just in case. Now, if this threw an error, we're catching the error here. Let's go ahead and also print the error out, console.log error, and we're going to return this message. So this has to be of type any. Actually, yeah, I think unknown. Okay, we need any. I really hope they fix this, guys. Like, this is something, this error type here is always any, and it just causes so many errors, so many TypeScript errors. But anyway, so we're just going to return status 500 and just say it's some sort of server-side error. That's it. Awesome, right? Phew, a lot of code. I know, we're getting there. Okay, good things take time. So now we're done with this, with this payment section. Let's take a look. Let's make sure subscription created. Awesome. So we're done with this. Now we have to register this Stripe, essentially this webhook inside the Stripe dashboard. Okay. Now we're going to essentially set up the webhooks, and I want you to please just bear with me, okay? Because Stripe changed a bunch of stuff, and I want to make sure that I'm actually using the right stuff, okay? So there might be some back and forth. Just hang in there. Just keep watching. I promise you, it's all going to pay off in the end. We haven't even gotten to the core of this application. There's so many exciting things coming up in this project, okay? So first thing is inside the sidebar, click on developers, and please do this with me, okay? Click on this, and then you're going to find webhooks. Click on this next, and then you're going to find this test in local environment. I think this is what we need, but if we do this, we also have to create a webhook endpoint, and maybe, I mean, we have to serve our local host through ngrok, okay? So click on this right here, and there's different ways to set this up. The first one is it says download the CLI and log into Stripe account. Now, because this is a brand new computer, I'm also going to be doing this with you, okay? So let's do this together. Okay, you guys are going to see how brand new this is because I think I already know what errors I'm going to face because I just tested it out. But essentially, this is how we install the CLI. You need brew for this, right? So you can use brew. Actually, they have a curl command or something in here. Oh, no, never mind. That's going to take forever. So I'm going to get brew installed. So with Homebrew, let's open this in a different page, and it says, hey, install Homebrew this way. So let's go ahead and read this documentation. I just realized this is a Windows computer, and Homebrew is not for Windows. This is very sad. I really wish. Oh, I love Mac, man. I've been using Mac so much that I just forgot how Windows works. Okay, just give me 1 second, guys. Okay, so it says install this from GitHub. So let's just go ahead and open this. I clicked on Windows here, by the way. If you're on Mac, you're already sorted, man. You just have to pretty much just, you can get Homebrew and you're all set. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here and I'm going to find this. I think it's this one because they didn't even give me any instructions, right? They just said download it. Okay, cool. Thank you. There's 500 files here. So I'm going to click on this one. This might just be the one. And let's just give this a second. Okay, and it tells me to unzip the file. So if I right click, I think I can extract it. Okay, so there is a path here. So I'm going to copy this path. This is the unzipped path. Okay, so copy this. And it's telling us to update the environment variables. Wow, this is such a Windows thing. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to open this and you're going to search for environment variables. And you're going to open this and you're going to look up edit the system environment variables, and that's going to show something like this. And then inside this, you're going to find a couple of options. Click on environment variables right here. And I think this is a system variable. This is probably not a user variable. And the reason why I know that is because I've already created for something similar for NVM, right? This was a new computer, so I was just setting it up. So go ahead and click on path here, and you're going to open this up. And the next thing you want to do, guys, is first, when you install this, right? When you install Stripe, you want to go into the downloads folder. And when you extract that, it's going to extract it into a folder, right? Click on that and then copy this link. So just copy this link and then you can close out of this, but make sure you have this Stripe. And also you cannot just execute this file, okay? So copy this and you can just keep this open for now. That's fine. And then the next thing we're going to do is inside system variables, you're going to click on path. You want to click on edit. And then in here, I already did this, but click on new and enter that. Okay. Then click on OK. And then once you're done there, click on OK right here. And you can close this out. And make sure you click OK on here or it'll not work. Now, for some of you who are looking at the environment variables, you might see a screen like this and it does not let you edit it. And the reason is because you have to go through this link, which is edit the system variables first and then go from here. Okay, so make sure, hopefully that helps. Now, some other tutorials online will teach you to directly execute it as a command prompt file. That is a simpler option. So if this does not work for you, I don't want you to get stuck. All you have to do is go into that Stripe file. And if I'm not wrong, I think you can run this inside command prompt, but I'm not sure how to do that because I haven't done it before. But you can essentially run this using command prompt. Okay, so that's one other option, and that will instantly use this Stripe CLI. So now, because this is global, if I type Stripe here, I don't think it's going to run because this is not reinitialized. The terminal has to be a new terminal, right? So I don't know if this will work too. Let me just try this, might as well. Okay, it's not going to work here, but if I open command prompt and if I type Stripe, it's going to give me the CLI tools. Okay, awesome. So if you see this, great job. You can move forward. If not, just spend some time, get this, just, set this up. Or if you want, you can even just ignore it for now because I promise you it's going to work. Okay, it's going to invoke your webhook. So you can proceed to the next stage. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to close all windows for cursor. And that also means that our application is also going to, it's no longer going to be online. So now go ahead and open up cursor and open up that folder. And now if you type Stripe, you should see this Stripe CLI. Okay, awesome. So let's move on to the next part, which is testing out this webhook. So the next thing you need to do is once you've completed downloading this, you have to log in into Stripe. Okay, so go ahead, open up the terminal, and using the CLI, you want to say Stripe login and just proceed through this. Okay, so it gave me this error, but right here it says completed, so I think we're good to go. Not entirely sure. Again, let's just keep pushing through, okay? So the next one is forward the events to your webhook. So you have to tell it where to listen to. So our our endpoint is actually not this one. We need to update it. So we're going to say localhost 3000, and we need to put /API/Stripe-webhook. Okay, and let's also quickly just verify this. So open up, how do I open up my folder structure here? Okay, this is not the one. Okay, there we go. And just to make sure, we have Stripe webhook API/Stripe webhook. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit enter here. Let's just see what happens. Okay, so it requires a pairing code, and it gave me the code. So go ahead and click on this and open it inside the browser. And that's going to show you like an authentication page. Make sure it's the same thing. Awesome. And allow access. And that should do something in here. Okay, so now you can close this and return here. So I tried this multiple times, but I kept getting this error saying the header or the live key did not match the key I provided. So what I did was I quickly made sure I ensured that I was using the right API keys, and something was off. So I just changed that really quick. And then after this, I tried a different mode. So I did Stripe login -- interactive. And that essentially took me to something like this. And then it prompted for my API key. Now, I don't really know what this API key means because there's so many different varieties in here, right? Because we have secret key, we have publishable, we have client ID. But then I found this secret hidden configuration documentation. And I think they accidentally leaked my API key. Like, take a look at this. Secret key. And then down here, they just showed the full value. So I was like, oh, nice. So I just copied it and I pasted it in here because it prompted for the API key. And actually, you can't paste it. You have to type this out manually. Okay, that was really annoying. And so I typed it out. And then now it's asking me for this configuration saying, do you want to set this? And now I'm kind of lost. So I'm going to hit enter. Okay, CLI is configured. So it says CLI is configured. Doesn't do anything else. Hello? Okay, so I'm gonna copy this. Oh, I think I know what this is. Okay. I sort of understand, but not completely. So I'm gonna say API/Stripe-webhook. And I think this is correct. Let me make sure. Okay, that's correct. Let's go ahead and hit enter and let's see what it does now. Okay, boom. It's redirecting. It's doing something. Let's just give this a second. Okay, nice. That was crazy. Okay, so it's an expired key. Great. So now what? Okay, nice. This worked. So it turns out you can paste in the terminal. So I'm going to do this once more. So essentially, I was using an incorrect. That was just a fake key, guys. I just got trolled. So sorry. I didn't mean to shit on Stripe. Like they did a fabulous job. Okay, that was a fake key here, and essentially I had to get this Stripe key, Stripe test, which is this one. And I thought I couldn't paste it. All you have to do is do Control Shift V, not Control V. And so the first command is you have to log in. So you have to do login/interactive. Okay, let me show you. So Stripe login -- interactive. And then once that's done, it's going to ask you for the API key. So copy it from here and paste it. Control Shift V, it's going to paste it in there. Hit enter, and that's going to connect that for you. So, and it's going to ask you if you want to connect this computer, whatever. Just hit enter, and it's going to give you your account ID. Okay, so I think this just essentially confirms the first stage. Then comes the second stage. So then you're going to put the same command, change it to 3000 API Stripe webhook, and you're going to hit enter. And now because the new Stripe key is in place, it's going to use that one, and it's going to spit out this Stripe webhook secret for you. Oh, I just made a. Let me just restart this. Just give me 1 second. So make sure you copy this, but don't hit Control C too many times. It's just going to quit the terminal. And that's it. So now you're listening. I think this webhook is listening, and we can try to see if we can test some stuff out. So make sure you have this running. Make sure you have your application running. And then in here, go ahead and copy this command to trigger the webhook. You want to put this in here and hit enter. And it's saying it's doing something. Let's go ahead and take a look in here. And now we see a 500. So charge succeeded, payment intent. Okay. And we got a 500 request here. That's because obviously it's not real data, right? That's it. Awesome. So our webhook is now set in the local environment. So let's go ahead and try to test this out. And by the way, just to show you here, you can also see the signature does not exist, right? The secret is missing. So if you open your terminal, you can see the error in here as well. So go ahead and open up your localhost 3000/home. Click on Create Webinar. And I'm just going to put the default credit card details. So just put 4242. And you want to spam that as much as you can. And then once you're done, it's going to show you this beautiful animation. And you can also save it with link so you can pay in the future. Your customers can pay using the same payment details, right? And now go ahead and click on Confirm. Okay, subscription failed. Let's take a look at what happened. Okay, so the problem here is I don't have a price that is this specific ID. I put a placeholder price, remember? So I got to go ahead and create that. So go ahead and open up Stripe. I'm going to go into Product Catalog. And in here, I'm just going to create a new product. And I'm going to call this Spotlight, like this. And I'm just going to say monthly subscription or test subscription. Okay. And then once that's done, I'm just going to set some amount for now. So it's showing in AED because this account was open up in that country, right? So because I was on a small little vacation. So now I'm going to just put $99 subscription. Actually, by the way, for pricing, so this product is a very specific product that helps a very specific person for a very specific problem. Okay, it's marketers that have high ticket products and services and need setters to close so many leads. And so you don't have to charge $97. You don't. And this is how one of my students used the exact same business model that I just showed him. The same exact thing, just with a slightly different offer that obviously I can't share, but pretty much the same thing, right? He was able to make $30,000 per customer. So you can charge $497. You can. There is value in this because the people you're selling to have the funds, okay? So that's the most important part here. There's more on this. I'll probably create another course on this sometime in the future. But once this is done, go ahead and add this product, and it's going to create the product for us. And now we have Spotlight in here. I'm going to click on the product, click on this, copy the price ID, and now I'm going to go into my price ID, which is inside my data.typescript in here, and let's replace this with the right price. Okay, boom, done. Now we're going to go back into our payment right here, and we're going to try to confirm once more. Okay, and it says there is no signature. Signature is missing. So let me go ahead and see what's going on. Okay, so I think this is probably why this was happening. Okay, so we're seeing 500 in here. And I made sure I also refreshed the page, which is super strange. It says there's no signature. Okay. There we go. So essentially, we need to create the webhook secret, and we totally forgot about that. So go into your environment variables, and you're going to create this variable in here. You're going to call it Stripe webhook secret. And remember, when you turn this on, essentially when you turned on the listener, it's going to give you the secret here. So copy this, like I said, and you want to paste that in here. And I think I actually pasted it somewhere. I just lost it, which is crazy, but just go ahead and assign it in here. And now let's go ahead and restart our application. Okay, so that should have the correct webhook secret in here. Now let's go ahead, open this up, and let's try this once more. And now for the moment of truth. So I'm going to click on confirm, and hey, there we go. Let's go. So confirmation, we received the confirmation, and it also says payment intent succeeded. And so you're good to go. So guys, this code will work. Okay, it will work. So even if you're not able to do the Stripe stuff, you're stuck, or for some reason you don't know how to move forward, just keep pushing through. Write the code and you'll figure out everything else later. Now, to really make sure that everything is working the way we expect it to, if I click on Create Webinar now, I should see the new button, right? Which is, I should be able to create a webinar. Let's go! Man, that was awesome. Okay, and that pretty much I guess that pretty much wraps up Stripe for us, right? Maybe we'll have a couple more sections in here, and I think we might be rendering some buttons and stuff like that. So we'll definitely come to that again, but that pretty much wraps up the Stripe section. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to open up your folder structure, and inside the app routes, you're going to create another folder here. This is a route group, and you're going to call this public routes. Now feel free to move this page.tsx into this, but the reason why I'm not doing that is because I want to create another layout inside this page, okay? Inside this folder. So I'm going to create a layout.tsx, and inside this layout.tsx, I'm going to give it some styling that we can share across this, this specific route. And all we're doing here is we're saying with full container, MX auto, and min screen of height. And we're going to pass in all the children elements just like this. Now, why do we need these public routes? So inside our SaaS, we're essentially going to have the live webinar section, right? This is where users can show up on a page to sign up for the webinar. Now, this needs to be a public page because if it's behind our protected routes, then users will have to go through the auth flow, and we don't want that, right? And so that's why we need to have this specific structure in here. So inside this public routes, go ahead and create another folder and call it live-webinar. And inside that, you want to create another file, call it page.tsx. And then in here, all we're going to do is redirect the user to the sign-in page if they try to access this because they don't have an ID, okay? Because in here, we're going to create another route, which is a dynamic route called live webinar ID. So please don't make any spelling errors. Follow exactly what I have on the screen, okay? And now inside this, we're going to have a page.tsx, and this component is going to render out that webinar itself. So quickly, just go ahead and return tsrefce, and I'm just going to call this a page, no problem. And let's change this to an async component. We're going to remove this. We don't need it. And then in here, we're going to accept those params and search params as well. So let's go ahead and grab that. So in here, I'm going to hit enter. And remember, I told you it's now a promise. So the type here should be a promise, okay? So it's going to say params and search params. And each of these are a promise that return those IDs and any other params, specifically the error, okay? Now let's go in here and just quickly destructure these so we can use it inside our application. Awesome. And now let's await the params. Next, we also need to await search params as well. And then once that's done, we need to get the webinar by this ID. So I'm going to say get webinar by ID. And this is a server action that we need to create. So let's go ahead and copy this title, open up the folder structure. You're going to go into actions, and you're going to go into webinar, and you're going to scroll down here. And you're going to do the following. It's a very, very straightforward, simple server action. So we're going to say get webinar by ID. We need the ID itself. We're going to go into our database for the webinar table, inside the webinar table, and where it's this ID, we're going to return that and include the presenter's information as well, okay? Including Stripe Connect, profile info, and all this stuff. And then we're simply just going to return that to the front end. Now, let's go ahead and let's import the server action. And the next thing we need to do is we need to check if there is a webinar or not. So if no webinar detail, just show a basic component for now saying webinar not found. And next we need to authenticate the user. So down here, I'm going to say check on authenticated user, and let's import this. And then once this is done, so why are we authenticating the user here? Well, if we get a user back and the user is signed in and they're trying to access this page, then we can determine if they actually own this account, right? So there's a lot of things that you can do. You can also check if they own that webinar itself. So there's so many things that you can do in here. And so for that reason, I think it's better to authenticate in here, okay? So the next stage is down here. I'm going to replace this div with another div. And this div is going to have a component called render webinar, okay? So let me go ahead and just type out the component in here. And then we're also going to need to create some keys up here. So what I'm going to do is just put a to-do and I'm going to say create API keys. Okay, and we're going to pass that in. So what I'm going to do for now is I'm just going to set all of these to strings, and I'm going to comment this out in just a second. Actually, we can copy this name, and let's hit enter here. Okay, let's bring this in. And now I'm going to copy the name, like I said, and I'm going to open up my folder structure. And inside this component, I'm going to create the underscore components route. It's not route, guys. Sorry, it's just a folder in here. This will not render. Okay, this will not render inside the browser. So then I'm going to create this component. And let's go ahead and return a component in here. Now, this is going to need a couple props. So let's go ahead and grab those. Awesome. And also, let's go back one step and let's import this component as well. And now we're also passing in the check user. And okay, so if the user does not exist, we also have to render out null, right? So what we're going to do is first, let's just change this. So this is user, check user.user, if not null, and then error like this and webinar. And by the way, these are the API keys. I'm just going to create them as standalone keys for now. And we're going to get these stream keys in just a second. And now that we have created this page, if you try to access this page, so let's just go into a webinar. And let's go ahead and click on this. There we go. Now we see this. Now the other thing is, you might ask, well, how do we get this link? And this link actually comes through the creation process. And if you remember, we did not finish the final stage. And the final stage basically gives the user whatever information they need for the webinar, right? So you can put a page on there on that section to showcase whatever you need to the user. So let's go ahead and complete that section before we proceed. So go ahead and open up your folder structure and you're going to look for components, reusable, and you're going to look for the create webinar. Go into index, inside the index.tsx, and then down here, you see we have this success step, right? So let's go ahead and remove this. And now I'm going to return a new component called success component like this, okay? It's called success step, and it takes in the webinar link. It also takes in a handler, and we also have the on close in here. So now let's go ahead and create the handler for this. And all this handler is going to do is it's going to reset our form data, calling the reset form, which comes from our hook right here. Let's go ahead and grab the reset form. Boom, there we go. And that's it. So now scrolling down here, you should not see any errors apart from this one. So copy this title, open up your folder structure, and in here, I'm going to create a new file. We're going to paste that, and we're going to say tsx, and then let's go ahead and return this. Now, inside this component, all we're going to do is first create a state. So I'm going to create a state up here, and let's import the state. And this also needs those props, right? So let's go ahead and grab those props, and let's destructure all of them in here so we can use them. And then inside the return, we're going to remove this, and I'm going to return a div. And I'm going to return a div inside this with a check icon, just like this, okay, to show that it's completed. And then after that, I'm going to have an H2. So after the second div, hit enter, an H2 that says your webinar is created. And then we're going to give them that link. So I'm going to say you can share the link, this link with your friends, whatever you want. And then at the bottom here, we're also going to add the input fields. And inside this is also going to be read only. And then in here, we're going to bring in the components button. And we're also going to bring in the Lucid React icons. So essentially, we have an input field that is read only, and we have a button where they can copy the icon. Now, when the user clicks on this handle copy link, what do? Well, this is all we have to do. So I'm going to go up top here, and I'm going to say handle copy link navigator.clipboard.write text, and we're going to paste that webinar link inside. And then we're going to set copy to true, and then obviously set timeout to, we're going to create a set timeout to change this. Okay? Awesome. Now let's go back down. And if you don't know what this looks like, it's just like a timer, right? So when you click, it shows checked, boom, done. And then in 2 seconds, or I think this is not 2, or is this 2? Yeah, I think this is 2 seconds. So in 2 seconds, it's going to reset because they're setting it back to false. Now, down here, I'm going to render a div that shows the link itself. So after the div here, hit enter, and you're going to say div with the link component with the webinar link and underscore blank, and then the button, and then we're going to say external link. And this is an icon that comes from Lucid React. And obviously, we're going to say preview webinar. And then after this, on created, based on the state, the on created new, we're going to essentially show this right here. So under this div, just paste this. We're going to say on create new. We're going to show a div, and just like this. Okay, and this is the function that's being passed in, so we're going to invoke that one as well. Also, this on close is optional, so because we don't need it right now, I'm just going to remove it and also not pass it in here. So remove on close. Awesome. So now let's go ahead and try to create the webinar, and let's try to access that page. Okay, now let's go ahead and click on complete, and there you go. Now you have the link. You can also create another webinar, or you can copy this and you can open it somewhere else. And there you go. It's going to take us to the render webinar page. Great job. Now go back into your render webinar component, and now we can import all of these and pretty much update this. So we have the user and we have the webinar type. So let's go ahead and import those types from Prisma client. And then down here, I'm going to essentially destructure and grab all of these. Next, return a React fragment here instead of this div, like this. And if you don't know what this is, it's basically the same thing as this, but just with some names, so you can add stuff to it, right? Like keys and stuff. So now inside this fragment, we're going to look at the webinar dot webinar status. And if this is equal to webinar status enum dot scheduled, then we're going to do something here. If not, we'll do something else in here. Okay, so based on the different states, we're just going to render out different client-side components. That's all we're doing in here. Okay, so let's first go ahead and do the scheduled link, and then we can do the rest. And now just to make sure that this is working, obviously this webinar is scheduled. There you go. So it's true. So it's going to render this one in here. Okay, so let's first go ahead and build this out. And I'm also going to put a to-do in here. And the to-do is going to say build waiting room and live. Okay, so now in here, we're going to remove these double quotes, and we're going to render out a component called webinar upcoming state. Okay, so go ahead and say the following, just like this, and it needs the webinar, so I'm just going to pass it in here and the user as well. Next, go ahead and open up your folder structure, and inside the components folder in here, you're going to create another component, and this one is called upcoming webinar, right? And then inside this, you're going to create this webinar upcoming state. So I'm going to create another page, say.tsx, and in here, I can now render this component and change the name. Okay, there we go. Now, inside this component, obviously, we need to accept those two props. So I'm going to accept them and also destructure them right here. Now let's go back and import this component so it doesn't throw this error anymore. There we go. And now we can see the webinar upcoming state. Now the next thing is first, we're going to need to create a state in here to hold a loading state. So I'm just going to quickly create this like this, and let's import use state. And then down here, we're going to need to create a div first. So I'm going to create a div just like this. And then inside this div, I'm going to create another div. And this is going to render out a paragraph tag. So I'm going to say div like this. And inside that, a paragraph tag. And I'm going to say seems a little early. And we also have to change this to use client component. Okay, and let's refresh this page. There we go. Awesome. And then once that's done, we're also going to render out a component called countdown timer. So copy this, and this is what it looks like. I'm just going to also pass in the props that it already needs. So let's pass these props in, copy the name, and then inside the same folder structure that we have in here, you're going to create another file. And this one is .tsx, so countdown timer.tsx. And let's go ahead and render out this component. Okay. Now in here, obviously, we need to accept those props as well. So let's go ahead and bring that in. And let's change this. Let's go back and let's import the component. Now going back into this component, all we're going to do is essentially render something very similar to kind of like a timer, right? So I don't know if you've seen, like before an offer ends, there's like this timer, right? That's what we're trying to render out. And just to give you another idea of what this looks like, something like this. Okay, so we can show some image here, and we can show, you know, the timer itself. So this is what we're trying to render. So let's go ahead and shrink this. And so the first thing we need to do, this is actually a pretty complex component. It looks really simple, but there's a lot of, you know, event handlers and things that are working right here. So first thing you want to do is go ahead and replace this with a div. And we're going to import cn right here. And we're also going to pass in the class name from the props. And then finally, in here, we're going to make a check. Okay, so we're going to check if this is expired or not. Now, how do we do that? Well, we're going to create a state to essentially store that value for us, right? So go up top to the top of the file, and right here, I'm going to say const is expired and set is expired. And now I can use that to check in here. So as long as this is not expired, so if not expired, then we want to do something in here, right? So I'm going to first render out a div like this. Okay, and AI is going crazy once more. Just give me 1 second. There we go. And inside this div, we're going to create another variable that's essentially going to check how much time we have left. Okay, and this is obviously useState again. So I'm going to create another state called time left, and set time left. It's an object that's going to store days, hours, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. Now you can go even further and do months, years, whatever, but I think this is more than enough. Okay, I don't think you need. No one's gonna create a webinar 3 years into the future. It sounds stupid, but maybe months, probably. Okay, so the next thing to do now is down here. We're going to check and say if time left dot days exist, then you're going to render this variable. Okay, so you're going to show the number of days and you're going to show the days. That's it. That's all we're trying to do. So now where do we get these days from? Well, we're going to need to create another state, but with the help of a helper function called split digits. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste this in here. And it does the same thing for days, hours, minutes, and seconds. So I'm just going to give it the variable name. So please pause the screen and type these out. And for the split digits helper function, this is all it's going to do. So it's a helper function right here. And we're going to say format number. And this format number comes from, actually, it's another helper function. Sorry about that. So I'm going to copy this and paste it in here. And this format number is going to format whatever we have to string. And it's just going to use some helper functions to essentially get us what we want. Okay, so now this is going to be a day. Now this helper function essentially did the same thing for hours, minutes, and seconds. So all I have to do now is after this div right here, you see we have the curly bracket, hit enter, and we're going to do the same thing for hours. So I'm going to say how many ever hours are left. So like this, hours, and then let's move on to the next one. Now you might wonder, well, why isn't the time actually showing the right way? And so the reason is because when we load up this component, we have to do that calculation. And the way to do that is through a use effect. So go ahead and create a use effect just like this and import it. And you essentially want to say the following. So you want to say target date as the dependency array is expired webinar ID and all of this. Just pass it in here. And all we're doing in here, guys, is we have a couple functions. Okay, I'm going to break this down step by step. First is calculate the time left. And we're going to invoke this based on a set timer right here. So I'm going to say set timer left, this variable, and we're going to invoke that and pass in whatever is returned from this. Okay? So what does this do? First, we're creating a date, and then we're checking the difference between the current date and that date. That's it. Now, if the difference is less than 0, then obviously it means something, well, there is a date. And so we're going to check if it's expired. If it is expired, we're going to set is expired to true. Okay? And then after that, if the webinar status is equal to scheduled, then we're going to say update the status of this, and accordingly, we're going to change this here. So this way, we're essentially updating this so we can show some data saying that, hey, now the webinar has started, and so it should be, we essentially going to the next stage. Now, this is also a very simple server action. So let's go ahead and open up our server actions folder inside webinar. And at the bottom, all we're going to do is this. So I'm going to say change webinar status, and we're going to have the webinar ID and the status that's required to change to. And we're just going to go into the database for the webinar, update it for this webinar ID, and we're going to pass in the status in here. And then we're just going to return a 200 response with these. So please pause and type. Okay, pause and type. Same thing for the error. Now let's go back here and let's quickly import this. And then finally down here, since this was inside a try catch and inside a function, we'll now call that function down here. Okay. Next, we're going to return this object here. So that way we can set it inside here, right? So we're going to return this for this specific section. Now, if this wasn't the case, so if the difference is less than 0, then here's what we're going to do. So please pause and type this, and this will essentially set the date to a specific number. Okay, and then finally, we're going to set the time left, which is a state, to the calculated time left. So we're going to invoke this function, and whatever's returned, we're going to store it in here. And then finally, we also have this interval. And then obviously, I'm just going to put some time in here, and it's going to invoke this set time left after that interval ends. Okay, then the next thing is the clear interval. So here, I'm just going to clear this interval, and that's pretty much it. So now we have this component set. So let's move on to the next part. The next one is the minutes. So after this div, so 3 divs, 1, 2, 3, hit enter. And now I'm going to render out the minutes. Okay, so it's going to show minutes in here, and just the same exact styling. Copy, paste, that's it. Okay, and same exact thing for seconds as well. So let me go ahead and copy this, and after 3 divs, hit enter, paste, and this one is for seconds. And now we have this really cool timer on this page. Looks really nice, right? So now we can show the user that, hey, you still have 8 more days until the webinar starts. So that way they can come back, and then when they do show up, we're going to have a different experience for them. Okay, so now that we're done with this component, let me just quickly make sure we have included everything we need to. Okay, this looks good. Let's go ahead and cancel out right there. And now inside our webinar upcoming status, I'm just going to import this stuff. So user, and then the webinar itself. Let's go ahead and import this. And then we also have this right here, which is a state that we were storing in here, right? So we're going to render that stuff next. Actually, we still have something else to paste right here. So let's go ahead and build that out. So this is just a reminder component. So I'm going to say div like this. And inside this div, I'm going to have an image. So div inside this div, and then an image component from next image. And I'm going to use this icon. Now you can use whatever you want. This doesn't look quite nice, okay? But just do whatever you want, okay? I'm just putting an image in here. Maybe you can give the user the ability to attach an image. And if you remember, I also built that functionality for you so that you can add to that in the future, right? So we're gonna have that image in here. And then after this, we're going to check the webinar status. So after this div, hit enter. If the webinar status is scheduled, let's import this as well. So if it is scheduled, then we're going to show a waitlist component. So go ahead and remove this, and I'm going to put this here. If not, I'm going to put this in here. Okay, That should solve this problem, just like that. And this also needs the waitlist status. So now we can render out this component right here. So let's copy this waitlist. And because this is true, it is a scheduled webinar, we need to create that. So inside this page, go ahead and create the component. And I'm going to call this waitlist component TSX. And let's go ahead and rename this. And inside this, let's go ahead and grab all of those props really quick. And let's go ahead and destructure this. And let's import the webinar status enum. And then next, we're going to remove this, and I'm going to create a dialog in here, and I'm going to also import this. And this needs a state called open and set open. And for this, I'm just going to use some local states in here. And let's not forget to change this to a client component. So I'm going to say use client, and let's also import this, right? And so once that's done, we also need the dialog trigger. And this is going to be a button. So we've done this a million times, so I'm not going to explain all of this, but it's just a button. And all we're doing in here is we have some styles on this, right? And if the webinar status is equal to live, then we're going to show something else, right? And in here, maybe you can show live or something. But then if not, I'm going to have this button text. Now, what is this button text? This is the button that the user essentially sees based on the status. So it's going to look like this. So button text is a switch case, and based on the different type of scenarios, which is scheduled, waiting room, and live, we're going to show a different button, okay? And we're just going to render out that button here. That's literally it. Now I see there's an error here, so let's go ahead and import this component. And there we go. Now we can see this, okay? So if we click on it, obviously nothing's going to work because we haven't set the states yet. So let's go ahead and complete that. So the next thing we have to do is render out a dialog content. So after the trigger, you're going to render out this component, and let's import the dialog content. And there's going to be this prop here. Not sure if it can take it or not, but I'm just going to pass it in for now. Or actually, let's go into the dialog content component. And then in here, I'm going to create this and set it to false. Okay, let's put a comma here. And then after this, I also have to extend on this type as well. So let's see the type that they're using here. .content. Okay, and I also have to expand, like I said. So I'm going to say and. I'm going to create this type and say this is optional, and it's going to be of type Boolean, like this. Okay, awesome. And let's see, this is still screaming at me. Okay, that's because this needs to be optional. Or, I mean, it is optional right now. What's the issue? Oh, it's not being used. Sorry about that, guys. So we have to actually use it in here, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. And then down here, we have this, this dialog right here. I think we can keep it as is, but I do want to wrap this inside this new thing that I just created. So up till here, wrap it like this and just like that. Okay, so this will show based on what's passed in here. So let's go back to our components now. And inside this, make sure you're passing this prop. And then first thing we're going to have is the dialog header. So I'm going to say dialog header like this. And it's going to have an H1 tag that says join the waitlist. And then inside this header, actually, we do not need an H1 tag here. I'm going to use the dialog title. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So I'm going to use a dialog title, and I'm going to put the webinar status in there. So if the webinar status is live, show it as live. So join the webinar or join the waitlist. Next, I'm going to create a form. So after the title, go ahead and say form like this. And this requires a handle submit, which we'll definitely do it right away because I don't want to forget that. So let's go up top. And in here, I'm going to create const handle submit, just like this. And this is going to be a different type. So react.form event, this is enough. And then inside this, first we're going to do e.prevent default. we're going to set is submitting to true, and then we're going to do try catch. Now, is submitting is going to be another state, obviously. So let's go ahead and create those states. So we also have a couple more states, so we might as well just go ahead and create these. So I have is open, which I already created, sorry. So we need is open, we need this is submitting, set submitting, submitted, and set submitted, okay? Then down here, after we are setting it to true, we're going to create a try catch. And inside the try catch, we're going to first register the attendee. Okay, so I'm going to say register attendee, and we need this email. And the email actually comes from this. So another state here called name and email. Okay, and now let's go ahead and change this to an async error function. And let's copy this, and we're going to open up our folder structure. We're going to scroll up here, and inside attendance, we're going to create the following. So all we're going to do in here is actually a pretty big function. So let's just go piece by piece. So go ahead and say const, export const register attendee. And then this is going to be an async error function. And this is going to accept the following. Okay, so we're going to accept webinar, email, and the name. And then first in here, we're also going to destructure this so we can use it inside. Okay, now inside this function itself, we're going to have a try catch block. So try and catch. And inside the try catch, we're going to have an if statement like this. So let's just quickly shrink all of this. So first I'm going to say if there's no webinar or no email, return 400. Then we're going to go into the database and we're going to save it. So we're going to say webinar.findUnique for this. We're going to get the webinar. But before we save, we have to make sure that the webinar exists. Okay, if it doesn't, we're just going to say webinar not found. Then down here, we're going to find and create the attendee by the email. Okay, attendee.findUnique for this. If there's no attendee, then only we'll create it. Next, we're going to check for existing attendance. So Prisma client.attendance.find first for this ID. And then we're going to include this. And if their attendance exists, then we're going to return 200, saying you are already registered for the webinar. Okay, because if you have to take this to a whole different level, you'll have to use cookies and all that unnecessary stuff that you don't need, especially if you're building your MVP. But if you're using AI, definitely, I would say, make AI do all this crazy stuff for you, okay? You don't sit and code all of this. All right, what's next? So now we have to create the record for the attendance, obviously. So I'm going to say for the attendance.create, and I'm going to say this person registered, okay? Next, we're going to revalidate this path, and I'm going to return 200 along with the attendance. And if there's any errors, we'll return that back. So now let's go back and let's import this massive server action. That's actually very simple, but it's just long. All right, it's like your exam papers. It's always simple, but it's super, super long. Okay, so now in here, if there's no success response, then we're going to throw an error. And if we have the user data, then we're going to set the attendee. Now, this set attendee comes from another store. Okay, we need this store in here. So let's go ahead and create the store. So first, because we can, we'll just do this right here and just kind of destructure it and grab that data right now. And then let's go ahead and copy this title. And I want you to open up the folder structure. And you're going to scroll down into your store. And inside this, you're going to create that new store. So I'm going to say use attendance store. Okay, dot TypeScript. And then inside here, we're going to create a very simple store. So this store is going to have attendee, the set to the setter, and the clearer. Okay, clearer. Hello, what is that word? Okay, and now we're going to create the zoo stand store. We're going to use this thing called persist. Okay, and persist is essentially a way to store all the values inside the local storage. Okay, that way it'll automatically pull this up and it will use this. So now we're going to say set, and in here we're going to get all of these, set all of these values and create the set attendee, the helper function, and the clear attendee as well. So we're just going to change its value to null and set it to the following number, following attendee. Now this attendee storage is just the key that is used inside local storage to store this. So if you want to fetch for this, you just have to look for this value. Okay. Now that we have this, let's go ahead and import this. Okay, there we go. And now we are setting the attendee right here. So after setting the attendee, we're going to obviously show them some sort of a UI. So I'm just going to say toast.success and show a toast message. And then we're going to set the email to empty, name, and is submitted to true. Finally, I'm going to have a set timeout that helps us close the dialog after successful registration. Okay. And what I'm going to do for that is hit enter. And I'm going to say set timeout like this. And we're going to set it to false. And this happens after about, I think, 1.5 seconds. Okay. And if the webinar status is live, then we're going to do router.refresh. And for this, you guys know what we need. You're going to scroll up top and you're going to import router from use navigation. And now you have router.refresh. Okay, awesome. So after this try block, we're going to put the catch block to show the error and the toast error. And for finally, we're going to say set is submitting to false. That's pretty much it. Okay, nice that we already created the handler, so we don't have to come back to that. So inside the form now, let's go ahead and quickly finish this section. So the first thing we need is if the user has already submitted, then we're going to show their name and their email. I mean, if they haven't submitted, sorry. So if they haven't submitted, return an input field for name and for the email. And we're just going to pass in these values in here. Okay, just like this. Next, we're going to use a button to help them submit. So after this, we're going to say button, type submit, class as follows, and disabled is submitting or submitted. Then if they are submitting, we're going to show a loading state saying registering. And if they have submitted, we'll say you have joined, you're all set, you're successfully joined, whatever. And then down here saying join the waitlist now. Now go ahead and open up your webinar upcoming state component. And at the bottom here, we can continue through this process. So instead of this, guys, right here, I'm going to remove this and I'm going to put another if condition. And based on this, we're going to do two different events right here. Okay. This is kind of starting to get a little bit too nested. So please just pause and type with me and go slowly. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do here for the truth condition is we're going to render out a button. Actually, let's render out a React fragment to wrap this button first. Okay, like this. And so if this is the waiting room, then in here, we're going to check again for the ID. So the current users, if their ID is equal to the webinar's presenter, so the presenter's ID, then we're going to do something here. If not, we'll do something else in here. Okay, so let's also just bring this in. There we go. And so in here, for the truth condition, we're going to render a button. Okay, so remove this and render a button. Now let's go ahead and import the button. And I'm also having a logo, an icon. And so all we're doing here is we have a button here that has a loading state, just saying starting. Okay, so when they click to start the webinar, it's going to show like this. So essentially, if this is the actual host themselves, then we're showing a slightly different experience. So that's how we're doing this. Okay. So next we have to create this. So might as well create it right now. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll up here and I'm going to hit enter and I'm going to say const handle start webinar is going to be equal to this right here. But first we need to set loading to true. And then we have to make a call. So I'm going to put that inside try catch. And this is a server action called change webinar status. So I'm going to copy that name and then I'm going to open up the folder structure, go into webinar, and have I already created this? Okay, we have already created this. So just import the server action. And then next we're going to check if there's no response. So if no response.success, throw an error message. And if everything looks good, then we're going to return a toast. Okay, so I'm going to say toast like this from Sonar. And this is going to need use router. So let's import use router. Okay. And this needs to become an async component, so we can make this call here. And then finally, for the error space, the error part right here, we're going to say console.log toast.error. And then finally, we also have to set loading to false. So I'm going to say finally. It will not do finally for me. Okay, there we go. Okay, set it to false. And now let's scroll down here. And now after this, we have this part here. So loading icon if they clicked on it and it's starting the webinar, and then start webinar if they haven't clicked on it yet. Okay, nice. Now, after this button, you have one more condition right here. Instead of this, we're going to change this component. Same thing, same waitlist component, but instead of passing in scheduled, we're going to pass in waiting room. Okay, and inside this, we need to, I think, we will take a look if we have to change some stuff in here. Okay, so we're going to pass in waiting room inside this component. Now, down here, you're going to find this if condition. So you're going to change this to another if condition. So remove this truthy value, and you're going to return something else. So let's change this to, okay, I need to remove this one first. And so I'm going to say if webinar is equal to this, do something in here, else do something in here. Okay. So if this is true, that means if it is live. So if the status is live, then we're going to render out the same waitlist component, but this time it's going to have live as a status. Okay. Next, we have this one more if condition here, right? So we have one more thing to enter. So I'm going to remove this, put the curly bracket, and I'm going to say, if this is true, do something here. If false, do something here. Okay. And it looks like I made some sort of error. Let's see what this is. Okay, I think we're good. So all I had to do was say webinar.status. If it is canceled, then I'm going to render out a paragraph. And inside this paragraph, I'm going to pass in the following styles. And I'm going to say webinar is canceled. Okay, that's it. Next, at the bottom, we're going to have a button that just says ended. So just like this. Okay, that's pretty much it. Now scroll down here, and this is the description. So I'm going to hit enter. And now I'm just going to copy this so we don't waste any time on creating descriptions and stuff, right? So it's a H3 with a paragraph and a button here. So first things first, go ahead, please pause and type these styles. But the other thing is we're rendering out the description in here. Then we're rendering out a calendar. This is a calendar icon. So from Lucid React. And this is going to have the format function that comes from datefn. So let's bring that in. And then we have the clock icon as well. Let's import that one as well. So now we're just essentially changing this, just reformatting the date, and we're showing it down here as well. So now if you refresh this, there you go. You can see the description. I mean, of course, I haven't created something that looks really nice, but you get the point. Now, there's a few more things we need to do inside this render webinar component. So let's go ahead and finish this up as well. So inside this page, obviously we have all the props here. It says to do, build, waiting room, and live room. Okay, got it. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this hook here called use router, and I'm also going to get use path name. And then remember we created that attendee store. We need to get that one as well. So I'm going to bring that in, and I'm going to import this. Okay, and let's go back here. And then after this, we're going to have a use effect. And this use effect is going to check for any errors that are coming in from here. Okay, so if there are any errors, then we're going to show a toast message, and we're going to push them to a different page. Okay, so I see this here. This needs to be a client component. So I'm going to change this to use client. Okay, awesome. There we go. And then inside this component, after we render the upcoming state, we're going to render another one for the waiting room. Okay, so in here, please follow through with me and type this with me. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to say webinar, if it's equal to something, return this, and then return this. Okay, so if it's the waiting room, then we're going to render the same component, but this time we're going to render the status. So let me make sure putting the right. Okay, so if it's waiting room, we're going to just pass in these props, and it's going to do it accordingly. Also, a better way to represent this page, guys, would be through a switch statement. Okay, we've done that. We've done that in the past, so you can follow the same design. So after this, in here, we're going to need to render another if statement here. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to say this is true. Do something here. If not, do something here. Okay. So if it's live, then we're going to render out a different component called a live component. But obviously, we don't have that, so I'm going to say to do add live stream component and webinar stuff. Okay. And essentially in place of this, so I'm just going to put a comment here, and in place of the string itself, I'm going to remove it, and I'm going to render out a React fragment, and I'm going to check if the user is the presenter. If so, I'm going to render that live stream component that I was talking about. Okay. If they're an attendee, I'm going to pretty much send the participant version. And then down here, we're going to render out this webinar upcoming state. So obviously, this is also to do. So let's say to do in here, and then we'll just comment this out. Okay, actually, yeah, we'll comment it out so it doesn't throw errors. We'll just return a string here like this. Okay, and same thing here as well. So we're going to render this out, and let's quickly comment this, return a string. And for this, I'm going to say live stream for presenter, and then down here for participant. Okay. Now, once this is done, the other if condition is going to render this, right? So we're going to render this webinar upcoming state. And then after that, down here, after this React fragment, we have this if block. So in here, we want to make sure it's not canceled. So remove this, and we're going to check if it's canceled. Then in that case, we're going to render another component. Okay, so we're just going to show that the webinar has been canceled. So I'm going to replace this, and I'm just going to say div like this with another div with h3 and paragraph. And I'm just going to say this webinar is canceled. Very straightforward. And then down here, we're going to render out that webinar upcoming state. We're just going to pass in all the values that it needs. Now I'm just taking a look at all the to-dos that we already have, and I see one in here under source actions webinar.typescript, where we have to check if the user has a subscription before creating the webinar. And now we can actually turn that on and remove this because now we have subscriptions turned on inside our application. Now, I just want to show you that this actually works, and you can reach this page if you are not a presenter. So I'm going to copy this, and in here, I'm going to open this up. Just open a new incognito tab, and I'm going to paste this in here, and there you go. What's up, Prodigies? Just as a quick heads up, we're working on our first ever premium SaaS course called MOCHI. Now, I'm sure most of you have already seen the project, or you know what it is, or you've heard about it, and if you haven't, obviously take a look at my Twitter or look through my YouTube page. You'll find more about MOCHI. Okay. Now we're still working on this. This is not completed because this project has been in the working for 10 months. Okay. For 10 months, our team has been working so hard, ideating, designing, and building this project to make it production grade so that you can learn the best practices and build the best project on the internet. Now, I know you're going to love this because I have launched a waitlist, and this waitlist gives you an exclusive opportunity to get the launch bonuses and the launch discounts, which we always do when we first launch something. And you will have the option to have that in front of you before other people. This way you can make the decision to join or not, okay? And I know for a fact you're going to, and so I would say just join the waitlist anyway, so you can put your name on it so that when these go out, you have the option to grab these first, okay? And I don't want you to miss out on this because I'm super, super passionate about building projects like this, and I can guarantee you that I've put my heart and soul into this, and you will love this project, okay? And more about this on my Twitter. You guys can take a little sneak peek here to see what it's about. But this is the best project, and that's what I'm hoping to build, okay? So go ahead, join the waitlist, and I'll see you on the other side. Now, the next feature that we're going to be working on is the live streaming capabilities inside our application. Now, before we move forward, we need to make some architectural and direction decisions so we know how to move forward in this app, okay? So we got to keep in mind that building an infrastructure from scratch for streaming, especially to tens and thousands or I have seen marketers with 100,000 people on that stream. That's insane, right? And so I don't know if you guys know about WebRTC, Turn, Stern. These are all just protocols and different things that are created to make communication over the internet possible. Okay. And building these are going to be very expensive, especially if you're doing it from scratch. Okay. Now, I'm not saying these things are expensive, are cheap if you got a third party service. That's not what I'm trying to say. It is still going to be expensive, obviously, because there is a lot of infrastructure. Because if this is expensive, someone else is doing this for you, right? So whatever you do, whether you're building it on your own or you're getting a third-party service, you will pay the exact same amount. Now, here is why I believe doing everything from scratch is the worst decision you can make in your SaaS, especially if you're just starting out. First, if you are watching this channel, you are probably not just a web developer who wants a job. You probably want to start your own SaaS, help people out there, and become a SaaS entrepreneur. And so if that's the case, then you are definitely going to have this question, which is, should I do things on my own because I don't have the funding right now? Or maybe I do have the funding, but I don't know if I should put it into a third-party service or if I should just build everything myself. First thing, you can't even do it yourself. I'll tell you that right now. You cannot build all of these from scratch, host it, maintain it over time. It's going to be very expensive. And I'm not talking about just the infrastructure. What I'm talking about is labor costs, okay? Nobody has this skill. And so what that means is if a skill is very rare, you're going to need to pay top dollar, okay? So if you do choose to build everything from scratch, you got to keep in mind that you have to understand all of the underlying network challenges that can take place as you know, as you're building your application. Okay, you're going to face so many challenges and it's going to block you. And let me ask you this question, right? If your goal here is to help someone, so let's take this person right here who needs your help. They're saying, help me, parent. Okay, please help me. And your SaaS application essentially can help this person. Are you going to help them right now, or are you going to sit and code? What are you going to do? Try to just answer this question, right? Pause this video and try to answer this question. Hopefully you got it right. But if I was you, my job or my priority would be to help this person as fast as possible with as much resources as I have, right? If I have $0, I'm not going to go crazy and buy some infrastructure that's cost me $50,000 to help this person. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying here is, to the capabilities I have, I'm going to help this person as fast as possible. Now, that's how entrepreneurship should work, okay? Your goal is to help someone as fast as possible. Now, let's also take the financial aspects of it. As a SaaSpreneur, as a SaaS entrepreneur, is your goal to code and make your application feel nicer just for yourself? That means the code looks nice. Or do you want to focus on building the app so that you can get it out there as fast as possible? Because getting it out there means you make money faster, right? This is how an application called Cal AI was able to make $2 million in, I think, under 6 months. They bootstrapped all of this just using AI. And quite frankly speaking, the app probably did not even work when they first started, okay? And they implement a strategy that I call the Illusion funnel. So many companies have been using the Illusion funnel to essentially launch different features and different parts of, different probably new companies itself. And if you want to learn more about this, obviously you can take a look in the description, but that's not the focus of this. The point here is, if you're trying to help someone and if you're trying to make money online, you need to get your stuff out there as fast as possible. So here's another question, right? Would you rather just pay maybe $1,000, $2,000, whatever that is, just to get the infrastructure set up for yourself? That means it's all custom built, so you have complete control over it. And potentially you might save long term, but this is only infrastructure. Keep that in mind. Only infrastructure. You have to still hire labor, like I said, right? And maybe you have the ability to customize specific, requirements, designs, all that kind of stuff. And obviously, there's no dependency on an external service, so you can quit at any time. So would you rather do this, or would you rather just opt for a third-party tool that is completely free to get started? You don't have to pay money for it. It's free, and essentially you pay later in the future when you make money. Okay, this is a no-brainer offer to me. Okay, like in my mind, someone's telling me, "Hey man, I'll handle all of this for you," and I will essentially make it so affordable that you can scale to not just the 100 users, 200 users that you would get with this system, but I'm talking about a million users, right? Would you rather opt for that? That essentially checks all of these things that you need to consider when you're building such a system like this. And not to forget, there's also going to be real-time events, right? You might need to show things on the inside the chat. So you're going to need something for this. And maybe you need more capabilities like sharing the screen. I don't know. There's so many different things, right? And so you need to figure out a way to combine this. That means use some free tools and maybe use some paid tools as well, but it has to be as cheap as possible so that when you're first starting, your main goal should be, like I said here, to help this person get what they want, and obviously at no cost if possible, or at very least cost. And that's exactly what we need to do. We will be using GetStream for our application. And Stream essentially has so many different products that you can leverage. They have chat messaging, they have video and audio, and they also have an activity feed. So if you want to build something that looks kind of like, I guess this looks like Twitter, right? You can build something like this. They give you all of these components, and it's completely free to get started for all of the products that we'll be using inside this project. So that means they're going to give you all of this infrastructure for free so that you can start and you can make a ton of money. Now, here's why I really want to support this company. So there's a link in the description, and if you click on that link, you're going to get a maker account. Now, essentially, if you are making less than $10,000 per month in revenue and you have taken less than $100,000 in funding, Stream is free. It's literally free. And this is insane because they are taking on the costs. And you can take a look at whatever, what all they have in here. You're getting a lot of stuff, but this is more than what we need for, our application, right? You can also just go ahead and create the account. But I just found this that, they're pretty much telling you that they will give you all the things that you need to get started. And with that being said, Stream is also the sponsor of today's video. So thank you so much to Stream, not just for sponsoring this video, but also for providing such a service to the web development community. That way, we can actually build real products using some amazing tools like GetStream.io. So go ahead and click the link in the description. It's going to take you to this page where you can create your Maker account completely for free. Okay, and then the other thing you need to do is go ahead and sign in right here. So provide all the information that you need and then go ahead and sign into the application. And it's going to give you a second page where you can select all of this data. So make sure at the bottom you just select web technologies. That way your experience looks the same. And then click on chat messaging and video and audio. Okay, then next go ahead and click on complete sign up. And that's going to take you in here. Now for the organization name, just create small letters only, okay, so lowercase. So I'm going to say Prodigies testing, okay, just make it very simple. And then I'm going to copy this and go ahead and put all of the other details. And then you can click on submit. Okay, there we go. And you should see this ID right here. So this is your username, okay? So don't put any spaces in this. Next, you should probably already have an application built for you, but I'm going to go ahead and create an app from scratch in case some of you guys don't have this built for you, okay? So click on Create App, and in here, I'm going to say Web Prodigies -Spotlight, okay? Please type it this exact same way. And then in here, you're going to select US East, and I'm just going to select something in here and make sure you click on development. Okay. Then next, go ahead and create the app, and it's going to take you into the overviews tab. Now, this is where you can access all of the products. Okay. So it's a very systemized, I guess it's a very systemized UI, right? You have chat, moderation stuff, activity, video, very straightforward. Now, at this moment, we only need the video and audio stuff. So first thing you're going to do is click on Overview. It's going to take you in here. And then inside your environment file, we're going to need to populate these values. Okay, so the first one we need is the stream user ID itself, and this is this word right here. So mine is Prodigies testing, so I'm going to say Prodigies testing. Do not use the same keys, guys. Use your own keys. Okay, please do not. A lot of you guys are just using my API keys. Please don't do this, or from next time, I'm just not going to ever show an env file. Okay. Next, here you need the stream API key. So in order to get this, if you scroll down here, let me expand this a little bit more. You're going to find a key here. Copy this key and paste it in here. Okay. Next, you're going to find the secret key, copy this one, and paste the secret in here as well. And now we need the stream token and the stream caller ID. So let's go ahead and grab that. So go ahead and all the way up top, scroll away all the way up top, you're going to find this button, Create Live Stream. Click on this and it's going to take you into this page. Okay, so the first thing we need is this RTMP stream key. Okay, so copy this and you're going to paste that as the stream token. Okay, and then finally you also need this call ID, and this call ID is going to be this one right here, the live stream ID. Okay, so copy that and paste it into your folder, into your environment file. Now there are different ways to stream. Most marketers are not going to use your phone. Okay, they do not want to just use your phone. They probably have a nice setup, or maybe a nice microphone, or maybe some different screen sizes, right? Or maybe they even have like an avatar icon, or maybe like a circle where they can show their face, and they want to also screen share. And so there's so many different things that they might require, and you will not be able to build all of this, obviously. So there's two ways. One is you can give camera settings directly inside the app, but the second way is what everybody prefers, even myself, which is to use OBS. So we'll be using OBS essentially to stream through GetStream. Okay, and GetStream is the infrastructure. They're going to handle all of the traffic. They're going to handle all of the scaling, so you don't have to do anything. It's going to auto scale, and all you have to do is just sell more, right? How much more simple is that? Okay, awesome. So now let's move on to the next stage and get this set up inside our application. So now that we have these values, we want to go into the page.tsx under the live webinar ID, the dynamic ID in here. And then we have these IDs, right? Let's just quickly go ahead and remove all of these strings. Okay, there we go. That was pretty quick. And so now we're just going to store these in here. And now we can pass these values down. Okay. So just as a quick side note, I also made a ton of performance enhancements for the premium code base. Okay, so we just a couple more enhancements, such as the endpoints and maybe a slightly better user experience as well. So if you do grab the code base, you're going to get all of that as a bonus. Okay, but I do want to add those changes in here as well. So some of them we're going to add, like the main structural changes, because I did make a few more structural changes. But all other design upgrades, all of that stuff is going to be in the code base in the description only. Okay, so the first thing is go into Prisma, and in here, I want you to scroll down to where you find the attendance, or sorry, I mean the attendee itself. And then down here, we're going to essentially create two more values. Okay, this one is created at and the updated at as well. Now, once you make a change, I want to show you what you need to do inside your app, right? So I'm going to create another shell here, and I'm going to say I'm going to essentially type the migrate command, and you want to say npx prisma migrate dev, and I'm going to put a name. So for this name, I'm just going to call, actually, we need to put dash name, and then we need to put the name. So for now, and also guys, please make sure this is kebab skew, or you put underscores, don't put spaces. So I'm just going to say adding schema changes. Okay, and then go ahead and hit enter. And if everything is correct, you should see a migration script created for you. Okay, there we go. Our migration script is created. Now let's also go ahead and generate the client. So at the bottom, you want to say npx prisma generate and hit enter, and that should give you all the types. So I see some error here. Let me see what's going on, guys. Just give me a second. All right, guys, so all I had to do was delete my node module. So I just deleted it and I did the npm install once more like this. And now when I did npx prisma generate, that worked. I usually hate errors like this because there's no information, right? It doesn't tell you what's going on. You just have to wing it and you have to try different things. And typically, if there's anything that I see that's really strange, it's probably your environment, right? The coding environment. So delete no modules, delete next, try that first. If that doesn't work, then you can get deeper into it. But usually the error will tell you what's going on. But this was a horrible error. So, but I noticed this, node modules. So because I noticed node modules in here, I knew for a fact that it's happening in here. So I just deleted it and then reinstalled. Now, from this page.tsx, let's just continue. So we were essentially passing down the API keys into this, right? So now go ahead and click into also, let me make sure that we actually have these values. Okay, so you want to change the API key here to next public stream API key, okay? And that should solve that error. Now I'm going to go into our render webinar, and in here, we need to essentially use all of these keys, right? So let's scroll down here, and we have our first to-do, which is to build the live stream component. So I'm going to go ahead and uncomment this. Awesome. And let's remove this string from here. And now we're essentially passing down the values that we need, but obviously we need more inside this. So I'm just going to pass in the remaining as well. So we need the webinar itself and the user in here. Now, technically, both of these components are exactly the same. It's just wrapped in a different higher order component. So it has some different, like a different user interface. That's the only difference. Okay. So go ahead, quickly copy this title and now open up your folder structure. And inside components, you're going to create another folder in here. And you're going to call this component, it's a folder actually. It's called live stream state. Okay, so actually it's called live webinar, not live stream state. Okay, and inside this, we're going to create that page.tsx that we need. And let's go ahead and use React snippets. Now inside this, we need to accept all those props, right? So let's go ahead and bring those in. And let's just quickly import webinar with presenter. Actually, we got to get this custom type. So just one moment. Let's just go ahead and destructure these values from here. Okay, awesome. And now we can create this type. So to create this, I'm going to scroll into the types folder, which is inside libs, types. And at the bottom, I'm just going to create the webinar type like this, which needs webinar, and presenter is going to be user. Now let's go back here and let's quickly import this one. Okay. Now inside this component, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a stream user. Okay. So up here, I'm going to say stream user, and this stream user is from, let me just import this. Actually, give me 1 second, guys. So yeah, this stream user is going to come from the SDK, right? So we're going to go ahead and grab that SDK right now. So open up your terminal, and inside, if it will let me today, okay, there we go. And you essentially want to put npmi. You're going to paste this, which is, let me shrink this so you guys can see clearly. So stream.io node-sdk, please don't make any spelling errors, okay? And we're going to install a specific version of this, like I mentioned. So I'm going to go ahead, put the version number, and I might need legacy depths. Let's just see. Let's hit enter and then see what happens. Okay, so we do need this, obviously. So I'm going to bring this in and say legacy peer depths and hit enter. And then once that's done, I'm going to get the second package that I need, which is the React SDK. Okay, so go ahead and you want to say npmi. You want to paste stream.io/react, so video React SDK. And then in here, we're going to put @symbol. We're going to paste this and say legacy peer depths and hit enter. Now we're going to need 2 more packages for the live streaming. This is not actually part of the live stream feature itself. This is for the chat and the essentially the chat section inside the live stream. And the coolest part is GetStream also gives you all of this, right? So they have a product here called chat messaging, and you can build real-time chat capabilities, right? So they're essentially giving you everything. You don't have to go outside of GetStream. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to also install that right away. So that way I just, make my life easier. Okay. So go in here. You want to say npm i stream chat, and you want to put at, right, like this. And then I'm going to use this specific version. And then after that, I'm going to put a space, and I'm going to put the stream chat React like this. And this also requires a specific version. So let's bring that in. And then I'm going to say legacy pure depths. Okay, and let's go ahead and hit enter. Awesome. And now we can proceed further. So the first thing we need here is the stream user. So what I'm going to do is on top of this file, I'm going to import user as stream user. And then we also need these two components called stream video and the stream video client. Okay. And now down in here, I'm going to remove this, or actually, first let's hit enter here because we need to create the new client with the API keys and the host user, right? The token. So I'm going to say const client equal stream video client, just like this. And I'm essentially going to pass in those values. And then we have to create the stream video. So I'm going to say stream video. And inside this, we're going to pass in, we're also going to pass in the client itself. And then we need another component called custom live stream player. Okay. Now, this is just a wrapper component. So go ahead and copy this title. You want to open up your folder structure, and inside the live webinar folder, you want to create the custom live stream player.tsx. And let's go ahead and return this component like this. Now, like I said, this is a wrapper. So it's just going to wrap another component that we need to create in common. So first, go ahead and bring in all the types that we need. And in here, I'm going to destructure this. And then inside the return, first, let's create a client. Okay. Now, this requires a hook, so you can use the same client. So I'm going to say const use stream video client like this. And this comes from our video React SDK. So let's scroll up top. And I'm going to import the following. So now I have this hook right here. Awesome. And then the next one is I'm going to create a state called call and set call. And let's import this one as well. And the type for call here also comes from this stream.io. Okay, so I'm going to get call. Awesome. And then after this, we have show chat. So for this one, I'm going to create another state in here so we can show the chat as well. Now, this has to become a client component. So I'm going to say use client up top. Awesome. And then the next thing we need is a use effect. So let's go ahead and create a use effect like this. Okay. And inside the use effect, we're going to check if the client exists or not. And if it doesn't, we have to return. Now, obviously, we're going to need to pass in the client in here. And I'm also going to pass in some values that we get from here, which is the call ID and the call type. Okay. So next, we're going to create the client call. So I'm going to say my call, client.call, and we're going to pass in these values. Next, let's go ahead and set the state. So we're going to set the call itself so I can save that. And then I'm going to essentially invoke this. So this is just like syntax, okay? So we need to say mycall.join.catch, okay? So this way we can join this call. And if there is an error here, we're just going to say fail to join it. And then finally, we're going to also return a cleanup function. So I'm going to say return mycall.leave catch. And if you cannot leave, we're just going to show a message. And we're also going to set the call to undefined. Okay? Awesome. Now, before we render this out, since this has a lot of client-side stuff, it requires the DOM and all that kind of stuff. So what we're going to do is we need to make sure we actually have the call. Okay? If we don't have the call, then we're going to return null. And now down here, we have to return a component called stream call. So I'm going to say stream call, and this comes from the same package. Okay, so let's import it from the Video React SDK. And then we have to pass in the call right here. Next, we need to create that main component that I was talking about, which is the live webinar component. Okay, and for now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave it like this. I'm going to go one step behind, and I'm going to import our custom live stream player, so I don't see that error anymore. Okay, and in here, I also have to import the live stream state inside our render component, and I see an error in here. Let me quickly fix this one as well. Okay, so we're going to use the new type here, guys. We're going to use the webinar with presenter, and let's import this like this, and that should solve that problem. Okay, sorry about that. And now let's go into the live stream, into custom live stream, and now we're inside this component. Now this component is a custom component, but first let's just go ahead and pass in all the props it needs. Okay, so the first one is we're going to pass in a state called show chat and set show chat. So let's go ahead and do that. Then we're going to need an is host, and obviously since this is the host, right, we're creating the host view. So we're going to say is host and set it to true. Then we're going to need username. So I'm going to pass in username, user ID, and the user token like this. And then we're also going to need one more value called webinar. So I'm going to pass this in as well. Okay. Now this stream user ID is basically from our account. So I don't think it should matter because essentially we are doing it for them, right? But I think you don't need to dynamically pull this, so that should be fine. Now go ahead and quickly copy this. So let's create this component itself. And this is a huge component. Actually, this is not a big component. There's more inside this, and that's why it becomes a big component. So please bear with me, stay with me, keep coding, and eventually you're going to get there. Okay. So inside the components folder, I'm going to create another folder, call it common. And inside that, you want to create a file. This file is livewebinarview.tsx. Okay. And now let's go ahead and return this component like such. And let's also go back one stage and import this component as well. And now we need to accept all of these props. So let's go ahead and pass this in. And let's also import this one. So these are the props that we need. So please pause and type. And I don't see any errors here. Awesome. The next one is I need to destructure. So I'm going to grab and destructure all of those. And finally, I need to work on this component. So what I'm going to do now, guys, is I'm going to see if I can try to open something. So just give me 1 second. So I just went ahead and changed the time to start right now. And if you refresh the page, the timer essentially resets that. And just for a temporary state, what we're doing is based on the timer, if it has expired, we're just going to change it to waiting room. So right now, all of the users that stop on this page are stuck on the waiting room section. This is a waiting room for them. Okay, but because I'm in the webinar perspective for the creator, the host itself, I see start webinar. And now as the host, when I click on start webinar, it's going to fire this handle start webinar, which is going to change the status to live. Okay, now inside this, throughout this, as we keep progressing, I'll also show you how to use events. So I expect you to use events to create real-time functions inside the app and kind of expand on it, okay? But for now, this is all we need, which is just to change the status to live and then essentially, show these messages, whatever this is. And so I'm going to just go ahead and try to click on this. And once I click on this, let's see what happens. Okay, so I just clicked on it and it said webinar started successfully. Obviously, we're going to see a bunch of errors and it says user token is not set. Either the client.connect user wasn't called or the client.disconnect wasn't called. Okay, so yes, there's a bunch of things that we need to do, but this is the live webinar view. So essentially, once we connect to OBS, we're going to be inside this lobby and you can start the webinar anytime you want. And just to show you, if I open this in incognito, it's going to show join webinar. And if I try to click on it, obviously I need to make sure that I'm already, inside and registered. So you need to put the same email that you used previously. And once you do, all it's going to render for us, let's just take a look at what it's rendering, right? So going back to this component, it's just going to show live stream for participant because this person is an attendee. Okay, so that's the flow right now. So let's go ahead and close this out and let's focus on the live stream state. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this and I'm going to return a div in here. And after that, I'm going to put another div, and this div is going to have the following styles as well. Inside this, we need one more div, just like this. So let's go ahead and bring that in. And then after that, I'm going to create one final div inside this. Okay. Man, web development is so weird. It's just a bunch of divs. Okay. And then after that, I'm going to have some spans. So inside this, we're going to have a span here that just says live, just like that. Look at that. Looks awesome, right? And then we're also going to use an animate pulse on it. We actually created this manually, so you can use that. I think Tailwind also already created something for us, but this is from the CSS that we created. Okay, so it shows that the user is live. Then next, we are going to create another div. So after this, 1, 2, hit enter. And here you're going to create another div like this. And you're going to show one div inside there and then a button at the bottom. Okay. And first, we're going to show a user icon here. And inside this, we're going to show the view count. So let's go ahead and grab that view count. So the view count is a hook that comes from our getStream package. So let's go ahead and import that manually because it's not letting me import that. So this comes from the Video React SDK. Okay, and this makes it super easy for us to get all of these values. Actually, sorry guys, I think I have to import this from another function. Just give me a second. So this use participant count actually comes from another hook here called call state hooks. Okay, and that gives you this hook, and then you can invoke that to get the view count. And this has to be a client component, obviously. That's why we're seeing all these errors, I assume. So I'm just going to change this to use client like this. Actually, no, we have some div errors here, and that should update that. So now we can see this. And I'm also going to import this message square component, and let's refresh this real quick. Okay, there we go. And we're pretty much all set. And now we have the user's icon showing the number of view count, and we also have a button here. So awesome. Now let's proceed further right below the button. And so after the button, now we're going to create the main content. So for this one, I'm going to create a div. So after the button, 1, 2, hit enter, and then create a div here. And this div is going to have the video section first. So I'm going to say div like this with the following styles. And this is going to have another div inside this. Okay. And based on if this is the host or the participant, we're going to show the participant view because they're going to have a couple more actions to perform, right? And this UI looks super slick. Like, let's take a look at this, right? So we're going to actually bring that component here. So hit enter. And inside this, first, let's look to make sure if this is the host or not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up top. And I'm going to say host participant is equal to participants. And this participant comes from another hook called participants, which comes from here. Okay, so we're going to say participants.length greater than 0. If not, we're going to just grab the first one and we're going to say null. Okay, and then after that, I'm also going to create some states, guys. So let's just go ahead and do it right now. So I'm going to say const. We need the client, the chat client, the channel, and dialog open. So through this channel, we can also fire those events that I was talking about, right? So now I'm going to import the stream chat as well. And the stream chat component comes from the second product that they have, which is the stream chat. Okay, so now we have that state in here, and we also have the channels. Awesome, so we're just storing that so we can now use them. Now let's scroll down here. And inside this, we can check that new state, right? So we can say if host participant, like this. If this is true, do something here. If not, do something in here. So if it is the host participant, then we're going to show a div here, and we're going to show the participant view. Okay. Now this participant view component is a built-out component already done for us from Stream.io package, okay, from the Video React SDK. So it makes our life super, super easy. And we also have to pass in the host participant, and let's refresh this page. And okay, we still see this error, but now we see only one error instead of two, which is the host token is not set. Client.connect, okay, we see two now. So something is wrong with the user ID, guys. I think I'm messing up the user ID. That's fine. As long as I can see something here, I'm happy. Okay, so what's next? Next, we're going to use another div here. So I'm going to say div like this, and I'm going to say waiting for stream to start. Okay, and there you go. You can take a look at that. Looks awesome. Now, also we're super, super zoomed out. So let's zoom in a little bit more. Actually, on this screen, it's going to look really bad. So let's just keep it really far away. Okay. Now, the next one is if this is the host, right? Then we're going to render out another component here, and we're just going to show that it's the host. So now I know I'm the host here. Okay. Next, I'm going to create another div after this. So after this div, hit enter. We're going to create a div just like this. And inside this, we're going to create another div. Okay. And here we're going to show the webinar title. So this is Mochi, and the webinar started. So it's called Mochi, and I'm just putting that at the bottom. Next, I'm going to check if it is the host once more. So after this div, you're going to find one more div, hit enter. And then in here, you're going to say, if this is a host, then we're going to render a button that allows them, this is essentially the CTA thing, right? So they can launch the CTA through this. So first thing we're going to do is let's import this book a call CTA thing right here. So if it is book a call, we're going to show book a call, if not buy now. And this handler is going to do the following. So let's scroll up top. And this is where we're going to use this channel. So remember I told you that the channel can help you send an event, right? And so we're going to need to first establish and connect the channel. So let's go ahead and do that so then we can invoke it inside the handle connect. So first thing you need to do here is if there's no chat client or there's no channel, make sure you return null, okay? And then the next thing, or actually that's going to show something, not going to show us anything because we have some errors, but that's fine for now. And then after that, in here, we're going to create a use effect. And we're going to say use effect, if the client and the channel exist, then channel.on, this is an event type, we're going to have this event here. So if the event is open CTA dialog and it's not the host, then we're going to set the dialog to open. Okay, so this is how we can trigger that event to fire on their side, and that way we can essentially show, on all our participants' side, so we can show modals on the page. Okay, super cool stuff. Now, the next use effect we're going to need here is essentially to create the chat client. So what I'm going to do now is up here, I'm going to create another use effect. This is a little larger, but it's fine. We're going to go through it. So we're going to pass in all of these in the dependency. And also don't forget to pass this dependency array in here. So we're going to pass all these values in here. And this needs the user ID, all this kind of stuff, right? And then in here, I'm going to say const initial chat. Okay, this is an async function. And then I'm going to invoke the chat. So just create the function, invoke it. And then once it's done, we're going to check if chat client exists, also disconnect the user from the chat client. Okay. Now in here, I'm going to create the stream chat client. So I'm going to say client just like this, and I'm going to pass in process.environment, and I'm going to pass in the API key. And then I'm going to say client.connect this user. So connect this user with this specific user token, and I'm going to pass in a user ID and the username. Okay. I see a bunch of errors. So user token does not have a user ID. I see user token is not set. Okay, we'll get to this, but it doesn't sound too bad. And then after that, we're going to create the channel. So client.channel, and we're going to say live stream. We're going to pass in the webinar ID and the webinar title. So this is some metadata. Next, we're going to do watch. So you can watch the channel and we can also listen to changes. And then we're going to set our client and set our channel. And finally, we're going to initialize the state here. Okay, that's pretty much it. So these use effects are going to help us accomplish this. And now we can go ahead and create the handle click. So up here, I'm going to hit enter and I'm going to say handle CTA button click if there's no channel return. But if there is, we're going to show the button here and we're going to say, oh, wait, channel.send event, type open CTA dialog. That's literally all you have to do. So here's a challenge for you that you can look forward to in the future. Not right now, but in the future. Put it down in a note, okay? So when the live stream starts, instead of the user still needing to click and get in, maybe if they're already on the webinar page and if you're using cookies, you can use this channel. You don't even need cookies. You can just use like a local storage, right? But if they're using incognito, then that's going to be a problem. But you could use a cookie or a session that will never end, right? And what you could do is essentially you can fire this event to let people in. And in a fraction of a second, everyone can join that page. Super cool, right? Okay, awesome. So just for now, I'm also going to just push forward because this looks like a simple error. It's just some user ID stuff. So I'm going to hide this and I'm just going to hide this part and I'm going to proceed further. Okay, so after this section where we're showing the buy now CTA, the button here, you see I can trigger this book a call CTA because the CTA that was added to this specific webinar was book a call. Okay. And then the next one is now I'm going to show the chat panel. So this is a very simple component. And all I'm going to do is hit enter first after these two divs. So 1, 2, hit enter. And I'm going to say show chat. And now we're going to import the chat component from stream chat. And we need this channel. So let's go up top and let's import all of this stuff, right? So I'm going to scroll up top here. And first we need the chat, channel, message list, and a couple more things. So we need channel, messaging list, and message input. So go ahead and import that. And if you scroll down here, okay, I see some errors here. This can potentially be null. That's what it's saying. Okay, let's look at our props here. Okay, so this is going to throw an error because we don't have that client here because we're not checking, right? And so if there's no client, you probably need to show another UI saying error or something like that. And that's why this is actually crashing, okay? But we're almost done. We're pretty much done. So the next thing is just the dialog. So what I'm going to do is after this div here, I'm going to hit enter. And I'm going to say dialog open. If it's true, we're going to show this custom dialog box, okay? Now this dialog box isn't that simple to build. So first let's go ahead and solve this error so we can get this client to show up and then we can proceed further. And so I'm not going to forget here. So I'm going to add a to-do list and I'm going to say add this in here and that's pretty much it. So I took a look at this, guys, and I think it's fine now. And the reason was probably because our environment variables weren't set up, right? But then there's this other error, but I think this isn't too bad. This should be solvable. It's just something about get user media. So it might just be something with the components and how they're being nested. But regardless, we can see our chat, we can see our host, but this chat does not look good. And so the reason why it doesn't look good is you have to import the CSS that they have given us inside here. Okay, now in the premium code base, which is inside the description, if you purchase that code base, I will fix this up. I will make it look really nice. What I mean by is this design here, because it's white right here and doesn't look nice. I'm not going to waste too much time, but in that code base, I will fix this and use the same themes. Okay, feel free to spend some time and make it look nice if you'd like, but I'm going to proceed forward. And I think there could be one more reason as to why we're seeing this error. And you might notice two users being here. And this is because of React strict mode. Because if I refresh this, you're going to see the use effect is going to fire twice. And inside development environments, React strict mode purposely does this, okay? The good thing is it's not creating this infinity loop and it's not going back and forth and like how we had before, because turns out before this, we were essentially creating 50 or 30 different connections. And so it blocked us, and that's why we were seeing that error. Okay. Now it fixed it, and I think it was because of the environment variable. So please turn off your server and then start it once more. Okay. So now that this is done, let's go ahead and scroll down here. And at the bottom, we're going to have this dialog component. So we're going to say if dialog open is true, we're going to render out the dialog component itself. So go ahead and copy this title, copy the name of the component, open up your folder structure, and inside common, you're going to create this file .tsx. And then in here, I'm going to go ahead and render this out. Okay. Now inside this, we're going to need to accept some props. So let's go ahead and do that as well. And then finally, let's go ahead and destructure in here. So just like this. And now let's go back one step and let's import this component. Okay. And I also see another error here. Okay, it's just any, so we're good to go. And now let's click into the dialog box component. And the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to use router inside this component. So I'm going to bring it in. And I don't need to make this a client component because I know it's already inside the client tree. Okay, so let's bring that in. And then I'm going to create another state here called loading. And now let's scroll down here and actually right here. And first thing is I'm going to return a dialog component. So I'm going to say dialog like this. And we're going to import this dialog component as well. And if there is a trigger that's being passed in from here, I'm going to essentially render out the trigger inside this. And once that's done, go ahead and hit enter. And now we need dialog content. So let's bring that in and let's also import it and the header as well and the title as well. So dialog content, header, and title. Now for the dialog content, I'm going to give it some styles here. So just give me 1 second. So in here, I'm going to say the following styles. What is this? Hello? Okay, there we go. And I'm also going to give the dialog title some styles as well. Okay. And then inside the title, instead of saying title here, I'm going to actually check the CTA type. Okay. Which the CTA comes from here. And so we're going to check that and accordingly return the right text in there. And then we're going to return a paragraph. So after the dialog title, hit enter, and you're going to render a paragraph tag in here. And then after the dialog header, now inside the content, we're going to render out the webinar title and the description. Okay, so essentially we're going to import this. And if you don't know what this is, it's just a modal that's going to show up on the screen with the CTA that the user selected. So whether that's book a call or purchase a product, this is what we need. Okay, just to show some info. Then finally, we're going to have the dialog footer, and this is the button so that they can take action, right? So after this div, hit enter, and then I'm going to say dialog footer, and that's going to have a button inside it, and this button is going to have cancel button, and we're also going to have, so this should be dialog close, guys, not cancel here. So you can remove this, and you can use dialog close. Something like this, okay? And then for the button here, you're going to have handle click, and we're going to pass in the is loading prop in here, and then some styles. And then if it's loading, we're going to render a loader and say loading. If not, we'll check what type the user has, whether it is book a call or a buy now CTA, and based on that, we'll render out some text. And then I'm also going to show a chevron, right? And let me see if I can kind of manually trigger this. So let's go to dialog open up top here, and let's set this to true. Let's just see what it does. Okay, and handle click obviously is not initialized. So let's go down here, and I'm going to click into this. And now let's go ahead and create the handle click. So up top here, I'm going to say, actually after the hooks, guys, so right before the return statement. So I'm going to say handle click like this. And if the type is book a call like this, then we're going to actually, first, let's just put this in a try catch here itself. So that way we don't have to do it inside this. So if it's book a call, first we're going to route the user to the call page. Now this is something we haven't built yet, obviously, but let's just go ahead and put it in. Okay, so we have live webinar, so /live webinar, the ID, /call, and the attendee's ID. Okay, And then if not, we're going to push the user to checkout page. Then the next thing is sorry guys, in here, we're going to remove this. And inside the else block, I'm going to say if the webinar.price ID exists and it does not exist and there's no Stripe subscription, then we have to first throw an error. Okay. But if that does and everything looks good here, then after this if statement, we're going to create a session here. Okay. So how do we create this checkout link? So copy this title and first make sure you change this to async and then go into your actions and you want to go into the stripe.typescript. And at the bottom, we're going to create the following server action. So I'm going to say export const, create checkout link, and that needs the price ID and the Stripe ID as well. So I'm going to get that, which is going to be a string. And then actually, guys, sorry, we need more stuff in here. Instead of Stripe Connect, I'm going to call this Stripe ID. And then we need user ID, or actually, let's do this. So here's what I'm going to do. Price ID, Stripe ID, attendee, webinar ID, and book a call. Okay. And inside this, also I see this error here. Okay, it's because these are not being used yet, right? So that's why it's throwing this error. So the next thing is I'm going to put a try catch. And inside the try block, we're going to create that session. Okay, so we're going to need Stripe for this, and we're going to say session. So checkout.sessions.create, and the line items is the price ID that we have to essentially put in. Okay, so whatever price ID was attached to this webinar, we're going to add that in here. And then for the mode, I'm just going to say payment, and successful URL is going to be whatever we have here, and cancel URL is going to be like this as well. Okay, and then after that, we're going to put this meta. Also, guys, instead of doing this, again, I want you to expand on this. This is just a boilerplate, okay, to get started. I want you to maybe have a better success flow, better notifications, maybe emails, all that kind of stuff. And actually, I'll show you how to send emails inside this app as well, okay? And the next thing is for metadata, we're going to pass in the attendee's ID and the webinar ID. This is important, okay? Awesome. Finally, we have to pass in the Stripe account. Why? If you don't pass this, you are going to get the money. You don't want that, right? So this Stripe ID right here is required so you can create the Stripe account connected payment. Next, you're going to check if they wanted to book a call, then you're going to change the attendance type like here. So let me go ahead and first see what the error is here. Okay, so oh, it's supposed to be after this guy. Sorry about that. So let's go ahead and grab the change attendance type. And essentially what we're doing here is we're telling them, we're letting us know that the user added this to the cart. So this is how you can keep track of the progress of the customer as well. So open up your folder structure. I'm going to go into attendance, and all the way at the bottom, I'm going to create a quick server action. And this server action is going to get the attendee ID, webinar, and the attendee type. Okay. All we're doing is we're updating the attendance. So saying for this attendee ID underscore webinar ID, we're going to update the data by setting attendant type to whatever is passed in here. Okay, and it can only be one of these. Next, we're going to return 200 once this is done and send a message. If not, we'll return 500. So now let's also see an error here, guys. What is this error? Okay, so this is for get webinar attendance. Okay, well, we should put a to-do in here and say fix this, and we'll get back to this. Now let's go back to our component. Let's go back to our server action, and let's import that. Now, obviously, we have to send this response. So I'm going to send a response here. And then finally, at the bottom, I'm going to console the error and send a 500 response instead. Now I can import the server action. Okay, so import the server action to create the checkout link. And if there's no session, so if there's no session URL, then we have to essentially throw an error. So I'm going to throw an error like this. But if everything else looks good, we're going to say window.location. Actually, we can just say window.open. this session underscore blank. So it goes into a different page. Okay. Now, if there's any errors here, obviously we need to show that. And so you can do this. And since we're passing a new error, you can also pass the error message in here. Okay. And then for the finally, we're going to set loading to false. That's all we have to do in here. Now let's scroll down and let's make sure we have completed this. So we have the chevron right by now. Awesome. So there you go. So now it shows that this was a book a call CTA. So it's telling us to join a break room. All right. But obviously we're not going to do that, but I just wanted to show you. And now you can close this as well. So let's refresh this page. And now if you're wondering how does this show up, essentially when we're firing the event, so since I'm the host, I can click the CTA and a modal is going to show up on the page so that the user can buy. And so if I click on this, it's going to take me to a different page, which is something we haven't created yet. Okay. And that's something we'll get to in just a second. Now, another thing I want to test out is the chat feature. So right now I'm able to chat as the host, right? Obviously, but in the future, maybe you could add to this. You could provide a bunch of functionality inside this component. And so that you can lock the chat, you can essentially limit who can text. There's so many things that you can do in here, right? Maybe you could have host and team members. So different people, administrators who can control this. So obviously right now the design is not like, not what we want. And like I promised, I will fix this design inside the premium code base. But just to show you that this works, if I say, hey, this is awesome, and I hit enter, there you go. And if I refresh this, it's almost instantaneous, okay? It's going to show instantly because it's server-side rendered. Take a look at that, right? Okay. Sorry, it's not server-side rendered, it's pre-rendered, okay? Just keep that in mind. All right, and that's pretty much it. So now let's see what else we have to build inside this to pretty much complete this section. So if I land on this page as a public viewer, and if I click on join now, it's going to take me right into the participants view, right? So I successfully joined the webinar and it takes me right in here, but I want to make sure we're actually storing this data. So let's just take a quick look. Okay, there we go. So it stores the data for people who are joining as part of whoever are newer attendees. It's going to add it in here. Now I'll also update this design and maybe put maybe put a little more design into the cards just to make it look similar to the to this one right here. Okay, and I'll put this inside the code base, the premium code base from the description. Okay, so now that we have this section, let's go ahead and build out this part. So I'm going to close this out. Actually, we probably need this because we can't access that. And let's go ahead and find that page. So inside your render webinar component, which is right on top of this page.tsx, you're going to find this render webinar. If you go inside this component, you're going to find this section right here, participants view. And right now we're not showing anything. So this is what we need to build now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another component, and this component is called participant. So let's turn this on and let's remove this. And this is not defined, so we have to define this. Obviously, you have to create this component, but we only need okay, API webinar. So what we're going to do here is we're going to remove the token and we're going to say webinar. We're going to pass this in here. So copy this component and open up your folder structure, and inside participant, which is another folder, I'm going to create one in here, and I'm going to call this participant. And inside that, we're going to create the participant.tsx, okay? And then let's go ahead and return a component from here, and let's also import this component. Okay, there we go. No more errors. And now inside this is also a wrapper, okay? Actually, it is a wrapper towards the end, but before that, we have to show some states, right? We have to show from the perspective of a participant what they're going to see because they're technically inside the waiting room. And so we need to also show states if they're waiting for the webinar to start, okay? So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get all of those props. So let's grab that real quick, okay? And let's also go ahead and destructure them from here. Let's zoom in a little bit more so you guys can see clearly. And then I'm going to get the attendee hook. So I'm going to use the use attendee store to get the attendee information from the store. And if you remember, we already built this, right? So I can get the attendee from here. And then after that, I'm going to create a couple states, okay? So I'm going to create one for the show chat like this. And let's go ahead and import use state. And we also are creating one for the client, the call, and the token in here, okay? And this stream video client comes from the video React library. So let's import that one as well. And this is supposed to be a use client component, but I know it's already inside the tree, and that's why it's not throwing this error. So I know I'm good to go, but I'm just going to add that anyway. Then the next thing is I'm going to create a connection status. Okay, so this is another state called connection status, and it can only be of these types. So connecting, failed, reconnecting, connected, and the default type is connecting. Okay. Finally, I'm going to have one more state here for error message. So I'm going to say error message and set error message. And then we have to create a ref. And this ref is going to help us store the initialized client. So I'm going to say use ref. And we're going to say client initialized. Okay, please follow with me. So pause the video and type if you need to. Okay, so now let's create a use effect. And let's import the use effect as well. And inside this use effect, we're going to pass in all of these values, all that's coming in from the props. So I'm going to say the following, okay, API, call ID, attendee, call, and client. And now let's refresh. Okay, no error. Awesome. And now inside this use effect, we're going to do the following. So first, we're going to check if there's anything stored in here. So is there any initialized client already? If there is, then we're just going to proceed. That means return from here, okay? But if not, then we're going to create a function here called initialized client, and we're going to invoke this function, okay? And then after invoking, we can also leave this later on. But first, let's go ahead and finish the implementation of this init function. So please make sure this is an async function because we cannot make the call if it's not, right? And so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set a try catch. And inside the try catch, I'm going to first set the connection string and set it to continue, or to connecting, sorry. And then I'm going to create a user object, okay? So down here, I'm going to create a user object. And this user is not our Prisma user. This is coming from getStream, okay? So type user. Where is this? User, right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to type user like this, okay? And now we can use that in here. This is fine as well. So now we're essentially checking if it's the attendee ID. If it is the attendee, we're going to put attendee ID. If not, we're just going to send guest. And then for name, the attendee's name, or we'll just put guest if there's nothing, okay? And same thing for the image as well. This way we can show stuff in the chat, okay? So after that, down here, we're going to create a getStream.io token, okay? We need this token so that we can assign it to the attendee. And that way we can use that user token to create the stream video client, and we can render that in here, okay? So first thing we need to do is we're going to say user token equal getStream.io token, which is a server action. So let's go ahead and create the server action as well. So open up your folder structure. And in here, I'm going to create stream.io.typescript. And this has to be a use server component file, sorry. And in here, here's all we're going to do. So getStream.io token is an async function that requires the attendee. So let's go ahead and bring this in. We don't need this, so let's remove this. Okay. And then inside this component, inside the server action, we're going to have a try catch. And inside the try block, we're going to create that user request in here. And I see this error here. It says role is not needed. So I'm not quite sure why we are not supposed to pass the user role in here, because it's kind of important, right? and it says it no longer exists on this user request. And I looked at this as well, and this does not have the user request stuff in here, the user role in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove it. We'll see what we need to do. Okay, we'll see, and I'm going to put a add role in here so I can get back to this if I need to. And now we need to create this client. So I'm going to essentially import this from stream client, and let me see if I actually have that. Okay, obviously we don't have it, so I'm going to create a folder inside my libs folder, and I'm going to call this stream, and inside that we're going to create this specific value. So let's change this to stream as well. Okay, let's copy this, and in here I'm going to create this .typescript, and now we can create that client. So in here I'm going to say new stream client, and this comes from Node SDK, and I'm going to pass in my API key and the stream secret. Okay, so now we have, there we go. So now we have, oh, I made a small error here. This is stream, like such, and inside our folder structure, this should also be named as stream. Okay, there we go, much better. And that should solve this error for us. What seems to be the issue here? All right, it was just TypeScript, and I had to actually kind of delete the folder. So something was wrong with that folder, and I had to delete it, and that fixed the error. So now we have the stream client in here. So what we're going to do now is we're going to upsert user. That means if it does exist, then update their status. And if it does not, if this user does not exist, then we're going to create the user itself. Okay. So next, we're just going to create this. I think so by default, the token is valid for 1 hour. So we're just going to create a 1 hour token. I don't even know how the stream is still running. Okay. And then down here, we're going to say get stream client. Actually, it's going to regenerate because we keep regenerating it, right? So get stream client, generate user token. And then now we have the token. So we're going to pass in this data in order to create that token. And then obviously we have to return that to the front end. That's the whole purpose of this get stream IO token. And then here, we're just going to console or return an error, throw an error. Now let's go back here and let's import this server action. And now we have the user token ready to go. So once we have the token, I'm going to save it here. So I'm going to create this call, and I'm going to save the token in here. After this is done, we have to create that stream video client, right? So I'm going to say stream client, new stream video client, which comes from our video React SDK. What seems to be the issue here? Okay, not entirely sure, but I think it was just TypeScript. So we have to create that client here, and then we have to set up the connection status for all our listeners. So I'm going to say .on, stream client.on, connection.changed, and if it's online, we're going to set the connection status to connected and reconnecting. Now, down here, we're going to need to await stream client.connect user, passing in the user token, and then we have to start the call. So I'm going to say .call live stream, and we're going to pass in the call ID. And then finally, I'm going to join this user to this call. So I'm going to say await stream call.join, create true. Next, I have to set our client, set the call, and set the connection status. So just update our states. So I'm just going to do this, and now I'm going to change it to connected instead. And I also have to change our client initialized value to true. Okay. And why is this down here? This should be up here. There we go. And that's pretty much it. Now, if there's an error down here, I'm going to first console the error. Then I'm going to set the connection status to failed and set the error message based on whatever error is in there. Okay. Awesome. We're almost done. Now we have to call this. So init client is going to call that. And the most important part is to return a cleanup function. So inside the cleanup function, we're going to return just like this. And then inside here, we're going to set const current call to call, const current client to client. And then if these exist, then we're going to say current call dot leave dot then. We're going to show a message here saying it's connected. I mean, it disconnected. And then we're going to catch any errors from here. Okay, that's pretty much it. Awesome. Now, down here, we have to make sure that the attendee actually exists, right? So if there's no attendee, then we're not going to show something. So no attendee, then essentially we're going to show a message to register. So I'm going to remove this and first make sure that the user is an attendee. So no attendee, then I'm going to show a div, and this div is going to have a div inside this with the following class names. And then we're going to have an h2, paragraph, and a button. So guys, the best way to type this out is just to watch the video. So watch this video and watch it for a good chunk. So maybe like 30 seconds at a time. And then stop and then type it out. Okay, that's what I would do. Actually, I prefer that too. I prefer watching a tutorial if I'm ever watching some sort of tutorial online. And I like to gather information and then test my knowledge, test my memory by pausing after a certain time. And up till then, all the knowledge that I have, I need to apply it somewhere, right? So I'm going to apply it that way. So I'm going to try to see if I can remember what I was trying to remember, and then just what I just learned, and I'm going to put it all at once. Also, this is blocking third-party cookies. That can cause an issue, but okay, that's fine, no problem. Next, we're going to enhance the connection UI. So down here, after this div, after this curly bracket, hit enter. And so I'm going to say if there's no client, there's no call, there's no token, then we have to show something, right? So I'm going to return, and in here, we're going to return a div like this. And this div is going to have the following class names. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div with the following class names. And then we're going to check the connection status. If this status is of type connecting, then I'm going to return a React fragment with this design in here. Okay, so just give me 1 second. So first, to show you what it looks like, if I refresh this, it shows this awesome loading state, right? And that's pretty much it. You can also add an animation on this. We probably don't need this one. Let's see. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, that's better. Or you could just have a straightforward animate on this as well. I'm going to put both in here so it's easier for you to decide what you want, right? So this is all we need to do. So we're going to return a React fragment, okay? And this React fragment is going to have a div. That div is going to have another div, and it's going to have animate spin on it, right? And then down we're going to have another div here, and this is going to have a loader. So if you don't want this, you can remove this to have a minimal design, and you can pass that into this. So now if you refresh, animate pulse, animate spin, we need animate spin. There we go. Very minimal, right? Much better. Okay. Then once that's done, we have a paragraph here that just says connecting and a header on top of that. And then down here, we're going to show the span. Okay. So it's going to have some animations. So I'm going to say animation delay like this. And it's just essentially that loading stuff. You don't really need it, but I just added it in there so it looks nicer, right? There you go. So now after this section, you're going to hit enter after, where is this? Oh, so I think I removed something, guys. Sorry about that. So we have to check the connection status, right? So I removed it when I was putting this in here. So remove this. I'm going to put all of this, put all of it into this if statement. So this statement here that says if connection string is connecting, then render this, okay? So now if I refresh, it's going to show, and we're done. Now what's next? If it's reconnecting, then we're going to show a different status, a different icon. So here I'm going to show a React fragment with div, header, paragraph, div, right? And this div is going to have this design here that says reconnecting, kind of looks like a Wi-Fi, right? Like a Wi-Fi icon. And here I have the Wi-Fi off icon. So obviously we're not going to see that, but if something happens for some reason, then we can show this. Next, for failing. If something failed, right here, we're going to show failed, okay? And this uses the alert circle. And so now if you refresh this, obviously you're not going to be able to see that, but it's just going to show the exact same thing, but we're just going to show an error circle, like an error icon, and this looks like this, and the message, and a button for them to refresh the page, okay? Awesome. Now, if everything is successful, this means they're going to watch the actual stream. So down here, we're going to render that component. So I'm going to say render, so return this stream video component with the client. I'm going to return the stream call. And this stream call comes from this file, which is, let me see if I can show you that. Right here, video React SDK, not Node SDK. Let me confirm, guys. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so make sure you're getting that from React SDK. And then after that, we need this live webinar view. So we're going to grab that as well. And there you go. Awesome. So I am a user, I'm a viewer, and I can see the count here. Obviously, this breakout room is set to true, so that's why it's popping up on my screen. And this is a really, I'm really zoomed out right now. But now you can see the text message, and I can chat in here as well. So just to show you the two-way connection, if I put something in the chat box here, it's almost instantaneous, right? And I can say, where can I get Mochi? And there's a two-way connection, a two-way sync, and it also shows the user that is connected and the user that's texting. And this took us no time, right? We're already set with something that can scale to millions of users, and we didn't even write any logic. And it comes with the streaming functionality as well, and I think there's so many other products that they have too. Now, the other important thing to keep in mind here is this book a call, okay? I can't click on book a call here from the participants view, only from the host view. And don't worry if you see these 4 people here in production, you're not going to see that because, like I said, strict mode is not going to fire and it's not going to create this weird error, okay? But this is real time. So if I refresh, it's gonna connect me and we're gonna hold that status, okay? All right, guys, now this is the fun part. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to open up OBS. So just look up OBS, and this is just a broadcasting software. And the reason why you need this, I think I already mentioned this, is because if you are just streaming from your phone, you can't create cutscenes, transitions. You can't, you probably can't even put your face here if you're doing it on your phone, right? You might want to have a different layout. Imagine a presenter is presenting their screen and they want to have their face on the side and not block the presentation. And so this makes it complicated if you're doing it through the phone, right? Because then you have to have a whiteboard. So this is why OBS it's a completely free tool. You can just go and install it for Windows. And all you need is the settings to put in here. So please pay attention because you might see some errors. And if you do see some errors, I'm going to show you how to fix that. Okay. So the first thing you want to do is download OBS and launch it. Once you're done launching, you want to go to the stream. Now, hopefully you did not close the stream itself, okay? If you close the stream, then you might have lost access to this. And so the way to get it is to click on Explorer, and then you can find the streams that you created in here, okay? So you can click on the calls, and you can click on the streams, and you can access all of the information directly from here, okay? Now, if you did delete the stream or cancel it for some reason, then I would suggest just go and create another live stream, okay? This is how you can create kind of like a booth. It's like it's a way to essentially start live streaming, right? It's the server-side SDK that allows you to send video, send your stream data to, okay? So create the live stream, and then that should take you into this page, and then you're going to get some keys, okay? The 2 things you need is RTMP URL and RTMP stream key. Now, keep this in mind. If you share this with someone else, anyone can stream through your OBS, okay? So please be careful. If you leak this RTMP URL, anybody can stream using this. So they can stream from any other platform, and it'll appear as you. So please be careful. So you're going to copy this, and you're going to paste it into your OBS. And I'm going to show you exactly what you're going to do. And by the way, if you're creating this for multiple different clients, right, maybe a slightly different use case, slightly different architecture, you'll have to just create a new URL for every user. That's literally it. Okay. But for now, let's just look at how to do this. So click on settings. You want to go to stream. And in here, you're going to paste the RTMP URL. So I'm going to paste it in here. And then for the stream key, you're going to copy the RTMP stream key and you're going to paste it in here and click on OK. All right. Once you're done, make sure, obviously, you have the same variables inside your environment file. If you don't, first spin up the server, so spin up everything, and then you're going to load up the page. You might see a blank page at first. Okay, you might see a blank page. So first spin that up, refresh everything, and then once you're done, then you can go ahead and try to click start streaming. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on start streaming. And there we go. Let's go. So I just had to refresh the page and then the stream came. And so that's another challenge for you, but I'm going to show you how you can do it. Okay, so I've already done the end stream functionality. So you just have to wire up the start stream. So to give you an example, so if I click on stop streaming here, boom, done. There's an event that fires. But for the start streaming, I haven't wired that up, right? So go ahead and maybe spend a few minutes and do this yourself. Just try to see what I've done for stop streaming, and that way you can start the stream. So the cool part now is that you can have any screen you want here, right? You can share your own desktop as well. Let me see if I can show you that. So imagine you have two screens here, right? One is to show your desktop and one is to show, I mean, there's no desktop in here yet, but imagine you have one for your desktop and one for your stream. If you click through them, it will also update in here. So we are streaming in real time, and whatever you do in here will reflect in here as well. So this way, the marketer can communicate with their customers in the way they expect. And also, you can tweak the audio, right? You can, right now there's, oh, okay, I'm hearing double voices, so I'm going to turn that off. But you have all the audio settings in here, a mixer in here, so there's a ton of stuff that you can do. But there we go. We're so close to the end of this application. I'm super excited to see you guys take this and, take this forward and build something awesome with this. Okay, so I'm going to make some quick changes here. So please just pause and follow through step by step, okay? So inside the attendance.typescript, where we're saying get webinar attendance, in here, we're going to hit enter, and we're going to say presenter like this, and just set this to true. Okay, so that's the first change. And the next one was this to-do that we had here. So I see this result.type.users equal attendances.map, and for each of them, okay, so what we're going to do, guys, is created at can stay as well, or attended at, sorry, not created at. There we go. Okay, so we're going to add the Stripe Connect ID. That's fine. And then the call status is set to attendance.user.call status. That's fine. And then we also have to pass in the created at, which is going to be the values that, what do we put here? Okay, there we go. So just created at, put attendance.user.created at, and updated at as well. Okay, now let's move on to the next changes. So this revalidate path was not needed, so we can just go ahead and remove that. And down here, we're also going to return the presenter. So webinar.presenter like this. And that should not impact our front end, I assume so. And if it does, we'll fix that as well. The next one is this server action, guys. So we're already taking in the attendee ID, webinar ID, and attended type. Okay, this is correct. So we have a try in here. Okay, so just make sure you have the same thing that I have, okay? So you want to have this, same values here. This is the server action for this attendee webinar ID. And then this is the success response and the error response. Next, inside the webinar.typescript for the get webinar by presenter ID, we're getting the presenter's ID as a string here, but we also need the webinar status, okay, which is optional, which is going to be a string. So we have to, I'm just going to quickly put a to do to update front end as well. Okay, so I don't want to mess this up. And then down here we have a try catch. Okay, and we're directly making the server action to find many. So what we're going to do here, so after the try catch, guys, actually you're going to create a variable called let status filter. And this is going to be of type the webinar status enum or undefined. And then after this, down here, we're going to use a switch case, okay? And you're going to check the status if it's upcoming, ended, or by default. We're going to do the following, just essentially setting the value inside the status filter. And then once that's done, down here, we have to also add the webinar status equal to status filter, like this. And this should be fine. You don't have to change anything in here. And now the next thing we're going to do is you're going to go into your webinars page.tsx right in here. And inside this page, we're actually going to accept some props. Okay, so I'm going to say type props equal to, and this is going to give us a search param. And the search param that we need in here is the webinar status. So I'm just going to go ahead and say search param, and this should return webinar status, which is a string. And this has to be a promise. So I'm going to say p promise like this, okay? And then we can end this right here. So there we go. Now we have the search params as well. And then the next thing we need to do is we have to pass this in. So down here, after this, I'm just going to say the webinar status that essentially comes from here. So obviously we have to destructure this. And I've already taught you guys how to do this. So after this, we're going to hit enter. And we're going to say const search, webinar status equal to search params. Okay, so we're just going to destructure it from here. And we need to say await. So now we'll get that value. And this also needs to be imported. And I know I told you guys this was a challenge, but I'm also going to just go ahead and do this for you. So right here for the all tabs, we're actually going to change these. So all upcoming and ended, right? We're just going to wrap this in that link so we can send that webinar status as a param. Okay, so I'm going to wrap this in a link, the all text, and I'm going to actually, you might need to put this on top of this. That's fine. I'm going to leave that up to you, okay? But because I think this is going to get underlined. But this needs, the most important part is we need to send them to webinars with the search param webinar status set to all. Same thing here. This is going to be upcoming, and this one is going to be ended. Okay, awesome. Now down here, we need to render out that content, right? So for each different tab, what are we going to show here? And next, I'm going to create tab content for the upcoming tab. So please do the same thing as well. And for each of them, we're going to check the webinars, we're going to check the length, and then we're going to render these down here, okay? And then we also have to do the same thing for ended, so let's go ahead and do that as well. So after this tabs, hit enter, and this is for value ended, okay? So you're just going to show the same things in here. And obviously, you can do more filtering and check the date and time and all that kind of stuff. I'm just going to leave that up to you. And then the other thing that we're going to add here, guys, is this button here called end stream. So inside the live webinar page, this one right here, live webinar view.tsx, right here, you're going to create a button and you're going to create a handle end stream. The reason is I want to show you how to end the stream using a button in here. Okay. And maybe later on, I know I said I'm going to put this as part of the premium code base only, but if we have some time, maybe I'll focus on improving this or maybe adding some more features, right? But for now, I just want to show you, this is how you can end the stream here. So pass in a loading state and show end stream here. So now the button shows up at the bottom. Okay. And if you look at this, all we're doing here is we're changing the webinar status, passing in the ID, and we're passing in ended. And then everything else is straightforward. If there's no response, throw error, router refresh, show success, console, toast, set loading false. That's it. Okay. So that's the other thing that you can change on this page. And one more thing we can do in here is when the user's subscription comes through or their payment comes through, we can essentially update their status. But we got to keep in mind that when this webhook is coming through, it has to come through only for connected accounts. So keep that in mind. So what I'm going to do in here, guys, is I'm just going to put something in here. Now, I haven't tested this, obviously, so I don't know if this works, but I'm just looking at it, and I can tell that this is where the Stripe connected account events are going to come through. Now, remember I told you that in production, you might need to use a different webhook. Okay, so that's up to you. But in here, you can listen to the metadata, so you can essentially check, okay, is this a connected account payment or a subscription? If so, you can do whatever you want in here. And so since the payment is coming through a subscription, sorry, a payment from their, essentially from the host, right? It's a connected account payment. We can look at the checkout session. So we can look at this event, and if it says checkout session completed, or I don't know what other type of, okay, so it says, interesting. Okay, never mind. Sorry about that. So what I did was I forgot to put this curly bracket. Man, all right. So all I'm going to do here is first check if event metadata exists. If it does, then I'll first check if there's an attendee ID. And if there is an attendee ID, then I'm going to move this switch statement inside this, this if statement. Okay, so now it's going to update their attendance type to convert it. Cool, right? So this is a nice way to keep track of the leads as well. Now, obviously, this was supposed to be part of the premium code base, but I want to help you guys out, and hopefully this teaches you how to expand on the application in the future. Okay, and I'm also going to make a few changes to the user info card, and there you go. Now it looks slightly better. Okay, you can also extend this, and maybe I'll extend it inside the premium code base. So there's one architectural flaw inside this application. And I came to know about this as I was speaking. And so I want for you to try to pause this video and try to guess, what mistake did we make? And is there anything that we can do to fix it? Okay. Hopefully you get the right answer. If not, no worries. I'm going to explain. Obviously, there's so many things that could go wrong and could go right. But I just want for you to slowly think like a SaaS developer. And that way you debug better. Okay. Welcome back. Hopefully you got the right answer. Well, the problem right now is that the way we're using getStream is that a user would have to open up a stream inside getStream, and then they would need to get all of the variables, and then they would need to go into their OBS and paste it in there. And so you see the problem here, right? That does not sound right. It doesn't sound like a smooth workflow. Now, marketers they do have some technical expertise, and so they're okay with all this stuff. But we don't want to do that because the whole purpose of it is so that it's easier for them. We're here to help them, right? So I know I said that I will add this as a bonus for you guys, or probably in the Pro Premium code base, but I'm actually going to do it right now. So this is what we need to address. Okay, so how are we going to fix this? So what we need to do is to find a way to automatically create these webinars. That's step number one. And then step number two is we have to use the user's ID or their attendee ID itself in order to connect into this live stream to get the attendees their keys to watch the live stream. And the other thing that we need to do is we need to use the user's ID, that means the host ID, to put that into GetStream so that GetStream knows what to do with that ID. That means, how do I redirect this user? Are they the creator themselves, the host themselves, or they're just a guest? So that's the challenge that we got to solve right now. Okay. And so let's go ahead and make those changes. It's going to take some time. Just please bear with me and follow through, pause this video, and just keep going through with me step by step. So the first thing that I'm going to be doing in here, which is actually not part of this feature update, is you're going to go into your config file, nextconfig.typescript, and we're going to add this compiler thing here, okay? So it's called compiler, and you're going to say remove console. So in production environments, we usually hide the console. So this is important, so go ahead and turn this on. Now, this is an important skill because I'm going to show you how to track back up the tree. That way you can see where you need to make changes across the app. So I think we can start from the live webinar view because that is the root of the app. That means it's the most nested. And so if there's any types or any props that we need to pass into it, that way we can catch that because now we can throw an error, okay, a TypeScript error. So first thing you're going to do is you're going to open up app, protected routes. You're going to go into webinar. Actually, let's go into the live route. So public, live webinar ID, and then you want to go into the page. And here we have this. I'm just going to click into this, and then I'm going to scroll down here. Okay. I see the live stream state, so I'm going to click into this component as well. And now I have the custom live stream player, so I'm going to click on this one too. And this component here, live webinar view, this is what our hosts are going to essentially see, right? Or I mean, either one, both are the same, but we're just going to change it based on who's watching. So the first thing that I'm going to do in here is I'm going to bring in another prop. And this one is called call, okay? And its type is call as well. And this type actually comes from, hello, there we go. And this type is going to come from stream chat, okay? So go ahead and import the call. Sorry, guys, this does not come from stream chat. I don't know why it actually gave me that. So what we're going to do is we're going to scroll up here and you're going to find the React SDK, okay? Import type call from here. All right, awesome. So now you have this call prop being passed in here. Next, go ahead and just destructure this. And now we can get the call from here. And then we're going to search for our end stream. Okay. So one of the other bugs that we were also facing is that when the user essentially tries to end the stream from the UI, right? What's happening is the call is actually not stopping on get stream. And so that's going to continue to run. So we need to turn that off as well. So the first thing we're going to do is now that we have the call object here, inside this try catch, we're going to say call.stopLive. And we're going to invoke that. And inside it, we're going to pass in some options. And we're going to say continue recording. We're going to set that to false. Okay? Like this. Awesome. So this will stop the live call. And then we have to end the call itself. So call.end call. So we're making a ton of improvements here, which is going to drastically improve the user experience. Okay? So please keep pushing through. So let's go ahead and save this. And then after that, we're going to have this change webinar status. So let's just take a look if we need to do something in here. Okay, so once this is done, we're going to show a success message right here. And instead of doing router.refresh, we could just send the user to a different page, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to remove router.refresh and I'm going to say router.push after this. Okay, so first we'll show the message and then we'll push the user. Then the next thing we need to do is inside this use effect. So we have a use effect in here that essentially fires, right? So we have to make sure that we're also handling the stream start using that RTMP stuff that we got, right? All those credentials. So we have to set that up as well. So what I'm going to do in here, actually, I'm going to create another use effect here because this one is doing something else. So let's just separate the logic. So use effect like this, and I'm just going to open this for now and then delete everything inside here. And now inside this use effect, I'm going to set the following stuff, so please follow with me. So first, we need the call as a dependency, so let's go ahead and grab that. And then inside this, we're going to say call.on. We're going to invoke this, and here are some different events that we have. How awesome is this, right? So now you can do whatever you want. So I'm going to listen for the call RTMP broadcast started. So let me search for this. So make sure you select this one, and then you're going to pass in a callback function like this. And inside the callback function, we're going to first just show a message saying stream started or webinar started, whatever you like. and we also have to do router.refresh. So now, previously, there was this error where when the user essentially started the stream, the viewers, the participants will have to refresh the screen, which is so stupid. We don't want that. Instead, we can listen to this event and we can fire that. Okay, awesome. So the next one is if something failed, what do we do? So if something failed, I'm just going to say call dot on. And for this one, please pause and type, okay? So on, and we're handling the stream failure. I'm going to say call.rtmp broadcast failed, okay? And then I'm going to just show an error message, a toast message like this. All right, awesome. Okay, so now I completed this use effect. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to hit enter, and I'm going to create another use effect. And this one is going to help us start the recording. Now, this is actually a bonus feature, so I'm not going to put it in here, but I'm just going to create this use effect, and I'm going to put a note in here. So start recording, okay? So I'm just going to call this bonus feature start recording. So this will only be available for people who purchase the code base in the description, okay? Now, regardless, it doesn't really matter. All you have to do is invoke the recording for the call, and then you also have to handle that. So you have to also fetch those details and show it inside here, okay? So for now, I'm just gonna skip over this, but it's just a bonus feature. So those of you who purchase the code base, you'll also get this a part of that. Next, at the bottom here, we have this is host, right? We also wanna have a button where now they can get all of those RNTP details directly from Spotlight. So now they don't have to go into GetStream and then get all those details. This is amazing because now we have a very, I guess, unique. It's not. I mean, it is a unique product, but now it's more like a unique experience. So no one has to hop back and forth between too many platforms. Okay. So what we're going to do in here is after this section, we have this div here, right? So I'm going to hit enter, and I'm going to create another button. So I'm going to say button like this, and we're going to open up this button. And inside this button, I'm going to essentially pass in on click, and I'm going to set. Actually, sorry, I clicked something on accident. So I'm going to say on click. And sorry, this is not handle. So this is just going to be an arrow function that essentially sets OBS dialog open. This is another helper function we're going to create in just a second. And then in here, we're going to need to also pass in some variants. I'm just going to say variant equal outline like this and class like this. And now here, I'm going to say get OBS credentials. Okay, so when the user clicks on this button, we're going to show that dialog. Now, if you try to open the webinar, you are going to see a ton of errors because we're not passing this stuff in, right? And we also have to strip out some of the API keys. So that way we're giving the user their own keys, because right now what we're doing is we're using one key, which is stupid, right? We're using one key here, which doesn't really work. And so now we're going to give the user the ability to create these keys so they can get the stream key and the RMTP URL and paste that into their application, right, into their OBS. They can use anything they want, by the way. You just need the stream key. That's pretty much it. So what's next? Let me take a look at any other changes that are due on this page. Okay, so the next thing that I'm going to add in here is text primary on this. Okay, so I'm going to say text primary like this. And now we have some colors for the chat as well. Now go ahead and scroll down here. Notice we have this dialog, right? We have to have another dialog now so that we can open up the OBS dialog, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit enter here, and I'm going to say OBS dialog, if this is true, and obviously this is going to be a state. We're going to create that in just a second. And we also have some values in here. So I'm just going to shrink this so you don't get overwhelmed, and we're going to get to this in just a second. So copy this value here and scroll up top all the way to the top of the file. And in here, I'm going to create, whoops, sorry guys. And in here, I'm going to create this state. So I'm going to say set just like this and the state like this. And now let's go back down. And now we can complete this component. So this is very similar to this dialog box that we just created. So what you're going to do is go ahead and open up your folder structure, copy this title, and inside this common folder, you're going to create another folder. You're going to call this OBS dialogbox.tsx, And then inside this, you're going to create a tsrefce, and you're going to change this. And we're also going to need to pass in these props. Okay, so go ahead and accept these props. You need the open on open, the RT. It's RTMP. I've been calling it the other way around. So RTMP URL and the stream key. Okay, and then let's go back here and quickly import this. Okay, and set OBS dialog box. Okay, that's fine. No worries. So the next thing we need to do is inside this, we're going to click into this component, and let's go ahead and just set this up right now. Okay, so don't worry if you can't see anything on the browser, it's fine. This happens sometimes. You just got to keep building because we know what's going to happen, right? We just need to go up the chart, up the tree, so that way we solve all the bugs and we don't leave any loopholes. So the first thing we're going to do is I'm just going to render out a dialog. So in here, go ahead and say dialog like this. And I'm going to open up this dialog and I'm going to import it as well. And then we're going to have the dialog content with the dialog header. You guys know the drill. So I'm just going to bring this and import all of these in. Okay. And inside this header, I'm going to have the title called OBS streaming credentials. And then after this, we're going to need to have a div. So hit enter after header. I'm going to create a div like this. And inside this div, we're going to create another div that looks like this. And inside this div, I'm going to have a label and a button. Okay. So go ahead, pause the screen and type the following. So you need the label here. And you're going to have an input field. And this input field is going to have the value set to that URL, but it's going to be a read-only string. Okay. And then we're going to have some class names and the button down here to copy this string. So now let's go ahead and create this copy to clipboard. You guys have already done this a million times, so this copy to clipboard stuff shouldn't be too new. Just scroll up top and you're going to say copy to clipboard. It's an async function. And we're also going to get this toast here. So go ahead and import toast. And all we have to do in here is we're going to do await navigator.clipboard.write text, and we're going to pass in the text. And just show a toast and an error. That's it. Make it very simple. Now let's go back down. So 1, 2, hit enter. You're going to create a div here and hit enter inside this. Next, you need a label. So the label we're going to use, obviously, is a Shatsian label. So make sure I use the same label here too. Okay, there we go. And you're going to say stream key. Okay. And after this, you're going to bring in the div you're going to bring in the button, and you're going to say variant, size, class name, and the on click. And now we're going to pass in stream key with this key. Okay. And the same copy button, nothing different here. Then after this button, after this div, hit enter. We're going to create a paragraph. And this also needs one more class, which is margin top of 1. Foreground, margin top of 1, like this. And inside this paragraph, I'm just going to say, this is your personal stream key. Keep it safe and do not share it with anyone. Awesome. Hey, AI is doing everything for me. Love this. So that's it. That's all we have to do. So this is the dialog that's going to show up. It's going to look very straightforward. It's just going to have 2 fields so that they can copy and paste it into their OBS. Now, I believe that the component above the live webinar view is the custom live view, right? This custom live stream. So click on this component and let's go ahead and make the changes that are required inside this component now. So right here, you notice we're creating this call, right? And we're storing a state here, and we have something called mycall.join here. So what you're going to do, guys, is you're going to remove all of this. Remove this because we're using a new structure now, and just keep the set call here, okay? And this if statement, you can remove this one as well. So let me go ahead and remove this curly bracket for now, and then we'll get back to that in a second. So if this is cool, set call. Next, we're going to say my call. Now, where does this come from? This is the same my call that we're creating. Actually, okay, I hope we don't need another use effect. Okay, this should be fine. So we're going to say mycall.join, and inside this, we're going to say dot. Sorry, guys. Inside the join, we're going to pass in some values. We're going to say create and set this to true. And then after this, we're going to say dot catch. and maybe a .then first. So .then, and if this is successful, then I'm going to pass in another callback. So let's remove this here. Going to pass in another callback that sets the call to my call. And then down here, we're also going to have another function. So after set call, we're going to have another callback. So put a comma here. You can pass in one more callback function. So this will fire in a row. And then that's pretty much it. Okay. And then down here, we're going to have the return statement. And I think you don't have to leave this here. This should be fine. I'm just going to comment it out in here, guys. Okay. If you need it, you can put it in there. And I'm just going to have the set call and set this to undefined. Awesome. Now, remember down here, you were actually setting the user ID to our variables, right? But that's not the case because it's going to be different for the presenter and for the person who's watching, the attendee. So we're going to remove this now, and we're going to call this webinar.presenter ID. Okay, just like this. Awesome. And now finally, we have to pass in our call. So let's go ahead and do that as well. And this should solve all your errors on this page. Great job. Now you're still going to see some errors. That's fine. No worries, because we still have to make some changes. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to open up your folder structure, or actually, we could go into directly from here. So live stream state, open up this component, and we're going to go up here. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to remove this token because we no longer need it. Okay. And the token is going to be replaced with a host token. That's the new change here. Okay. So in order to do that, I'm going to say const, and I'm going to say host token and set host token like this. And let's import the state as well. And for now, it can be string or null. I'm just going to set it to null. Okay, nice. Now in here, we need to establish and set the host token. So this is a very, very important part. So I'm just going to do something in here so I can get this. And let's go ahead and import use effect. So let's remove the dependency here. We only need API key, and we need the webinar itself. So let's go ahead and bring those two. And now inside this, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a function called init. Okay, so I'm going to say const init equal to an arrow function like this. And here, I'm just going to set this to an async function. And let's remove this for a second. And then down here, we need to invoke this function. Let me zoom in a little bit more so you guys can see clearly. Okay, so after this, this is going to need to be inside a try catch, obviously. So all the stuff inside here. So I'm going to say try catch. And inside this try catch, the first thing we need to do is get a token for the host. So I'm going to say const token equal to await get token for host. And this is a new server action. So let's go ahead and create that. So copy this name, open up your folder structure, and click on your stream.io file. And we also have to do a bunch of stuff in here. We'll get to that in just a second. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create this. And I'm going to remove whatever's in here. And from the params, we actually need, from the parameters, we need 3 values. So I'm going to grab that as well. And inside this, we're going to do a simple try catch. Okay. So inside this, go ahead and say try catch like this. So try. And inside the try block, let me also make sure I close this bracket here. Okay, inside the try block, we're going to essentially create the new user request. It's going to have these values. Okay, so just go ahead and put these values. Now I know role is screaming here, so I'm just going to keep it. We'll see if we need to change this. And then I'm also going to have the image here. And then I'm going to create the getStreamClient.upsert user. We're going to push this new user, create a validity token, and then we're going to establish that token itself. So generate the token. And this time we're going to pass in the user's ID. Okay, so pass in the user's ID, and down here, I'm also returning the token. Okay, and next inside the catch block, I'm going to say console error and throw an error if anything took place here. Okay, awesome. Now, This one right here, the getStream.io token, we're going to need to make some changes inside this. So first of all, we have this add role. I see this to do here. So, okay, I found out the reason why. This is from the wrong SDK. I should not make these errors, man. So in here, we're going to import this from Node SDK. Okay, and now it's going to ask for role. So now we can say role equal user. Sorry about that, guys. So thank God we came back to this. So now we're going to keep this as is, okay? But we need to change this value here and attendee.name. Actually, I think this is fine too. Okay, so go ahead, pause the screen and make sure you have exactly what I have in the screen, okay? So once you're done with this, make sure you're returning the token. So I think this is good to go. So now we got to add this role as well. And let me cross-check the errors as well. Okay, and this looks good to go. Now, I'm also going to create some other functions, serve actions in here just to make our life easier because we're going to need to come to this file again and I don't want to miss out anything. So first I'm going to say const, so export const create and start stream equal to an async arrow function. And I'm going to do this as well. And inside this try catch, first I'm going to say const check webinar equal to await Prisma client.webinar.findMany. We're going to invoke this. And essentially what we're doing in here, guys, is we're now giving the user the ability to create the webinar itself directly into Stream, and they can also start the stream from here. Okay, so two different things that we did not have in the past, which is going to make a huge improvement to the SaaS. So first thing is I don't want webinar ID in here. I'm just going to get the webinar itself. So I'm going to say webinar from Prisma client. And down here, we're going to essentially get this webinar where it is this ID and where it is live. Okay. Then after that, you want to hit enter and you want to check the length of this. I'm going to check if the webinar, so I made a spelling error here. So webinar.length is greater than 0. We're going to throw an error. Okay. That means you only have one live stream that can run at a time. So this is another feature that we're adding in here. So this was supposed to be a premium feature only for only for people who purchase the code base, but it's also going to be in here. Okay, so you're pretty much getting all of this. So this is essentially preventing the user from only creating one webinar at a time. What's next? So the next thing is after this, hit enter here, and now we're going to create that call. So I'm going to say const call equal getStream client. Okay, getStream client dot video dot call. We're going to pass in a different key here. So I'm going to say live stream, and we're going to pass in the webinar ID. Okay, and now this call.start needs to go. I think that was added automatically. Now after this, I'm going to say await call.get or create. We're going to invoke this, and in here we're going to pass in all the important data. So please pause the screen and type this out. Okay, so we're going to pass in the data created by the webinar presenter ID, and the members are going to be first, obviously, the host themselves. So this is how GetStream is going to know what to do with the key when we're essentially passing in the key for that host. Okay, it'll automatically detect it. They do all of this under the hood. So what's next? After this, you want to hit enter. You're going to say call.golive. You're going to invoke this. Boom, we're done here. And now we need to obviously start recording. And this is another premium feature, so we will not be adding that in here, okay? Now, the next thing that I'm going to do in here is we don't need this return call actually. We can remove this. I'm just going to do console.log, and I'm just going to say stream is successfully started, and we're going to show an error message in here as well and throw this error. Great job. Now, the next one is the bonus that I was talking about, which is the recording feature. So now you need to fetch these videos, right? So I'm going to put a to-do for you. So I'm going to say premium feature, okay? So you can essentially go in here and add it yourself. Or if you grab the code base, not only is it going to support us, it's also going to give you all these awesome new features, okay? So in here, you need to make a call to get the recording. Okay, this is not needed for this application. Like it's not in scope of the application, and that's the only reason why it's a premium feature. Okay, so technically speaking, with what you're watching on the with whatever you're watching right now, this is more than enough. Just with this itself, you can start. Okay, this is just additional stuff to help that extra 1% of the people who are, you know, also supporting us, and at the same time they want to be one step ahead of the game. Okay, that's pretty much it. So that's it. We're done with these server actions that we need in here. So I'm going to go back into this component, which is a live stream state, and let's go ahead and import the get token for the host serve action. So this is going to need first, obviously, the presenter's ID, the name, and their image. So I'm just going to pass it in here. And then after this, down here, I'm going to pass in the host user. So I'm going to create the host user. So I'm going to say const host user is of this type, stream user. And these are the properties on it. So I'm going to create that as well. And now we need to create that stream video client. So I'm going to say stream video client like this, pass in the API key. And notice this API key is coming from the props, but obviously we're going to change this. So I'll show you what you need to do with this. Okay, just give me 1 second. And also, please delete this host user. We don't need this host user anymore, okay? And I see it's screaming at me in here as well. So let me fix this too. So change this one here, and we're just going to change it to a new client because we're creating a new client for this specific user, okay? And token is not needed, like I said, so let's go ahead and remove that as well. Okay, no more errors. Nice. Let's go down here. So now we're saying stream client equal to this new client here. And now we have to set the client and we have to set the host token. But first I'm going to set the host token and then I'm going to set the client. Okay, that's pretty much it. Now, let's see what else. So we have to consume this. So we're going to go ahead and consume this too. So down here, we have to check. So I'm going to say if there is no client or no host token, return null. Okay, show an error message if you'd like, but this is good to go. And now I'm going to replace this with the host token. That's pretty much it. So now this is created with this new token here. Now the next thing we need to do is click on the render webinar component right here. And inside this first thing we're going to go up top here and we're going to remove these because now we're using the new keys and the new tokens, right? So let's remove that. And instead, you're going to provide another value here, another prop here called recording, which needs the stream calling. Where is this coming from? Okay, we got to create this. So just give me 1 second. So copy this name and you're going to go into your libs type. And at the bottom, you're essentially going to say the following. So we're going to say stream call recording like this needs file name, URL, start time, end time, and session ID. So when you're building the recording feature, please make sure to use this type here, okay? Next, go ahead and scroll down here. You're going to find a use effect. Just keep going past that. And now you're going to find, so we have this webinar component. And now we're going to make some big changes here. So please just follow through with me. So I know you're going to hate me, but just go ahead and delete this, okay? Because there's so many things that we need to add in here. And it's going to cause a lot of problems for you, and I don't want that. So let's go step by step, okay? And the new version is much simpler. So just delete whatever you find in the return statement, and let's go ahead and build this once more. So the first thing you're going to do is once you remove everything from here is you're going to create, so let's remove this. And you're going to create a react.fragment. Okay, so let's create this React fragment like this. And inside this React fragment, we're going to make some checks. Okay, so first we're going to say, if the webinar status is live, then we'll do something in here, else we'll do something else in here. Okay, this is the easiest way to do this. Just first build this out and then change everything. So now, if this is true, what are we going to do? So let's remove this state here, and we're going to say return a React fragment. Oh, it does not want me. Okay, hello? React dot. Okay, like this. It just keeps tabbing. It doesn't let me even hit enter. Now it put it in there. Okay, that's why it wasn't letting me do that. So if this is true, then inside this, first we're going to check if the user is the presenter. Okay, so if it's live, check if they are presenter. Live, check if they're presenter. So I'm going to say if it is true, then we're going to do something here, else we'll do something else in here. Okay, just like this. Now, what are we going to do if this is true? So if it is the presenter themselves, then we're going to say live stream state. We're going to pass an API key, webinar call ID this time, and the user. Okay, so make sure you add that. Now, what if it's not this case? Then we have to check if it is attendee. So is it the attendee? If it is, then we'll do something else here. If not, we'll do something else in here. So if it's the attendee, you guys know which component we have to render. It's the participant component, but this time we're passing in these new keys, okay? What are these errors? Okay, that's fine. And after that, we also need to make some changes to participant. So we'll get to that in just a second, but this is all you need to pass in for now, okay? And then next, if this is false, right? So if it's not an attendee, then we're going to just return the webinar state like this. And obviously, we're passing in the current user in here. Now, after this React fragment, we have this section here. So let's go ahead and complete this part. So now, what if it is canceled? Well, if it is canceled, we're going to make a check first. So we're going to say, hey, if this is canceled here, right, then I want you to do something here. If not, something here. So what do we do if it's canceled? I'm just going to return a div that says the webinar is canceled, like this, okay? So div, h3, paragraph. So please pause and type this out. Next, at the bottom here, our final if statement is if this is essentially ended. So if the webinar itself has ended, then we're going to render out that recording URL. So this is up to you, right? So if you guys purchase the code base, it'll be a part of it. But like I said, it doesn't matter, right? It absolutely does not matter. So just to make your life easier, I'm also going to show you what this looks like, right? So if it's ended here, then you're going to essentially do something here or do something else in here. So if this is ended, then you're going to essentially wrap this section. So all of this, you're going to wrap it inside an aspect ratio. Okay, if you don't know what that is, look it up on ChatCN. Okay, create an aspect ratio and then just render out a simple video component and pass in the links. And same thing for this part too. So here I'm just going to say, here's the recording. Okay, so you have to also make a check to see if the URL exists. All right, or else you're gonna have an error on that page. And then here I'm just going to say the webinar has ended like this. Okay, that's pretty much it for this page. And at the bottom here, so what you want to do here, guys, is right here we're checking for this, right? So if you're checking for, so this would be incorrect. So what I'm going to do here, actually, give me 1 second, right? So in here, we're going to change this part. So let's remove this, or that's fine. We can keep that in there. So what we're going to do here instead is we're going to check recording dot URL. Okay. So if this exists, so if this does exist, then do something here, else do something here. So this makes more sense to me. Okay. And this has to be wrapped inside the curly bracket because it's JavaScript. And let's remove this. And let's remove this part as well. Okay. Okay, there we go. So sorry, I made a small error there. So I'm just going to render this out, right? So if the recording URL exists here, so please be careful as you're typing this. Don't remove any of these brackets. Then you're going to have a lot of trouble, okay? So if it's ended, do this, right? So if it's ended, we're going to check, is this true? If this is true, then do something here, else do something here. That's all I'm doing. And I already rendered out this video component. You can go ahead and tweak it out if you want as much as you need, okay? And or for now, actually, because I don't have all the other stuff set up, I don't want any errors. I'm just going to say this is the video, okay? That's pretty much it. And then after that, down here, I'm going to also just show the title and say this webinar has ended. Now, at the bottom here, we have one more final if statement, right? So if everything is not true, then we're going to render out the webinar upcoming state with the webinar and the current user inside this. That's pretty much it. Okay, so this is actually much simpler than the previous one because that was just nested and nested and it was just really ugly. So this is so much better. Now, the next thing that we're going to do is click on participant.tsx and we're going to make some changes in here as well. So just go ahead and scroll up top. Okay, so this is why we made the the changes from the inside out, because now you can see all the errors and you can go ahead and tweak all of them, right? If you did it the other way, you wouldn't know where to pass what. So the first thing I want to do in here is remove call ID. Okay, so if you remove it from here, you also have to remove it from here. So always remove the type first. Okay, so now we should have this call. Actually, we could use the, actually, sorry guys, let's keep the call ID in here. Sorry for that mistake. And then we're going to scroll down here to the first use effect. Okay, scroll down till you find its dependency array. And I'm going to replace its dependency array with a couple more values. Okay, so please change this to whatever you see on the screen. It's pretty much the same thing. We're just adding some newer values. So pause and type this out. Then you're going to scroll down here to live webinar view. And you're going to add the call here. Okay, so you're going to hit enter and you're going to pass in that call. Awesome. So this is done. Now let's move on to the next one. Now go ahead, open up your folder structure and you're going to click on the webinar upcoming state. And let's just make sure that there's no more changes needed in here as well. Okay, so there's one thing we need to do in here. So when the user starts the stream, we have to create and start the stream. Remember? So what we're going to do here is inside this try catch, I'm going to essentially say if there is no current user, so if no current user that's coming in from here, then there's no ID, then throw an error. Okay? And if everything looks good, then we're going to await, create, and start stream. We're going to invoke this and pass in the webinar itself. And then finally, we can show an error message here. All right, and now we're going to scroll down to the bottom to make sure everything else looks good. All right, just a few more changes. We're almost there. So sorry for this architectural flaw. It was just my bad. I probably should have thought about this. So, I mean, this is, I guess, the closest you'll get to see me do everything, manually, right? And this happens all the time. This is not just, I'm not special, okay? Like sometimes I have to go through this and I'll fix it now. And sometimes I won't, and that's totally fine. This is just part of the game. You want to be a developer, you got to go through all the shit, man. I promise you, it's the worst thing ever, but it's also awesome once you're completed. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the page.tsx, so live webinar. Let's shrink all of this. So live webinar, page.tsx, right here. And inside this, obviously, the error is pretty obvious, right? You know exactly what you need to do. So you're going to go in here, and now we don't need the stream token and stream call ID because we're using the user's information in order to do all this stuff, right? So let's go ahead and remove this. And now for this part, we can remove the token because we're creating a host token, and we can remove the call ID as well. And we have to provide the recording data if it exists, okay? And this is incorrect. Let me go ahead and fix this. So I'm going to say recording dot data or null like this. And obviously we have to get this data as well. So I'm going to show you where we can get that from. So scroll up here and you're going to say this is not a client component. This is a server component. So we can create variables like this, right? So we're going to say recording equal to, and this is going to be null for now, like this. And then down here, we're going to say if webinar.webinar status is equal to ended. So let's bring this in. Okay. So if this is ended, then we're going to get the stream recording. Okay. So this is that other server action that I was talking about. So you would essentially have to get the data from here. So get the stream recording, and then you'll have to pass it in. And now we also need to get this webinar ID. So what I'm going to do right here, guys, is I'm just going to comment this out for now. And in here, we also need to get that webinar data. So I'm going to say const webinar data equal to await get webinar by ID. We're going to invoke this. Okay. And in here, we need to pass in the live webinar ID. And this is coming from this place right here. And now we have this data. So the webinar ID like this, and it's saying it's block scoped. Oh, we were doing this already down here. So we just needed to move this up here. Sorry about that. And let me close this. Awesome. And now down here, I'm just going to remove this for now. But when you do that recording feature, you can essentially pass that in here. Okay, awesome. Now let me go ahead and take a quick look at everything else that we need to complete. And let's complete that one as well. So go into your libs folder and you want to open up the stream video client. Where is this? So it should be in here. So stream video client, and make sure that you have the same thing that I'm about to paste. Okay. So make sure you have this exact same thing as well, because I want to make sure that you're passing in the right values in here. All right. And now for the moment of truth. Let's go ahead and click on one of these webinars. And there you go. It shows my face. Damn, that's a crazy display picture, man. I've never changed this. I've used the same picture, guys. Okay, I'm going to shrink this real quick. And let's also zoom out a little bit more. Okay. And now you can see the button here, right? You can see the Get OBS credential button. Let me expand this, right? You can see this button right here. And when you click on this button, it's going to show this pop-up with all the data. It looks like I missed one part here. I want to make that stream key a password key. So let me go into the dialog and change that real quick. Okay, there we go. So just go into the OBS dialog component and just change this to type password. That's all you need to do. And now you can copy this and you can directly paste it inside your OBS. Small changes made such a big impact, right? So that's why I wanted to do this for you guys. I didn't want to just put that as part of, premium stuff. So the stuff that's in the premium Codebase is not a requirement, but it's just one step ahead of the game. That's pretty much it, okay? And you'll also get some extra code comments and obviously the license. That's very important. And you also get, everything else that's coming with it, right? So let's quickly test this out and let's see what happens. Okay, and before I do that, I also want to paste some custom styles in here. Okay, this took me a long time, so I just pasted some styles in there, and this is going to help us pretty much redesign the chat box. Okay, so now you can see me there, and let's go ahead and test this out and see what happens. All right, so everything is working as expected. There's just one problem. The refresh is not working. So I'm going to go ahead and see what I can do to fix that refresh, because it's pretty important, okay? You need all of your users to I think let me give this a shot. Just give me 1 second, guys. All right. So now we have two different type of windows open. This one is me, the host, and this is someone who's visiting this page. So it's the same page, same exact thing. And the webinar has just started because I just reset the timer and all that kind of stuff. So the webinar has just started, and I also have my stream turned off. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the webinar. Now I am the host, right? So if I start the webinar, let's see what happens here. Okay, so it takes me in here. And the reason why this didn't take the user in here is because this person is not registered already. Okay, so that is one challenger. So let's see what I can do. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and register for the webinar, and boom, now I'm directly inside this, right? But technically speaking, if this person just entered, then we'll probably have to put them in the waiting room, right? I mean, they should be in the waiting room, but because we already started it, okay, let me do this once more. Give me 1 second. Okay, so the webinar just started. I'm going to start the webinar. Okay, so this refresh is the only thing that's not firing, right? So that is one problem. But we got it. I want to show you one thing, right? Take a look at this. So if I try to join, let's refresh this page. Boom, it takes me in there because we're right now, this is technically the waiting room, right? So that user will need a refresh on their end. But that's fine because I've already done the refresh for ending the stream. So I'm going to show you what that looks like. But first, let's test this out, right? Let's see what this actually looks like. So I'm going to click on Get OBS Credentials. We're going to copy this stuff. I'm going to go into Settings here, and we're going to click on Stream. We're going to paste this in here, And then we also need this ID. So I'm going to paste this ID in here as well. Click on OK. And then I'm going to close this. And now I'm going to start streaming. Okay. And let's take a look. All right. Let's just give that a second. Okay. So it looks like it's not spinning up that event, because I know it is streaming. So if I refresh the page, it's going to work 100%, guaranteed, right? Yeah, guaranteed, it's going to work. And the message, yo, this works too, right? So that's the one thing we got to fix. And the end stream works perfectly well. Like, let me show you, right? Or before that, if I click on book a call, you see, boom, the CTA also shows. And if I click on end stream, it ends everywhere. So this does work. It's just that I have to figure out what I need to put to essentially solve that problem. And also one more thing, if the user tries to visit this page when the thing is done, we're just going to show webinar has ended. Okay, so that's a challenge. I'm going to go ahead, take a break right now, and then I'll get back to solving that shortly. All right, guys, so after countless hours of debugging, I finally found a solution. Okay, so it turns out that because we're using OBS, so let me first show you something here, right? So we had this section, oh my God, I wrote so much debugging code. So in here, we have this section here where we had this use effect. And I was assuming that this event would fire, but this RTMP event is for something else and not for this one, okay? So it's not firing here. So there's two options. One is we can manually fire the event, which means we can essentially create channel, sorry, not channel. There's another event here. It's called call.custom event. Okay, so you can send a custom event directly on the call itself, which is another option. Now, I did that method, and obviously, when you listen, so you do call.on and you listen to that custom type, it's going to show up in here. But the problem is, because this could lead to some performance issues, instead, we're going to use the chat window to fire the event. This is much better and much more performant because this is using less of a strain compared to the call events. Okay, so what I did was inside this use effect. So first of all, go ahead and delete this. We don't need this use effect anymore. It's pretty much useless. So get out of my face. Awesome. And you can use this one to put your recording if you like. Okay, so here I'm going to say if event.type is equal to start live. This is a custom event that I'm going to fire just like this one. Okay, so anything that comes through channel.on is coming through the messaging API, the messaging channel, the webhooks, I guess. So what I did here was I said, if this is like this, then reload. Okay, and this only fires once. So it's really, really efficient. And you can tell it only fires once because when you click on the modal here to book a call CTA, it shows once, right? It doesn't spam. And I also checked that and it's pretty good here. So that works. Now, all we have to do to fire the event is first, I scroll down here. So please do this with me, okay? Scroll down here and you're going to find a button here, okay, called Get OBS, right? And so what you need to do is you just need to create one more button. Just create one more button and call it Go Live. And then on click, you're just going to say await channel.send event type and just send this event. That's all you have to do. So you have real-time connection. You could literally use this and do real-time connections as well, right? Real-time socket connections, messaging. You can do so many things with this channel event handler. So that's pretty much it. So that's all we had to do. So let me go ahead and show you that this actually refreshes when the user starts. Okay, so now we have this two format way. So first, the user has to turn on the stream inside OBS. And that's something we just can't control. They have to do that, right? So turn on the stream in OBS. And when they're prepared, they're ready to go. They go here and just click on Go Live. That's the process. So just to show you what this looks like, right now, this is the host and this is a attendee. Okay, so I'm going to turn on my stream here. I've already put all the stream keys and stuff like that. So I'm going to turn on the stream. And now obviously, because GetStream.io is not going to send us that event, we can't fire any webhook to refresh. But what we can do is we can fire this. So if the host is ready to go, they're prepared, they're set, they have to click on Go Live. And once they do that, it's going to refresh and everybody is going to connect to the live stream. Awesome. Okay. And if you're wondering how I made this design upgrade, if you look inside the code base, you actually have to import the style sheet. And we totally forgot about that. So let me show you where to do that, right? So right here, import this style sheet inside your live webinar view component. Okay, that's it. So that's pretty much it, guys. Now, the cool thing here is we don't have to care about stopping the stream, because when you stop the stream inside OBS, it automatically shuts down the stream. And this is because Stream.io, GetStream.io does it under the hood. Okay, it does it under the hood, so we don't have to handle it. But when it comes to creating the stream, we can't actually, do that, unfortunately. Now, the next thing is what happens when this user stops the stream. So if they end the stream, it's going to do this, boom, done, and it's going to show this message. So for this viewer here, it's just going to show like a waiting room, like, hey, the stream has ended, right? And if they refresh, it's going to show this message because we've updated it inside the database. Okay, awesome. Super cool. I'm glad I was able to solve that. And again, guys, if you have any questions, we have a free Discord server. Just hop in the Discord server and ask around. There are more than 7,000 to 10, I think 7 or 8,000 SaaS developers and SaaS business owners around the world who are doing exactly what you're doing. Okay, so if you have any questions, you get stuck, just show up in there, ask around. People are going to help you. So I'm also going to be adding a premium feature inside the Codebase when you purchase it from the description down below. Now, this feature is sending an email to a attendee before the webinar starts. So this is going to be massive in this field because marketers love email marketing. And so the best way to get someone to show up on the webinar is to send them an email to remind them that the webinar has started. And so that feature is going to be a part of that premium code base. So go ahead and grab it, guys, because right now this code base is on a launch discount. It's on a launch bonus. And so not only are you getting the code base at a massive discount, you're also getting a free license that you would have to pay $100 for just so that you can monetize this stuff, right? And so you get that for free. So go ahead and grab it right now so you can get all of the bonuses and the code comments and obviously the code base and everything that we created inside this project. Okay, so we'll be using Resend. And Resend is an email marketing platform that I came across, and I am not sponsored, affiliated. I just want to support this company because they have an insane free tier. So I put a link in the description. So just feel free, to just take a look around to see what they have to offer. They have a generous free tier, which I think is awesome. And I just want to support this company. Okay. So that's pretty much it. And let's move on to the next fun part of this application. All right, guys. So I'm going to be testing out the payment flow as well. So I just started this webinar and it actually just expired. So let's go ahead and first join this webinar. There we go. And this is just to test the product flow. And now I'm going to go ahead and start the webinar so I can get into the waiting room. And I haven't refreshed this page or anything, so I'm not going to see any updated states, but I can essentially join the webinar because it's already live. Okay. And I just sent a message in here to show that it's actually working. And now let's say that the webinar was going on and the host got to the end of the webinar where they can pitch the product, right? So all they have to do now is click on buy now, and that's going to show up right here. And maybe you could put an icon here, or you could even use Stripe images, right, for the product, and you can render that out in here. So I just have the product description or what are the CTA title, CTA description, and it says buy now, and you'll be redirected to checkout. So if we click on buy now, it should take us into a Stripe type checkout page. So let's go ahead and give this a shot. Hey, there we go. So it says $3,000, and now you can go ahead and make a payment here. Awesome. And I'm going to go ahead and click on pay just to make sure this is working. Awesome. There we go. Everything has checked out, and the payment is also successful. Now, one thing I want to point out is obviously because we did not have our webhook running, the Stripe webhook is not going to come through. Okay, but the payment went through because I just looked at Stripe. But because we don't have this running, our webhook won't fire, and the ticket will not push itself to the next stage, which is a customer purchased. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And so just as we expected, it says add to cart because the user did add the product to the cart. but they also did pay, but because our webhook wasn't on, it didn't go through, okay? But the user's status will essentially be pushed right here into the next pipeline. I also have this follow-up stage because remember I told you the premium feature that I'm going to add is maybe some email marketing just to show you how to send an email before the event starts. So similarly, or when the event starts. So similarly, right here, maybe you could do a follow-up sequence, right? You could use AI tools, AI automations, N8N. Like there's so many things you can do, and maybe you can send an email to the customer to follow up on this product, saying, "Hey, you added this to cart, you forgot to purchase." So that's another way to increase your pipeline value. Okay, awesome. So let's move on to the next part, and we're gonna first go ahead and set up the agents. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So most of you have probably already heard of AI agents. I mean, it's all over the news, but today's the day you're actually going to put this knowledge to use and build something real world. So whatever I'm about to share with you right now is super important because this is the exact tool that one of my students used to make $30,000 from one single client. And he was also able to upsell on every single credit. Okay. And obviously, he's now making monthly recurring revenue through his SaaS. And I'm sure that you guys are watching this video because you want to do the exact same thing. So I'm here to help you guys. I'm here to give you the knowledge. I hope you're willing to take everything I'm about to give you. So Vapi essentially offers insanely realistic voice AI agents that you can leverage and scale to more than millions of AI agents if you'd like. And they can handle calls for you. They can also close leads on behalf of you. And obviously they can also set calls. Okay. And that's the main reason why we are using Vapi inside our application. Now, Spotlight is specifically made for marketers, right? So people who have webinars. And usually all marketers, they have a sales process. And because your products are probably in the high ticket range, they need to qualify leads before they hop on sales calls because they physically cannot handle that many people. And so the best way to automate this process is to put AI agents in place. And AI agents can essentially set calls, and we basically call them setters, and they can essentially be those little minion setters for them, and you can scale that to millions and millions of setters. Now, the awesome part here is I've managed to speak to Vapi, and if you use my link in the description, you will get 1,000 free credits every single month. Okay, so you can essentially start your SaaS. There's absolutely no excuse whatsoever. I went above and beyond, and I also got you guys a template that you can use for your sales calls or for your setters that we use right now that has a 92% close rate. Okay, so if you use that link, you're going to get all of this bonus stuff. And obviously, it's also going to support me and it's going to let them know that the Prodigies community is the best. And most importantly, we want to support these companies so they can keep pushing out better products and better free tiers and offer the developer community, some better leverage. Okay, so thank you so much to Vapi for making this happen, and let's get started, guys. All right, guys. So make sure you open up an account with the link in the description so you can grab these 1,000 free minutes, and you also get the template that we're going to be using inside this project. Okay, so the first thing is if it's actually going to create an organization for you. If it doesn't, make sure you create an org. Okay, and the first thing you want to do is click into organization settings, click on API keys, and make sure you copy your private key like this. And you want to paste the Vapi private key in here. And then you're going to copy the public key as well. So let's go ahead and click on public and then copy this key here. And then paste the public Vapi key right here. And then we need the organization ID. And so all you need to do for that is you want to click on org settings, and you're going to find the organization ID here. Okay, so just copy this and then just paste it in here. And the next thing you want to do is open up your terminal, and you're going to type npm-i vapi-ai /server-sdk at 0.6.4. This is the version that I use, so I want you guys to have the same version as me. And then next, we're going to use @vapi-api/web, and we're going to say @2.2.7, and go ahead and hit enter and let that install. Okay, I totally forgot. We also have to add the legacy pure deps. So make sure you add that and then go ahead and hit enter. Now, the next thing we're going to do is if you go into this tab right here and go into assistants, you'll see an assistant already created for you. Okay, Vapi does this from scratch, and this is a pretty good assistant that has everything you need pretty much. It's just like a good tester. Now, if you click on Create Assistant, I'm actually working with Vapi to get my template inside here. Okay, so if you use my link in the description, you can directly grab the sales script and the assistant already built with the perfect settings. And so it's going to set up the assistant for you here, and then you can grab that. Okay, so if you don't find it right now, that's totally fine. That's okay. Just what you need to do is make sure you click on Lead Qualification Specialist, because that's, I guess, sort of like, I mean, it's a decent template. It does the job, but obviously ours is, realistic, right? Come on. So, but it's fine for now. You can use this one. So make sure you install that one. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on Lead Qualified Specialist and go ahead and click on Create Assistant. Next, go ahead and open up your folder structure, and you want to shrink everything. Go into Source, App, Protected Routes, Layout.tsx, and it's going to take you into this page. Now, in this page, we're getting all of our products from Stripe, and we're passing it into the header component, right? But we also have to pass in our assistants. So what we need to do here is I'm going to hit Enter. I'm going to say const assistants equal await get all assistants. We're going to invoke the server action. And obviously, this is another server action that we need to create. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my folder structure, and I'm going to go into my actions, and I'm going to create a file in here called vapi.typescript. Okay, that is the wrong spelling. That's fine. Let me just rename that. And inside this file, change it to a use server file. And this is all we're going to do. We're going to say get all assistants is equal to an async function, try catch, and inside the try block, we're going to fetch from Vapi, and we're going to get all the assistants. Now, this Vapi server comes from our new client that we need to create. So open up your libs folder, and inside the libs folder, you're going to create a file or a folder for Vapi. So you're going to say Vapi like this, and first you're going to create the server. So you're going to say Vapi server.typescript. So this way, this client can be used on the server side. Okay. So first thing you need is I'm going to create a payload. So I'm just going to say const payload, and I'm going to pass in the Vapi organization ID. And this is also a scope for the token. So I'm just going to say private. And then next, I need to get my private environment variable key as well. So private key, grab that as well. And then I'm going to create the options. So for now, I'm just going to say options. And this token that it's going to generate is going to expire in this in 1 hour. Okay. And then the next thing we need to do is generate the token using the JWT library. If you don't know what JWT is, that's totally fine. Don't worry about it. It's just like a way for us to kind of like create a JSON web token. If you don't know what a JSON web token is, just do some research online. Okay, it's basically like keeping a secret key. Okay, that's pretty much it in simple terms. I'm not here to complicate things for you. So go ahead and install JWT from JSON web token, and I'm going to open up the terminal so I can install a specific version of JWT. And okay, it's not letting me shrink my. Okay, so give me 1 second. Let me just shrink this. Okay, and so I'm going to say npm i JSON web token like this, and you're going to say at the specific version -- legacy pure deps like this, and hit enter. And now that this token is created, we're going to create our Vapi client. So I'm going to say const Vapi client Vapi server equal new Vapi client like this, and pass in the token. Now let's also go ahead and import Vapi client from the Vapi AI server SDK. Now let's go back here, and now we can import this Vapi server just like this. Okay, awesome. So this server action is created, and all this is going to do is return all of our assistants. So let's quickly go ahead and import the get all assistants as well. Awesome. And then now we can take this assistance, and we'll have to pass it down into the header prop. So I'm going to say assistance like this, and I'm going to pass in the assistance data or an empty array. Now, obviously, we need to accept this, right? So go into the header, and in here, we're going to pass in an extra type called assistance, which is going to be of type assistant. And this assistant type actually comes from Vapi server SDK API. So go ahead and import it from the following folder. And now we have this in here. And now we can destructure and use assistants inside this component. Now we're going to scroll down here, guys, where you see the create webinar button. And inside this, you're going to need to pass in assistants equal to assistants like this. Okay. And so now if you go in here, obviously you're going to need to accept that. Now, why do we need it in here? So when the user is creating the webinar, we're going to give them the opportunity to select between book a call or buy now CTA. And so we also want to give them the opportunity to select an assistant before that. Okay, so I'm also importing this from here, and I'm also going to destructure and grab assistance from here as well. And now this assistance is going to essentially go into our CTA step. And now inside the CTA step, I'm going to import the assistant type and also grab it from the props. And now we can render this out in here. Okay, so let me go ahead and see where we have to put this. So down here, where we have the select for the book a call CTA. Okay, so we have, there we go. So to do agents, there's a to do here for the agents itself, and we have add a product. Okay, so right above this, I'm going to put it in here. So I'm going to hit enter. First, I'm going to remove this to do. And in here, I'm going to say CTA type. If this is equal to the book a call CTA, then we're going to render something in here. So essentially, I'm going to have a label, and this is not attach a product. This is attach an AI agent, okay? Like this. And then I'm going to hit enter here. And then first, I'm going to create a div in here, like such. And this div, and inside this div, hit enter, and you want to create a div with a search and an input field, okay? This is just for you to expand on in the future, but this is just a search functionality where you can grab that, grab more AI agents from Vapi server, okay? And then after that, so we have this here. After the second div, hit enter, and now I'm going to return a select component. So you want to return select like this, and we're going to create this handle select in just a second. But first, let's get the trigger. So I'm going to say trigger, select trigger, and I'm going to put the select value called select an agent. And then I'm going to have the select content. So hit enter here, and inside the select content, I'm going to have the following class names. And then this is going to essentially loop over the assistance if it has a length greater than 0 and render something. If not, we're going to render no agent available. Okay, and inside this, all we're doing is, again, we're mapping over it and we're returning a select item. That's it, nothing else crazy. Don't forget to pass in value and the key and the assistant's name. This is the most important part. Now for the handle select agents, let's scroll up top right here. And after this, I'm just going to say update the CTA field with the AI agent and the value. Okay, that's pretty much it. And now we can go ahead and test this out to see what that looks like. So I'm going to create a webinar, just going to pass in some mock data for now. This doesn't matter. And let's just put some time. Actually, this time has passed. So I'm going to say, okay, 2 p.m. And if I hit next, there we go. So now I can select the 2 AI agents that I created inside Vapi. Okay, and I want you to also actually, oh, this looks like an error here. We have to conditionally render this based on what they selected. So what seems to be the issue? All right, there we go. And all I had to do was wrap the product button inside a buy now CTA check. So now if you swap between these, it's going to show you the relevant CTAs that you need to select. Okay, so in here for book a call, now I can select a specific type of AI agent, and its script is going to be added into this. Okay, now you may ask, Parent, I don't like to go in there and create all the agents inside Vapi because I want my software to be standalone. And that's exactly what we're gonna be doing right now. So the next thing you're gonna do is shrink your folder structure. You're gonna open up app in here, and you're gonna create another folder inside your protected routes. Okay. So inside this, I'm gonna create AI agents like this. Okay. And inside the AI agents, I'm going to create a page.tsx like this. And now let's go ahead and render out Why did it jump all the way there? Okay, let's render out a button, a template like this, okay? And inside this, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab all of my AI agents so I can show to the user. So let's do that, and let's also change this to an async component to make that request. So now that we have this, let's remove this, and we're going to provide the following styles for this div. So I'm going to say class name like this, and inside this section, we're going to have the left sidebar and the main content. Okay, and the left sidebar is going to be the AI agent sidebar, and it's going to look very similar to what what Vapi already has. So it just feels a little more familiar for users who have already used Vapi. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a div like this, and inside this div, I'm going to create a component called modal selection, which we're going to come to in just a second. So here I'm going to say to do, just like this. And then after that, up top here, we're going to essentially show the AI agent sidebar. So this is another component that we need to create. And obviously we need to pass in all of our AI agents into that. So don't forget to pass that component, those components in here. I'm sorry, the AI agents themselves in here. And I'm also returning an empty array in case I didn't get any response. Now open up the folder structure, and inside this, you're going to create a folder called components. And inside this, you're going to create this AI agent sidebar.tsx, and we're going to return this AI agent sidebar. Okay. Now, first thing we need to do here is grab the AI agents. So let's import it, and let's also make sure we destructure it right here. So first, create a state, guys. We're going to create this state called isModalOpen, because this way we can show this component on the screen, and we can show a modal on the screen so they can create that specific AI assistant. Okay, so this has to be a use client component. So I'm going to just change it to use client. Okay, like this. And now in here, I'm going to create my use state to store the modal. And I'm also going to create an AI agent store, okay? And this AI agent store is essentially going to keep track of the assistant that is selected, the set assistant, and a way to clear that as well. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to create it in here so I can get some errors, and that way I can solve the errors. And copy this name. It's called use AI agent store. So copy this name, and you're going to open up your folder structure. You're going to scroll down to store. And inside this, you're going to create the use AI agent store.typescript. And this is a very, very simple store. I'm sure you guys probably already did it. But all we're going to do is we're going to say the type is going to be of type assistant. And this assistant comes from Vapi, okay? Not from Prisma schemas. So make sure you import this from the right folder. And then once that's done, make sure we have assistant, set assistant, clear AI assistant. Okay, technically we could just use this to clear it, but we're also going to have a clear AI assistant in here. Now let's go ahead and create the store. So export const use AI agent store equal to, and we're going to say create like this. And all we're going to do in here is make sure we import this from ZooStand. And in here, we're going to say set AI assistant null, set the assistant here to whatever they're giving, and clear AI assistant and set this assistant to null. Okay, awesome. Now I'm going to go back to my AI agent sidebar component, and let's import this really quick. And once we're done with that, now let's start building this out. So go back to your page.tsx and import the AI agent sidebar so we can see something in here. Okay, so I'm going to refresh this, and there we go. So we can see some data inside this component. So now we can build alongside. So first, create a div that looks like this with the following styles. And then I'm going to create a container type div with padding 4. And inside this, I'm going to have a button that says create AI assistants. Okay, assistant, sorry, not assistants. And then here, we're going to have the setter to essentially turn on the modal. So if I click this, technically it's turning on the modal, right? So, okay, I see an error here, guys. Let me take a look. This might just be this is something to do with server-side stuff, but I actually think if I quit the server and I restart it, this will go away because I've seen this error before. Hey, look at that. Okay, all my user experience are finally coming in handy. So yeah, you just have to reset your server if you see that, okay? I think that's just something with hot reload or turbo pack or something like that. I'm not too bothered. Okay, so after this button, we're gonna have an input field and a search field. Again, this is just syntactical sugar to, like components built just to make this look nice. Feel free to go in there and change this, okay? So I'm gonna import the input component and the search component so you can see it like this here, okay? And then after this, down here, we're going to hit enter after this div, and now we're going to use scroll area, okay? So this is a scroll area component, and inside this, we're going to say agents, AI agents.map, which is coming from the URL, coming from the props, .map for all of them, and we're going to return a div here, and we're just going to give it some colors, okay? So when you can pretty much see what that looks like, right? So we're going to say class like this. If the AI assistant is the ID is the same as this one here, then we'll just render this color here, okay? And we're going to show a background. So if I click on this, now it's going to turn that on, okay? That was the whole idea there. Now down here, I'm going to show the AI assistant's name itself. That's pretty much it, nothing crazy. And now after the scroll area, hit enter, and we're going to create this component called create assistant modal. So copy this name, open up your folder structure, and you're going to create this component in here. Oh, sorry guys. Create paste.tsx, and then in here, let's go ahead and return a snippet. Okay, so first thing we need is those props that were passed in, which is open and on close. So I'm going to go ahead and grab those from there. And then the next one is I'm going to first change this. I don't need to change this to a use client because it's already in a client tree. So I'm just going to create a state here called name. Okay, and let's go back and import this so it doesn't scream at me. Okay, there we go. So now we have the create modal assistant. So in here, I'm going to create a name state. We need loading state. So we can show some loading states when we're creating all of this. And once that's done, we can also use router. So we can do router.refresh, right? So go up here and let's import router from next navigation, not next router. Okay, awesome. Now let's go ahead and build this out. So this is going to be a new div, and it's going to look like this with the following class names. Please pause and type that class name. And then we're going to have another div inside this. And this is going to have an X button that helps us close the, essentially close the modal. Okay, so I'm going to say div like this, h2, create assistant, and a button like this. Okay, so now, there we go. So this shows up right here. Let me refresh this once more. Okay, so I'm not going to lie. I don't know how we have this modal on the screen. How do we have it? So we have this here. Huh. Guys, am I a little lost? Where are we getting this from? Use AI. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. Okay, so I was just a little confused. I wasn't sure what the hell was going on. But this here, so essentially what this is we're just building the modal, okay? So you can use the dialog. I think this is because I was in a rush and I was probably building something. So guys, just use the dialog component, all right? Sorry about that, guys. So what I'm going to do in here is I'm going to say if it's not open, don't show this, okay? So we're just creating our own custom modal in here. So first things first, I'm going to create a form here. So after this button, hit enter. And then inside this, I'm going to create the first div in here. And this div is going to have first a label. So I'm just going to put a label for now inside this, just using the regular label. And then I'm going to have the input component show up right here. So after this, show an input component. And let's import this. And might as well turn this off right now so we can see it building. And now we need to create the handle submit for this form. So let's just quickly look at what that looks like, all right? So scroll up top, and after this if statement, we're going to say const handle submit is a function here. What exactly happened? There we go. So it's an async function here that gets a form event. And inside this, we're going to do e.prevent default. We're going to say set loading to true. We're going to have a try, catch, finally. And inside the try block, we're going to say await create assistant, which is another server action. If there's no response, if there's something wrong, throw an error, refresh, set name, close. This is the basic thing we've been doing for all our, for the entire app. So I'm sure you already know that same structure. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to copy this and I'm going to try to create the assistant. So let's go into actions Vapi right here. And at the bottom here, I'm going to say export const create assistance equal to this. And right in here, I'm just going to pass in whatever it tells me to, just to speed up the process. Okay, so the first thing we need is name, and I'm going to put a first message. So the name is what we get from here. So I'm going to say first message, hi there, this is whatever from customer support. Guys, I'm just putting mock data for now. I think you get the point of this. This AI assistant can do anything you want. And so all you have to do is just tweak the prompt in here, okay? So I'm going to say, this is my name, whatever, and then I'm here to help you today. And you have to select the model you want, the model you want to use, right? So I'm going to be using GPT-4o because that's the best and that's performed pretty well. So I'm going to say modal, GPT-4o, provider, OpenAI, and the messages here, right here are going to be this AI prompt, this AI agent prompt, okay? So I've already created that prompt that I told you guys, right? So if you cannot get, if you fail to use my link for some reason, or you just do not want to use it, that's fine as well. I will essentially put this inside the Discord for you, okay? So in here, all the way at the bottom, inside data.typescript, inside this, I'm going to essentially create this prompt. It's huge, okay? It has so many things, instructions, step-by-step methods to follow, all that kind of fun stuff. So now let's go back into this, and now I'm going to import this. Awesome. And now we have this all set up and ready to go. Cool. All right, man, we're getting closer to the end of this. So after that, make sure you show a true 200 response here and pass in the data created as a created assistant. And if there's an error, obviously show a 500 error response. So I'm going to say false, 500, failed to create assistant. Now let's go back one step and let's quickly import this create assistant from our server actions. And that's it. We're done here. Okay. Now let's scroll down. And after this part, where we have this input, right? This, we have the assistant, sorry guys. We have the assistant's name and we have an input right here. We're gonna, essentially, this set name is going to change the name right here, okay? And then when we fire this, we're passing that state in there. That's how we're getting the name, if you're wondering. Now, after this input, I'm just gonna put a paragraph that says, this name will be used to identify your assistant, okay? Awesome. And then we're going to have a div after this to submit. So after this div, create a div like this. And then inside this div, I'm going to have a button component. So I'm going to say button like this. And let's go ahead and import button. And make sure to pass, sorry guys, it's importing it from the wrong folder. There we go. And make sure you pass in the right props. So on close is the main thing here. It's going to change the value. And button, it says button is not defined. It is defined, okay. And inside this, we're going to essentially show a loading state if we're actually building it. Or guys, let's make this the close. This is the cancel button, right? So I'm going to say cancel like this. And then down here, I'm going to create another button. And this button is going to show the loading state. So this button type is submit. So I'm going to remove this. I'm going to say submit like this. And then I'm going to say name.trim and I'm going to put the disabled loading, okay? And then in here, we're going to say if it is loading, then show the loader to icon with the animate spin. saying creating. And if not, we're just going to say create assistant. Okay, awesome. Let's go. So now to truly test this, go up here and you want to uncomment this if is open. And now in here, let's expand this and let's try to create something. There we go. So you can close it, click out. I would highly, highly recommend you do not use this, and please, please use the dialog component. I just made a mistake here. Please forgive me. Okay. So here I'm just going to put a name. It also holds a state. And if I hit create assistant, it's going to create it, router.refresh, boom, there we go. Now we have the assistant actually created inside Vapi. And if you go into Vapi's dashboard and you refresh in here, you're going to find your PU assistant in here. Okay, awesome. Now let's go back to our application, not this one, this, and let's continue the next process, which is showing the settings and stuff like that. So now go back into your page.tsx under AI agents, and then in here we have this to do. So let's go ahead and first remove this, and then I'm just going to uncomment this and make sure you copy the title. So copy the name like this, open up your folder structure, and inside components, I'm going to paste this. Okay. And now let's go ahead and fill this in. Awesome. And all we're going to do in here is first I'm going to render out a div with the following class. And it says not imported. So let's go back and import. Guys, that's a shortcut. If you don't know, someone asked me, how are you doing this so fast? So if you're in one file here and you came from a different file, if you close the current file, it's going to take you one step back. So instead of you opening this and then going back, just close the file. It'll take you one step back. Easier, right? So if I go back, it's going to take me to the modal thing, right? The create modal, create assistance. So that's the secret here, okay? And obviously we use the shortcuts like TSRAFCE, and that is called React snippets. I think I already told you guys. So React snippets, this one. Okay, I think ES7 used this one, TypeScript React snippets. I think this is the, I'm not sure which one it is. Okay, I have this one installed. So you install this one as well. Okay, so that's how I'm able to type really quick, and it helps me speed up my workflow. So after we render this div, inside this div, I'm going to show another div like this. So div like this here with another span. And in that span, I'm going to show a settings icon. So let's go ahead and refresh. There we go. So it just shows this thing saying modal. Now, sorry, model. Modal. Now down here, I'm going to have a scroll area so I can show the configuration of that AI agent. So I'm going to say scroll area, and inside that, I'm going to have a modal configuration component. So open up your folder structure. Inside this, we're going to create that modal configuration. Okay, and then I'm going to paste it in here. Now, first thing we need to do is grab the assistant that is set from the store, right? Oh, sorry guys, let's go ahead and import this. There we go. And now click on this, it takes you in. So we need to grab what's being selected here, right? So what we're going to do here is I'm first going to grab that from the store. So I'm going to say use AI agent store and grab the assistant that I was selecting. Now we have to change this to use client like this so we can use this. Now down here, I'm going to first check if there's no assistant. Then I'm going to render a div that just says no assistant selected like this. So it just makes more sense. Now if I select one, it removes that. Okay, that's basically what we wanted. Now the next thing here is I'm going to have a use effect here that's going to essentially set the, it's going to check if we have an assistant, and it's going to do something for us. It's going to set the first message and a system prompt. Okay, so in here, I'm going to say use effect. So if this exists, so if the assistant exists, then here's what we're going to do. So if assistant exists, then we're going to set some states inside our application. And so let's go ahead and create those states first, obviously. So I'm going to say first message and system prompt. Okay. And now we're going to go ahead and set those values. So assistant.firstMessage and assistant.modal at messages at 0. Let's see what's the error here. Potentially undefined. So we have to put a check here as well. Like this. Okay. And it'll check this. And if this is true, then it's going to render that out. Okay, so now if I click this, the state is technically going to hold that value because this assistant updated. Okay, now going down here, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to build out this component. So I'm going to remove this. I'm going to return a div in here, and inside this div, I'm going to have another div, just as such, and then inside that have a header tag and a button that says update, so that they can update the assistant setting. So first, we need a loading state so we can disable the button. So let's go up top here, create loading, scroll down here, and now we need a handle update. We'll get to that in just a second. But all we're doing is if it's loading, show loader. If not, show update assistant. Okay, so now we're going to see this error because this does not exist. So let's go ahead and build that function. So scroll up here, hit enter. I'm going to say handle update assistant, and this is going to, oh, okay, all right, awesome, that was great. So we're going to have async in here. We're going to say set loading to true, try catch. We're going to have this update function here. So first I'm going to say const response equal to this await update assistant, which is another server action. Okay, but if there's no success error, I mean there's no success message, throw an error. Okay, and then if it is updated, we'll just show this down here, and you can also do router.refresh, which will also need router in here. So I'm going to bring that in. Okay, technically you do not need router.refresh because it's already updated, right, on the page, so you don't need it. Only if the user refreshes, and if they refresh, they're going to see new data. So, and that's it for console the error, and for finally just set the loading state to false. So copy this title here, copy this name, go into your Vapi agents file, the Vapi.TypeScript file, and in here I'm going to say const update async like this, and it's going to essentially need the following. So we have the assistant ID, but we need the first message, and we also need the system prompt. So this is how your customers can tweak exactly how the AI should respond. Okay, so this is powerful, super, super powerful, because now you can do whatever you want. You could give the AI the capability to tell it to open up a link. You could tell it, hey, this is the checkout page, this is the product. And maybe in the future, you can also have a little chat box inside the call, which I'm going to show you how to build in just a second, where the AI agent can also communicate by sending links inside the chat box. So you see how this makes you stand out and makes you feel unique, right? That's it, man. Just improve this product and you can take it to market. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say try catch. Hello. Try catch like this. And then inside the try block, first we're going to say the following. So I'm going to say update. So Vapi update assistant is await. Vapi assistant, we're going to say dot update here, and we need to invoke this and pass in some settings. And inside the settings, first we need the assistant's ID. So which ID are we trying to update? And this is not inside here, guys. This is the first argument we need to pass in, okay? And then for the settings, we're going to say first message is going to be this message, and the model here is going to need to be the just a default model. Now feel free to fetch all the models they have and then show those models and give the user the ability to select them. I'm not going to waste your time right now because this is MVP, okay? Next, once this is done, I'm going to just show assistant updated, sorry, okay? And then I'm also going to show a message, so 200 response like this. And the system prompt here is a system prompt that's coming in. Sorry, guys, I forgot to mention. The system prompt is what's coming in from them, okay? All right, now down here, if there's an error, I'm going to just show console error, show 500, failed, whatever you got to do, okay? And I'm also going to have an error object like this, and I'm going to pass in the error. Now let's go up here and let's import update assistant. What's the name here? Update assistant. Oh, my bad. It needs to be exported. And now you can import this one, okay? So we have this. If there's an error, throw an error, show toast when it's completed, console the errors, and also set loading to false. Done. Awesome. So now let's scroll down. And after this button, we are going to have a small paragraph to describe it. So hit enter after this div, and I'm going to say configure the behavior of the assistant. So just like this. If I click on this, configure it, whatever, right? Now, we need to show a way for them to update that stuff. So how can they update the information? So first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a div in here. So hit enter after the paragraph. I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to create an input field. Sorry, a div like this, div here for the label and like an info icon. And then I'm going to have an input field. And this looks sort of like this. Okay, so they can tweak whatever they want in here. And the next thing we need to add in here is after the input field, after this div, hit enter. We're going to create another div with this, like this. And then we're going to create one more div inside this to hold another input field. Sorry, guys. So in here, I'm going to say div like this, flex item center justified between a margin bottom of 2, and a div for the label and info. Okay. And this is going to have this eye icon in here as well. Do whatever you want. You can use popovers. Like you can use, I think we have a component in here called tooltip, right? You can use that one if you like. And now I'm going to put a text area. So hit enter after 2 divs here, and you're going to render out a text area component, and you're going to pass in the system prompt. Awesome. Look at that. Looks very similar to what they have, right? So it's going to feel like they're still communicating with a real AI agent. And now they don't have to go to Vapi, so you get to keep them in here, okay? Now, after this div, we're going to hit enter, and then we're going to create another div here. And inside this div, we're going to need to create a component called config field. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say config field like this. And now I'm going to copy config field. And this is also a dropdown select component, but this is custom dropdown, guys. This is something that we created. So first, let's do the config field. Open up the folder structure and create the config field. And let's go ahead and create this in here, okay? And it's going to need 3 props. It needs the label, it needs show info, and children. And I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to import, I'm going to destructure them from here. I don't know why, okay, it's not giving it to me. There we go. And it's doing all this crazy stuff. We do not need this. So now I'm just going to return a div like this, a div here, a label, and show info if it's true. We're going to show the info component like this, and this is from Lucid React. And then down, we're going to render out the children items. Now let's go back here, and let's import the config field. And now the only thing left is the dropdown select component. So let's copy this title. And in here, I'm going to paste dropdown select.tsx. And then inside this, we're going to need to first create this component like this. And now we need to accept those values. So we need the value and the placeholder. So let's bring that in. And let's go here and let's destructure these. And now finally, first we're going to say display text equal if value is there, show that, or placeholder. The text class is going to be if the value exists, nothing. But if not, we're going to show text neutral 400. Okay, I'll show you what this looks like in just a second. And then down here, we're just going to have a div. Okay, a div like this, a div inside it, a span with the display text and the text class, and a chevron down icon. Okay, so now if you click on this, we need to also import the component. So I'm going to close that page, teach you that little trick that I taught you. And now when you click on this, you can see the providers. So this is where you can put all of that. Okay, for now, it's just set to this value and they cannot change it, but maybe you can use a drop-down component in the future and you can show that. Or you can purposely show that this is deactivated. Okay, awesome, guys. Great job so far. We have some cooler features left to complete and also test, but this is the main part of the app. So keep pushing through, keep watching, and I hope you're also enjoying. And I'll see you in the next. All right, now go ahead and open up your folder structure, And essentially what we're going to be building right now is the public call route once the user has clicked on the book a call CTA. So this route is called call. Okay, this is super, super important. So please do not miss this part and do not skip anything, because if I explain something and something doesn't make any sense, you're going to get lost. Okay, so just pay attention, watch this in 2x speed, and pause, type when you need to. So first, I'm going to set call in here. This is the route that we need. And inside this, I'm going to create a page.tsx. And inside here, I'm also going to need the components folder, so I might as well just create it right now. Okay, so in here, we're going to just go ahead and return our snippet. Let's go ahead and shrink this. So this is going to get some params, right? We're going to get the webinar ID. We're going to get a bunch of other info. And we're also going to get the search params. If you remember from one of the previous components, we were pushing the user to this page, and we're also passing a search param called attendee ID. So we're going to go ahead and grab this from here. So I'm going to say params like this, live webinar ID. And I'm going to pass in, grab the search param. And these are all promises, so you have to await them. So first, let's go ahead and just await these, and let's make sure we destructure them from here. Okay, awesome. And now we have these values ready to use. So this is saying props. This is actually incorrect. Let's delete this. There we go. So now, if there's nothing here, that means there's no live webinar ID. You can do whatever you like. I'm just going to throw a 404. And let's go to next navigation. So you can just redirect them to a 404 or redirect them to, maybe a custom 404 page, right? So after this, now what we're going to do is we're going to get the attendee by this ID. So I'm going to say const get attendee by ID. And we're going to need to, I think we already created this. Okay, so open up your folder structure. I thought we already did, but let's just go into attendance. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to search in here. Get attendee. Okay, looks like we haven't. So scroll to the bottom, guys. And what you're going to do inside this component is you're going to say export const get attendee by ID is equal to an async arrow function. There we go. Okay. And inside this, first, we're going to need to grab the ID itself, and the webinar ID. So let's bring that in. And now we're going to have a try catch. And inside the try block, first, we're going to go into our database and find this ID find the user for this ID. So I'm going to say attendee equal to Prisma client.attendee.find for this ID. Now, next, we're going to need to find their attendance. So I'm going to say attendance.find first, where this is the same attendance ID, right? And attendee ID and the webinar they attended. So that way we can connect both. Now, if none of these exist, obviously return a 404. And if they all exist, return a 200. That's it. Very straightforward. And now if any error took place, I'm going to show a console message, and I'm going to also return 500 in here. Now let's go back and let's import the server action. And now I have those details in here. Okay, awesome. Now, after this, I'm going to make sure we got some data. If there's no data, redirect the user to this page, and we're going to show this error. Now, I've already created this, right? I've created this error component, and so it's going to show a custom error on the page. If not, you can build your own, maybe make it look nicer. It's up to you, okay? Now, the next thing I need is to get the webinar by this ID as well. So I'm going to say get webinar by ID, and let's go ahead and import that server action. And now in here, we're going to say if there's no webinar, redirect 404. Finally, if the webinar status is waiting room or it's scheduled, we also have to send the user to this page with error saying webinar not started. Now let's go ahead and import this enum here. Okay, awesome. And now what's next? We want to make sure that the CTA is as follows. So I'm going to say right here. So if this CTA type is not equal to this book a call and webinar, there's no webinar ID, or there's not this, right? Then we're going to kick the user out of here. So cannot book a call. So this is important, right? Because if the CTA is not book a call and it's payment or whatever, and they're on this page, then we can't keep them here because this is only for the call with the AI agents. Now in here, we're going to say if data.callStatus equal to completed. If it's completed, then down here, we're going to say you cannot attend this again. Now, the reason why this is done is just to prevent some sort of a loop, okay? Now, I want you to improve this functionality, obviously. So do whatever you want here. Maybe you can get info from the AI, or maybe you can have a timer. I don't know what you prefer, but for me, it is once they cancel out of the call, it should be done for, right? Completed. So I'm just going to make sure that once they start the call, we're going to start it. And then if they refresh the page, they cannot attend it, just to make it simple and easy to understand. Okay. So that's pretty much it. Now down here, we're going to return this auto connect call component. Okay. This is an awesome component that does everything under the hood for us. So let's go ahead and return this. And I see something wrong here. That's because obviously we don't have the component, but it should at least save it for us. Okay, so I see the webinar with presenter, so I'm going to go ahead and import this one here. What is it trying to import? Import from libs types. Okay, awesome. All right, so now we have this. So let's go ahead and copy this component, and you want to open up your folder structure, and inside components, we're going to create that. .tsx, and then in here, I'm going to go ahead and render this out. Okay, awesome. Now, inside this, we're going to need to grab those props. So in here, I'm passing the username, assistant, webinar, and the user ID, right? So I'm going to first import this component, and now I want to make sure I can pass these into this. So to do this, I need to go ahead and bring in all of these props. So first, go ahead and bring in the props, and then go ahead and destructure them down here. Okay, now we're going to need a call status object. So you can put this inside your constants file. I'm going to put it in here so you guys know where things are. And this is just connecting, active, and finished. So inside this component, first thing is I'm going to change this to a client component. So I'm going to say use client like this. And at the bottom here, we're essentially going to set some default values. So username is going to be equal to user by default. And why is it grayed out? Elements that are destructured and unused. Okay, that's fine. Why are you yelling at me? So down here, we're going to say assistant. Okay, AI assistant. You probably have to disclose. And then down here, we're going to set 180. So 3 minutes by default. So the call limit is going to be 3 minutes. Now, guys, no call is 3 minutes long. It's way longer than that, right? But I just want to show you, right? This is just for demo purpose. So, and that's why we're specifically doing it only for setters. We should not do this for sales calls. First of all, nobody wants to buy from an AI agent, okay? But it's going to help us qualify the lead, okay? So what's next? Now we're going to scroll down here, and first thing we're going to do is we're going to return a div. So let's return a div like this. Okay. And this is essentially going to be that. Okay, so we also need to access this component. So give me 1 second, guys. So please make these changes with me if you haven't already. So first open up 2 browsers, right? Obviously. So open up 2 browsers, one that has you as a host logged in and one that has a user, an attendee logged in. Now, the next thing you're going to do is inside your database Prisma schema, make sure you update one of your webinars, obviously, to start right now, and make sure it's live. Okay, so this one is live here, but it has CTA set to buy now. So I'm going to change that to book a call, and I want to make sure my AI agents are also attached to it. So let's look for that real quick. Okay, so I think this was created without the AI agent because it was an older test webinar. So I'm going to go ahead and just create one more. Okay, sorry for this. So just create one more, and that way you can have the new AI agent as part of that webinar. Okay, there we go. So I just got the webinar with this. Okay, I was quite worried there for a second because I was like, oh wait, I think I need to update the create server API server request as well because I thought we're not going to see this AI agent. So the AI agent is now attached to this book a call CTA webinar. So let's go ahead and test this out. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start the webinar right here. And obviously this person also has to join this webinar. So something went wrong. I think maybe we are, okay, it's not at the right time. Let's go ahead and, okay, so something is wrong, guys. Just give me 1 second. All right, guys. So the problem is I had a webinar open on a different tab, and so I had to first quit that webinar, and then I was able to restart. And I just restarted one of the old ones to test to make sure it's working. So everything's still working fine. It was just because we had multiple webinars turned on. So maybe you would want to show a better user experience instead of just saying something went wrong. You should probably show an error saying, hey, you cannot run more than one webinar. Here's a webinar that you have that's currently running, right? Maybe something like that. And I also want to point out one more thing. So we do have all these cool, options here, but it looks like on Mac, it works way, way better. So it will show you a design here to show the person speaking with a microphone icon, and it'll also show you a drop-down menu here. So this does work, but on Windows, it just has some compatibility issues. So what you should do is probably change the colors for this. Look at the CSS styling. Honestly, it takes way too long to do that, guys. So I'm not going to do that for you. I'm sure you can do that. You guys are experts. You're not a developer, you're a SaaS developer. Okay, you got to make it work. Okay, so I just joined this webinar, but it says joined failed. Let me see what exactly took place, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, so the issue, guys, was that we were using an expired call, okay? And so as a result, it was trying to join the user to this user, the attendee, to a wrong call, okay? So I just created a brand new webinar here, and now everything works fine. Okay, so if you saw that error, it's because of that. So now I'm also going to send a message to make sure this works. Hey guys, welcome in. Just a few more minutes. Hey, look at that. And maybe you could lock the chat, guys. I think that's something you need to do as well, right? Because this webinar is for this person, not for this person to do whatever they want. So maybe you can lock the chat, do a bunch of stuff. So let's go ahead and test out the book a call. Okay, so I just clicked on book a call. It says join break room. And now if you click on this, it should take you to the next page. Okay, and it sent me back with no error. Let's try that once more. Okay, cannot book a call. Okay, there is an error, and that's probably because something is happening here. So let's see what our error states are. All right, guys, so I think I found the reason why this was happening. So in here, we're saying if there's no price ID as well, that's also something we need to add. So when we created the webinar, I actually forgot to add the price ID, and that's why it was throwing me out, okay? So if I try now, if I go in here, cannot book a call still. What seems, let me see if I added the price ID first of all. Okay, there we go. So this is the wrong, I put it on the wrong place, guys. I put it on the first one thinking the top one is the most recent. It's actually this one. So let's put it in here and let's save this change. Let's make sure it's the same thing. So final AI test. Okay, this is the one. And I'm going to go in here. And don't worry, I'll give you step-by-step instructions, okay? But for now, I just want to get this to run so I can see it. Okay, so book a call, join break room, no error. Nice. Let's go. Okay, so now we're on the book a call page. And so we should be able to send the user back and forth if we get kicked out because we haven't done any logic on this page yet, right? So if I add something in here, let's see what happens. It shows. Nice. Awesome. So now we can take a look and build this page. So all you have to do, guys, is create a new webinar, add an AI agent, and add a price ID, and add all the information, fill everything up, and make sure it's not an expired one. So don't go into Prisma and just try to change it. Make sure you create a new webinar, okay? And make the time set to 2 minutes from now or 1 minute from now. All right, so the first and most important part here is we need to establish the connections, okay? And we're gonna do this using useEffects. And we also have some other cleanup stuff that has to work inside the useEffects as well. So let's go ahead and first do that. Okay, the user effects are important to first set up because that way we can get the connections up and going. So go ahead and first create the state so we can use them inside the use effects. And I'm just going to import all of these, and this should not kick me out. Awesome, nice. And essentially we're creating the call status, assign the assistant who is talking, and this is like a state to show some sort of UI changes. And then user is speaking, is mic muted, time remaining. Okay. And then the next one is down here. We're going to essentially create the first use effect. So this use effect is to start the call and to also stop the call as a cleanup. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to copy this, and please post this. Please paste this for now. Do not try to skip over stopping the call, because it's going to essentially what's going to happen is it's going to just run infinity loops, and you're going to use all of your credits. Okay, we do not want that. So please put this here. Actually, guys, let's not even put this here for now. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. But I think the first use effect that we can set up is the event listeners for everything else, right? So when the call starts, all that kind of stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to say use effect. So go ahead and type this out with me, okay? So use effect like this, and make sure you put it inside this bracket and make sure you import it as well. Okay, there we go. And inside this use effect, what we're going to do is first we're going to create an on-call start function. Okay, so we're going to say const on-call start, and this on-call here essentially comes from. Let me grab this, guys. Give me 1 second. Sorry, not this one, guys. I meant the setup audio. So this comes from another helper function, and we'll build that out later. But essentially here, we're going to first establish that connection. So we're going to set up the audio, and then we're going to start the countdown for 3 minutes. Okay, so we're going to use a ref. We're going to check the countdown timer, and then for 3 minutes exactly, and then we'll stop it. Okay, so let's go and first create the setup audio helper function. So what this does is it's a simple audio setup for speech detection. So go in here, and you want to do the following. So you're going to say stream equal await navigator.mediadevices.get user media. So we're using whatever the browser API is giving us. And we're going to say audio set to true. So you might have a pop-up that says activate audio or whatever. And then after that, we're going to need to create this ref. And this ref is basically going to hold our timers. It's going to hold the audio stream, and it's also going to hold the user that is speaking. Okay, so when the user stops speaking, that way we can use that event and we can turn it off in here. Guys, this is some super deep stuff that not a lot of people teach you on the internet. So please do consider subscribing. That way you get such high quality information on your feed. Okay, so let's go ahead, guys. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create this ref that I was talking about, and it's going to store the timer, the audio stream, with this specific type here. And you don't have to import these types because these are native types. And then we also need the user speaking timeout. Okay, then the other thing down here is once we have that stream, where essentially I'm even putting the code comments here so you can see. Okay, so inside here, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to set up simple speech detection using the audio context. So this is inside the window. So it's the browser API. So audio context is new window audio, or this audio context. We're going to grab this, and we're going to pretty much invoke it so we can create a version in audio context out of it. Next, we're going to say analyzer audio context.create analyzer, and we're essentially going to set this. I don't know what this is, but please do this as well. I think this is buffer size. I think that's what it is. But just set it to 256. Okay, I've seen this when I was editing audio tracks, and it just requires this. So set it to 256. Next is the microphone. So we can grab this from that. So I'm going to say audio context. So from this context dot create media stream source. And then we're going to pass in the stream we created in here. So now we can store this stream inside our audio stream. Okay. So next, we're going to create another function here called check audio levels, and we're going to invoke this. So what we're going to do in here is we're going to say new unit 8 array analyzer.frequency, but don't even care because I don't even know what this is. I got a lot of help online and we got it to work. Okay, so we're essentially going to get the data array here, and then we're going to say analyzer.get byte frequency data, and we're going to pass this in here. Next, we have to calculate the average volume. So average equal data array.reduce. We're just using a reduce JavaScript method, and we're reducing this to one value here, okay? And we're gonna to, where is this? So reduce, and we're reducing it to, I don't see the second one there. Where is this value? There, I think it's right here, okay? So what we're gonna do now is we're essentially going to say data array.reduce some value. We're going to do this process here. This is a formula, so please copy this without making any spelling errors, okay? And then inside this, guys, essentially we're going to say const normalized volume is average divided by 256. And then down here, we're going to detect speech based on the volume. So if the volume is greater than this and the AI assistant is not talking and the mic is not muted, then we're going to set the user as talking, okay? So we're essentially using volume. We're checking how loud it is. That means how loud are they speaking? And then this, I just asked AI, and AI told me that this is what the base volume is going to be. So we're going to use this as a base. And then based on that, we're essentially going to update our timer. So we're going to say refs current user speaking timer, which is going to run for 500 milliseconds, okay? And essentially, we're going to show some user, like design, like maybe highlight the user speaking, and we're going to create this timer that's going to essentially turn that off once the timer expires. So refs.current.user speaking timeout, clear timeout after this. Okay, that means if it already exists. And then if it doesn't, we're going to reset and create a new one. So refs.current, this one equals set timeout, set user speaking to false, and then we're going to set it to 500. So it's going to repeat. And then we're going to set request animate frame, and we're going to invoke this, and we're going to say check audio level. So this will essentially continue monitoring all of this. And then next, we're going to check audio level right here. Okay, awesome. So that is essentially to set up the audio and listen to who's speaking, set up the timers. That's what we're doing right there. Now we have to essentially set up the timer for 3 minutes for the call itself. So what I'm actually, you probably need to change this number to whatever is passed in. But what we're going to do here, guys, is we're going to say set time remaining to the call time limit. Okay. And then down here, we're going to say refs.current.countdown timer, set interval. And then we're going to, actually, no, this should be fine. So we're going to set the time remaining, and we're going to say if the previous is less than 1, then we're going to clear the timeout. Okay, we're going to clear this interval by passing in what's in that ref, and then we're going to stop this call here. So what we're going to do here is we're going to scroll up top, and all we're going to do in this helper function is we're going to call Vapi and stop that call. Okay, so I'm going to do the following. So stop call equal async like this, and we're going to need Vapi here, and this Vapi comes from our Vapi client, which is another thing we need to create inside our Vapi libs folder. So go into your Vapi folder right here inside libs, and you're going to say Vapi client.typescript. Sorry guys, I made a spelling error. Okay, actually no spelling error, that's fine. And then in here, we're going to grab and create that Vapi client. Okay, so it's coming from Vapi AI Web. Now let's go back here. And now we can import this Vapi from that client. Okay, so make sure you import it from there. And now we're going to say set call status to false, to finished. And then we're going to have this cleanup function in here. So this cleanup function is essentially going to go into all of the refs, and it's just going to remove everything, like reset it. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that one as well. So up here, or maybe I'll do it up top because we might need this again. So right here, we're going to say cleanup, like this function, is going to say if refs.current.countdown timer, clear the interval first. Then if the user speaking timeout exists, clear that timeout and set it to undefined. And then if the audio stream exists, we're going to get that tracks. For each of them, we're going to stop that track itself. Okay. And we're also going to set this locally to null. So that's what we're doing right here. Okay. So once the cleanup process is done, the next one is to change the call status inside our database. So in order to do this, obviously we have to create another server action. So go ahead and open up your folder structure. You're going to go into action here. You're going to go into attendance. And at the bottom right here, you're going to paste this and you're going to do the following. Okay. So you're going to say change call status is a server action. And this needs the call status enum, which is one of these. And inside this, we're going to have a very simple try catch. You guys know the drill. And in the try, we're going to say prisma.attendee.update for this attendee ID. And we're going to grab the data and say, we want this, sorry, we're updating the data's call status to call status here. And then we're just going to return 200. If there's an error, return 500, console the error. That's pretty much it. Okay. Now let's quickly go back and let's import the call status. Okay. And now we can pass in this call status in here. So let's import this call status enum so we can pass it as completed. If there's an error, show an error. If not, show a toast. So I'm going to import this toaster from Sonar. There we go. And now call ended successfully and whatever right here. Okay, so this is when the call stops. And this fires once the timer expires. So that's something to keep in mind. So the second we invoke this function, everything begins. So please follow the step-by-step instruction I'm giving you right now. Do not skip anything in this section. Okay, so the next one is we're going to create, so down here, after this, guys, you want to hit enter, and you're going to create a function here called, essentially this one is called onCallEnd. So right here, I'm going to say onCallEnd. We're just going to console log a message saying call ended, and we're going to set our states to say finished. And obviously, we're going to call and invoke cleanup as well. Now, we also have the onSpeechStart, which is another function, and this is going to set our assistant to speaking. Now, you might be wondering, how are we going to invoke these? We're actually not going to invoke these ourselves. We're going to attach this as a listener onto an event that Vapi will fire. So it's going to be a callback function that goes into Vapi, and Vapi will handle that. Okay, that's why Vapi is so easy to build with. So once you're done starting this, so once the speech is started, and you passed in this, right? So set assistant to speaking to true. We're also going to say on end. So when the assistant stops speaking, we can also set it to false. So this way we can show some user feedback even for the AI assistant as well. Now, if there is an error, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say console.error. I'm going to show this error. And I'm going to say set call status to call status.finished. And we're going to also invoke cleanup, okay? Because the call has ended. Now, the next step here is to set up those event listeners. So this will not fire. It's just going to start. Essentially, it's going to start and mount all of the listeners. But don't worry, it's actually not going to fire the call itself. Okay, so in here, what I'm going to do is first let's set up the listeners. So the first one is for call start. So let's go ahead and say call start. Then we have call end, speech start, speech end, everything that we created, even on error. And we're just going to pass that into its respective events. So call end, speech start, speech end, and error. Please pause and type. Okay. The next one is the cleanup function. This is important because once this call has ended, we have to clean this up. Now, if I refresh, I know for a fact that nothing is going to happen here. Why? Because we haven't started the call itself. Okay, so that's why I'm saying, please follow my instructions. Do not try to skip or try to do whatever you think is right. You're going to cause a lot of problems, okay? So first thing I'm going to do is pass in the username and the call time limit here. These are the only dependencies we need. Don't pass in anything else, okay? Now, the other thing is we have one more use effect, and this is a use effect that's going to call and start the call with Vapi, okay? So I'm going to say to do Vapi call use effect, okay? Something like this. And after that, I think we have pretty much created almost everything else. Okay, yeah, I think we're done creating everything else apart from that use effect, obviously. And we're going to get to that use effect in just a second. It's important, but we need to create the design. So after this, right here, I'm going to create another div. And this div is going to have the following styles. And inside this, create another div. And essentially, we're creating something that looks very similar to Google Meet, okay? Just to kind of resemble something similar to that. And then in here, we're going to have a div with a microphone icon. So go ahead and import mic from Lucid React and CN as well. And looks like an error had occurred. We just refresh that. There we go. AI assistant. Okay. So this side is going to be AI assistant, and right side is probably going to be the speaker. And in here, I'm going to just pass in this AI assistant is speaking, and this is the most important part, so we can show feedback. Okay. And guys, this took me forever, so I really, really appreciate it if you supported us so I can create more just like this, okay? By liking this video and subscribing, you first put these videos, such high quality content, on your feed. And I don't know why you would want to watch the other CRUD-based applications that teach you to build something that is only going to be a part of your portfolio. I am here to help web developers accomplish one thing, which is never work a 9-to-5 job ever again. I want you guys to become SaaS developers, SaaS business owners, so you can finally make money without having to work. That's my goal, okay? And that's why I'm giving all of this for free. Even though there is a Codebase link, you don't have to buy it. You can watch the entire course and get it completely for free. And yes, we are, just motivating them as well by giving them some bonuses which are not needed. It's not required, but we do that just to, encourage them as well. And so if you did purchase that, it's just going to help us, right? That's pretty much it. Keeps the team going, keeps us motivated. We're able to help you even more. And at the same time, we're able to provide you with more value, okay? So with that being said, please do subscribe so you get content like this on your feed. So I will have the opportunity to help you. And at the same time, it helps us as well. Okay. So once the assistant's name is done, the next part is we're going to show one more div right here. So now we're showing the assistant. Okay. And why is the assistant's name not showing? Let me see, guys. Give me 1 second. Where is the name supposed to show? Oh, that's the name itself. Okay, I think I created, oh yeah, I think I created the assistant with the same name. Okay, never mind. That's fine. So now the next thing I want to do in here, oh, I think I know what this is, guys. So this is the AI assistant that I think we created inside Vapi. The one I created was called Test User Assistant, right? Something like that. Okay, anyway, doesn't matter. So after this, we're going to create another div here. And this div is going to have whether the assistant is speaking or not. So we can show like a circle. So what I'm going to do in here is hit enter inside this. And then in here, we're going to essentially say assistant is speaking. So we can show the animation ring. We're going to show a div here like this. Please follow the same syntax, okay? The React fragment, div, and a div in here. And inside this, we're going to have that ring, animate ring, okay? And same thing here as well. And then after that, we're going to have a div after this, and we're going to create a bot. So this is a bot icon from Lucid React. You can do whatever you like. I'm just making it look a little cuter, okay? And I'm going to put the following styles around it. So rounded full, border 4, and if they're speaking, we're going to make it accent primary, and here it's just going to be 50, okay? That's pretty much it. Now, after this, if the assistant is speaking, I'm also going to show another element here. So down here, I'm going to show this, okay? And it's not going to show right now, but let's just see if I can set this to true so we can kind of hack around. So assistant is speaking. Let's set this to true, okay? And let's see what that looks like. There we go. Looks super, super cool, right? So this is going to fire when the assistant is speaking. And now let's go back. Okay, awesome. And after this, guys, you're going to have 1, 2, 3, hit enter. And now this part is for the user. So I'm going to say div like this. And inside that, I'm going to create another div that has the following styles. Okay. And then inside this, we're going to say, is mic muted? And if it is, we're going to show that. So if the mic is muted, we're going to show mic off icon, and we're going to say muted. Just like this, and my mic is not muted, so that's why I'm able to see the second icon, which is this mic right here, and I'm going to say user's name, Daniel. And obviously, if the user is speaking, we're going to show that as well. Now, after this part here, you have this div, hit enter, and now we're going to show the call time indicator. So I'm going to create a div here that has a clock icon with the following styles. And here we're going to essentially use this format time helper function. And so let's go ahead and create the format time helper function. So scroll up top, all the way up top, because we might need it somewhere else. And I'm going to say const format time like this. Let's close this. And now you can see the timer in here. Okay. And all this does is it's essentially going to pass in some of the values, the seconds in here, or whatever time it is. It's going to pass it in here, and we're just using a formula to essentially reset that. Okay. And if you're wondering what time are we passing in, we're just passing the time that is remaining, which is our state right here. Okay. So let's go back down to right here. Hello. Okay, right there. And now we, after the format time, you're going to hit enter after this div. So one div, two divs, hit enter. And after format time, guys, we're going to show, actually, sorry guys, not right after this. So it's after this div here, okay? Because this is the only div for this. So after this first div, hit enter. And now we're going to create another div in here, and it's going to look like this. And inside this div, we're going to have another div here that has relative. And inside this, if the user is speaking, we're going to show their animation, okay? So user speaking and it's not muted, then we're going to show this icon right here, okay? Awesome. And then after this section here, you're going to hit enter. And then inside this, you're going to create another div with the following class names. Now, there's so much in here, so please pause the screen and type this out, okay? Let me close this first. So please pause and type this div out, okay? It's just going to show something like this, but obviously I need to put the avatar's name, the avatar's icon in here. So I'm going to say avatar from avatar components UI, and we need the avatar image as well. So let's grab that too. And for the fallback, let's grab that one as well. Okay, nice. So now I can see the avatar in here. So if you like, you can pass the avatar's image coming from the webinar details, right? Remember, attendee details. So you can use that. That's insane because now you can have their information in here. Okay, so again, you don't need to, but you could if you want to. So the next thing that we're going to do is after this avatar, guys, we have a div here, hit enter. And if the user's mic is muted, we're going to show mic off, okay? And if the user is speaking and their mic is not muted, we're going to show a mic icon like this, okay? So very similar to what we did for the bot. And maybe we can go up here and let's see if we can set everything to true. So we have is user speaking, we'll set it to true. And we have AI assistant is speaking, set this to true as well. So this is what it kind of looks like, okay? Looks really, really nice. And I'm gonna just undo that so it's not too alarming. And let's go back down. Okay, and after this div, where we're showing the user speaking, you want to, let me actually, I think this is enough, guys. So you have 1, 2, 3. Hit enter after these 3 divs. And now we're going to essentially show the call status itself. So if the call status is connecting, we're going to show this connecting icon in here. And we also have like a loading spinner. And I'm going to change the loader icon to use this one, guys. So use this loader icon so it looks a little cleaner. And maybe you can say background primary. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, never mind. It's actually not background primary. I think it is. We need to change the color somewhere. Oh, text. That's what it is. So text primary, like this. Or accent. Is it accent or is it the ring? Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted. So now we have that purple color. And then after showing the connecting status, we also have to do the finished status. Finished. So I'm going to say finished here. And what I'm going to do here, guys, is I'm going to just change this to finished, and I'm going to change this to connecting, and it's going to look like this, okay? So let's redo that. Awesome. And then after the finished status, down here we have a div, hit enter, and now we're going to show call controls. So I'm just going to say div like this, and inside this div, I'm going to have another div just like this, okay? And inside this one, I'm going to show the call related information. So please pause the screen and type this div with me. It's just styling related stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to say div with the following class names. The call status, if it's active, then we're going to show the clock, right? And we're going to show a span here with the time. All right, awesome. And then after that, we're going to have the call actions. So here we have 1, 2. So hit enter after this one, guys, and you want to create a div in here. And then inside this, I'm going to use a button to show the mic off, okay? And this is going to toggle the mic mute. So in here, we're going to create a button, and it has an on click that has a helper called toggle mic mute. And then in here, we have the CN function That's just going to check if it's muted, and we're going to show some different colors. Okay, so pause and type. And if it's disabled, that means the call status is not equal to active. Next, we're going to show if it's muted, mic off, if not, mic on. So let's go ahead and create this toggle mic mute. So I'm going to scroll up top. Okay, right here. And I'm going to say toggle mic mute, ref.current.audio stream. We're going to go through each of them and we're going to end those. Okay. And we're also going to need to set this is mic muted to the opposite. So let's go back down. Okay, awesome. So we now have the call muted part completed. Now hit enter here. And this is essentially to stop the call or end the call. So I'm going to say button like this, and we're going to say phone off icon, and the user can essentially cancel or quit the call from here. Okay, so I'm going to say stop call. So when they click on this stop call, and this is the helper function that we already created, and then this is the following styles we need, and if it's disabled, that means the call is not active. Okay, so right now, if I click on it, it might throw an error. Okay, it's not. That's because it's disabled, I assume so. Okay, no worries. Let's just keep pushing through. So next, we're going to have a button here. Now, this is actually a bonus part that I was going to add as part of people who purchase the Codebase, but because you're watching so far, I hope this helps you, okay? So essentially, this is a button where the user can buy directly from here. So this is really nice because you can convince the AI by putting a prompt. I mean, you can put a prompt for the AI to tell the user that, hey, we only have 10 spots and we want to make sure we can work with you. And so if you're ready to start, there's only 2 more spots left or whatever. Go ahead and click the link that's right here, and you can open up it's going to open up a payment page, and you can essentially pay for XYZ. That's awesome, right? And right here, guys, sorry, I got a call. So right here, we're going to create that checkout link, okay? So we're going to say checkout link is async function like this. And in here, we're going to have a try catch, okay? And all we're doing is if there's no price ID, there's no Stripe Connect ID for the presenter as well, send an error, okay? And if so, if everything is completed, if everything exists, then we're gonna invoke create checkout link, and we're gonna essentially pass in all of these values, okay? Next, if there's no session URL, throw an error, and if everything looks good, boom, we're just gonna open it up into another page. This is going to directly impact how much money your customer makes. And I promise you this feature alone, just these 10 lines of code is going to make them tens and thousands of dollars. Okay. And this is why it was part of the bonus feature. So please do subscribe. So I'll consider giving more like this, maybe more bonus features, maybe inside the Discord or maybe some other time on a live stream. Okay. So now we have the buy now button. So the checkout link is completed. Finally, I'm also going to have some information on the right side. So after the button, hit enter, and I'm going to say div hidden on mobile device and MD block. And we're going to say if call status is active and time remaining is less than 30, I'm going to just say call ending soon. Phew, that was a lot, right? That was a lot. And if I also click on this, we can try. Let's see what happens. Hey, look at that, $3,000. Nice. So it does take you into a different page. And so you can purchase from there, obviously, and you can disconnect the call. I mean, obviously, you have to disconnect the call, but I'm not going to do that right now because I want this call to run. Now, the next thing we need is that use effect, right? So let's go ahead and complete that one as well. So in here, what we're going to do is for the use effect, we're going to need 2 helper functions. The first one is to start the call, and the second one is to stop the call. So first, let's go ahead and create the start one. So I'm going to say start call is an async function. It has a try catch, and in the try block, we're going to do set call status to connecting, right? And then we're going to check we're going to essentially say vapi.start with this assistant ID, and then we're going to say const res equal a response equal await change call status, and we're going to change the call status to in progress. And if there's no response, we're going to just show an error here, okay? And the next thing that we need to do in here is we're just going to show a console message and show the call finished if anything happened, any error took place. Next is the call stop. And the call stop is going to look like this. So same thing, const stop call. Oh, we already did the stop call, I assume, guys. Let me take a look. Okay, we already completed the stop call, so we're good to go. So the next thing is only to establish the use effect connection. Now, when we first start this, there might be some errors, okay? Because we need to get our microphone set up. There's a bunch of stuff that we might need to set up. And so we might need to do this once more. That means we might need to create another call, but this is good enough to essentially test this out, okay? So let's go ahead and build this use effect. So this use effect is gonna look just like this. So all we're going to do is say use effect, start call, and then on the cleanup function, we're going to say return stop call. The reason why I'm telling you this early on is so you can paste it as fast as possible. So there we go. So now the call is established, and now it's going to ask me for my microphone. I'm going to say allow while visiting the site.
Hi there, this is Test Pew Assistant from Customer Support. How can I help you today?
Hey, how are you today?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. How about you?
I'm doing
How's your day
great.
going?
Yeah, I'm doing great myself. Thanks for asking.
That's wonderful to hear. Do you have a few minutes to chat about how growth partners might be able to help your business improve its operational efficiency through custom software solutions?
Yes, but actually, I wanted to learn more about Prodigies University. What is it? Okay, that's pretty much it, guys. So now if you click on call ended, it's going to call it's going to end the call, and it's going to set the time limit and just say time limit reached. This is awesome, guys. Like, take a look at this. We have so many newer technologies that give us these awesome opportunities that we need to grab. And I'm so glad you watched this video because my goal was to put this in front of you so that you can learn all of these things and do it yourself. Start your own journey, start your own SaaS, maybe make a ton of money, and hopefully then you reach out to me and let me know so we can feature you on the channel, okay? That's pretty much it. So now we need to just do some quick improvements, and maybe I will show you a demo, or maybe we will fix anything that is required to change, okay? That's still required. So just give me 1 second, guys. So I went ahead and recorded the demo. The AI agent performed exceptionally well, and it also closed me on the call. It collected the cash. It's awesome. Okay, the prompt we created really does work. Now, the first thing, if you want to watch this demo, just scroll all the way to the beginning because I'm going to put this demo as part of the project demo itself. Okay, that way we don't add more time to this video, which is already super long. So let's now move on to the most important part of your SaaS, which is to deploy your SaaS application so you can accept real paying customers. Okay, so the first thing you're going to do is open up the terminal and you're going to type the command npm run build, but you're not actually going to run it because I just want to give you some quick heads up. So you're going to get two different type of errors. The first one is using types here. So we're going to create types, props, and remember we did something like this, and we essentially passed in an empty type. So it's going to say, please remove this. So just remove that type. Then the other type of error you might find is in the update server action, the update agent server action. So it looks like we just passed in a wrong property. So please make sure to change that as well. And that's pretty much it. Okay. You're not going to see anything else crazy. It's very simple, straightforward edits. So once you're done clearing that up, then you can continue this video. So pause this video, type npm run build, fix all of your errors, and then once you're done, you should see a file that's going to, you should see your console show all of the static routes generated and dynamic routes, and it's going to give you the bundle size, all of that. If you get to that page, then you can proceed in this video. All right, there we go. I ran npm run build, and now I have everything in here, okay? I saw this error. This should not mean anything. It's just a dynamic route that it's not able to generate, but that should be okay. And then if you see this error, guys, if you see this error, it probably means that you did not pass await for the props, okay? Nextjs has updated their documentation. That means all props coming in from a page.tsx have to be awaited, okay? So if you saw this error, that's the solution. All right, now once you've cleared all of the errors inside your terminal, you're going to go into your root directory and you're going to create a Docker file just like this, okay? And if you purchased the Codebase, or if you did not purchase the Codebase as well, that's totally fine. You're going to get this Docker file inside the Discord only, okay? There's no other way for me to give this to you, so grab the YouTube kit from the Discord. There will also be two different versions, the bun and npm version, and I'll try my best to put it inside this README file for those who purchase it, okay? And the next thing is once you're done creating this Docker file, you're going to find this Docker ignore file. And this Docker ignore file needs to be just like this, so go ahead, pause the screen, and type this out. And then once you're done with this, we can now proceed to the next stage, which is making the decision on how to deploy our services, okay? So how do we deploy our application? How do we get it in front of millions of people so that it scales and so that obviously it's cheaper on the pocket, okay? We don't want our wallet to get hurt because we just started our business. Now there's two different ways. The first one is using a cloud hosting type of service, okay? So someone that's already done all of the stuff for you, and all you need to do is just deploy. So this is one option, but this typically comes with costs, right? Obviously, and it's more like a pay as you go kind of service where you pay $20 per month or you pay $30 per month, and then anything on top of this you got to take care of. And so if you are using some sort of a cloud service, just please keep in mind you're supposed to do your own research, okay? Make sure that everything in your application is perfect. Do not make any bugs, any infinity loops, because if you cause any errors on the server and there's a lot of server usage, you have to pay for it, okay? There's no escape. And so you could get a $20 bill, you could get a $10,000 bill, I don't know, but that's up to you. So please do all of your research. All this stuff is free, obviously, but we do not take any responsibility, okay? Please do your research, guys. So there's one other option, which is my preferred way, which is hosting it on our own VPS. And I'm not talking about my computer, okay? We're not we're not in high school, all right? Because it's not going to work. You're going to have a lot of traffic and you can't keep your computer up and running. So one way is using a VPS, but using a service from someone who's already purchased the server somewhere far, far away, and you can essentially rent that server, and that makes it feel like it's a dedicated server, but at the same time, it's virtualized, and you get that one-on-one like dedicated experience, okay? So this means it's containerized. You have your own environment, so you can root into it with all of your commands, and you can set up any type of environment. You can do whatever you want. You get full customization, okay? So there's two different options. Now, if you ask me, I would rather go for this first because it's very, very affordable, okay? It's probably like $10 or less, okay? It's like $5 sometimes or $6 per month. That is really affordable. And the other thing is the price to quality ratio is also awesome, because VPS, you get so much more customization, functionality. So today, to deploy our application, we're going to be using Hostinger VPS. Now, Hostinger was nice enough to work out a deal with us, and so by using our link in the description, you will get 61% discount. And I'm also going to show you how you can get an additional discount on top of this already insanely low priced tier, okay? And so we're going to be using this KVM2 plan right here, which gives you plenty of resources you need to run your SaaS company. Now, this is more than enough bandwidth. Even if you get DDoSed, your server will still handle every single thing, right? And some of the reasons why you'd probably want to use Hostinger, I think I've already brought this up. First, it's used by millions of people around the world, okay? And obviously, it's because it has super high performance, it's super fast, and they also give you plenty of resources, like I said, a ton of network speed, and obviously you have backups, snapshots. You can take a look at all the awesome stuff, but they also have some scalability options. So if you want to scale your resources, it's super easy to scale inside, and I'll show you how to do all that stuff. And obviously they have great support, and most importantly, they give us full root access to our server. So it almost feels like you own a server. It's just virtual, but it feels like you own a full server. Okay, so use the link in the description, but please keep in mind this is a limited time deal, and so go ahead, click the link in the description and use this link only to purchase. Okay, so go ahead and click on choose plan, and then we'll proceed to the next steps. And don't forget, once you click on that, click on have a coupon and then enter the code web prodigies. Okay, and go ahead and apply this coupon, and it's going to give you a discount on top of the discount that they already have. Okay, so you're going to get 10% off on top of the 61% off already. And so instead of paying $431, you're only paying $150 for 24 months. Okay, so go ahead and then scroll down here, and you're going to find some OS operating system options. Click on this OS with panel, and you're going to find Coolify in here. Just click on Coolify and click on confirm. Okay, and once that's done, go ahead and confirm and continue your payment, and then I'll see you on the other side. All right, guys, great job on choosing to go with Hostinger, and thank you for using my link. Hope you liked the awesome discount. So thanks once again to Hostinger for helping out the Prodigies community. So the first thing is, once you get into your dashboard, you might, if you've used Hostinger before, then you might already have your KVM2 set up here. But I'm assuming that this is a brand new account for you. So all you have to do is click into setup, and it's going to take you into a page that looks like this. Okay. Next, go ahead and click on start now. And this, I think, is the they're trying to give you, like, the best renewable energy, all that kind of stuff, right? So you can do that if you'd like, and you can also select a server that's closest to you. I see that they also have this, so I'm just going to go ahead and select United States, and then go ahead and click on continue. Now this is the most important part, right? So click on Coolify, click on select here, and then it's going to take you into this where it says it's going to install some additional stuff. Go ahead and click on continue. And then it's going to ask you to create a root password. So go ahead and copy this root password, copy your VPS host name, and obviously then go ahead and click on continue. Okay, and then it's going to take you into a page that looks like this. Just go ahead and click on finish setup. And now this is going to take maybe 10 minutes. So go ahead, grab some coffee, take a small little break, and then I'll see you in 10 minutes. All right, guys, so everything that I'm going to share from here on is super, super important. So please make sure you've already grabbed your Hostinger account using my link so that you can get the discount. And not only that, you can follow through with me, okay? Even if you're not going to deploy right now and you're working out the offer, or you're trying to work out the SaaS and fix the code, make sure you grab the discount, because that link is a limited time link only, okay? So once you're done with that, only then proceed further from here. So what I'm going to do, guys, is once you're done with the entire process, the build process, it's going to take you to a page that says go back to dashboard, right? And it's also going to give you an SSH key. Copy that SSH key. I don't think we're going to need it right now, and just paste it somewhere else. Okay. Now, this is the dashboard. It's going to take you into something like this. Click onto VPS right here, and then you're going to find this thing. Okay. And then make sure you click on manage. Or if you're already inside this page, then just go to OS panel and click on operating systems, and it's going to take you in here. Okay, so in case you're a little confused where you are, that's where you should go. Next, click on OS panel, click on Coolify, click on connect, click on then I recognize that my files will be deleted, whatever. Click on continue, and then go ahead and paste that root password that you already created. All right, so the reason why I'm doing this is just in case you messed up or you clicked something else, this is essentially going to reinstall and make sure that all the Coolify stuff is already inside your VPS, okay? And then once this is done, then we'll continue. All right, there we go. And if you didn't do that, that should be fine. As long as you have Coolify in here, that's okay. The only reason why we did this change OS is just to make sure that in case you use something else, you can just switch here. And obviously, we all have the same operating system. Now, the next thing you want to do is click on Manage Panel, and this is going to take you to Coolify. Now, Coolify is just going to make it way easier for you to deploy your app and also manage your environment variables and all that kind of stuff, okay? So go ahead and sign in, create an account here, and then once you're done with this, I'll see you inside. All right, now it's going to take you into a page that looks like this. Go ahead and click on Get Started, click on Next here, and then it's going to ask you, do you want to deploy to your local host or to a remote server? And Okay, I just had to verify. Just click on localhost here. Okay, and then go ahead and click on create new project. It's going to just say something here. Just click on let's do it. Awesome. And it's going to set up some stuff for you. Don't worry about this. This is so alarming. It's just notifications enabled. So just go ahead, accept, close that, disable this pop-up, and there we go. I actually really like the user interface for Coolify. I mean, the UI looks awesome. Okay, and the next thing you're going to do is you're going to click on projects here, and you want to, okay, so it looks like it took me in here. Let's see where this takes me actually. All right, so we're supposed to be on this page, so don't click on projects, just go back and make sure in this page, okay? Next, click on private repository with GitHub app, click on this button here, and then it's going to take you in here. Just click on continue, don't even read anything or anything. It's going to take you in here. Next, click on register now, and that's going to ask you to sign in to your GitHub, okay? So just go ahead and sign in, and then we'll continue. Okay, now I have signed into GitHub. It's also asking me to create a GitHub app name. I'm just going to create the app right now, and it's going to take a few seconds. Okay, and then it's going to take you back here. Go ahead and click on install the repository. And now it's asking you all or select a specific one. So obviously, we want to select a specific repository. And I'm going to select the repo that we just built. Okay, there you go. I found it, Web Prodigies -Spotlight. Just go ahead and click on that and then install this into Coolify. All right, so it's going to take you back into this page. Go ahead and click on projects. Now click on your first project and it's going to take you in here. Now you need to add a new resource. Okay, and it's going to load something. Okay, go ahead and click on private repository again. It's going to show the new repo and the app that was created. So click on this one and then make sure this is selected from the dropdown, okay? And go ahead and load this repository. And in here, remember, you have to select Docker file, okay? So select Docker file, and then this is set to main. This is good to go. So if you are maybe in a production level environment, right, you could probably have two different repos or two different branches, and you could create CICD. And I'm also going to show you how you can do that as well. Maybe I'll show you how to create a webhook so you can re-render this, you can redeploy this based on a push, okay? And now go ahead and click on continue, and it's going to take you in here. And then you want to click on environment variables right here, and then click on add. And there's actually a better way to paste this. Okay, I think it's, okay, there we go. So click on developer view, and then go ahead and grab your code base, go to your environment file, and then grab everything from here, and then paste it inside this variable, the developer view tab, okay? And then once you paste it in here, save all the environment variables, and then once it's saved, go back to configuration, and then click on deploy. There we go. Awesome. Now you can see the debug logs, and let's see what we need to do to fix any errors. Now, in the meantime, I'm going to click on configure. I'm going to click on webhooks here, and then you're going to find a webhook URL. Go ahead and copy this, and then you're going to open up your repository. You're going to click on settings. You're going to click on webhook, and then you want to add a webhook in here, and you're going to paste this in here. And I think you're pretty much good to go. Oh, okay. Forgot to click. You got to click on add webhook, and that's going to add the webhook in here. Okay. So now what we're going to do is every time you make a change, guys. So for example, I noticed I had a command here, which is npx, and previously it was npm run Prisma generate, but there's no script called npm run Prisma generate, right? So I think this should work. We can essentially try npx prisma generate and npm run build, okay? And so now every time I make a push here, so every time I make a commit and I push, for example, I have to say git add, git commit. So I'm going to say changed Docker file and then git push. Every time I do this, it's going to fire off that webhook, and then Coolify is going to auto deploy. So in a way, this is like creating a simplified CI/CD pipeline. And just to show you that this is working, we have a second deployment that says in progress, and it was 24 seconds ago. Awesome. All right, Prodigies, there you go. As you can see, we have successfully deployed our application. Now, you can take a look at the deployment logs. There were a lot of failed attempts, and I was just changing one or two lines just to test out things, and that's why I had so many errors, but it's just a few things that I had to do, and don't worry about it. I'm going to show you exactly what changes are needed to be made in order to fix this, okay? And I'm also going to show you in here and how I debug them. So I'm going to make it really quick. I don't want to take too much of your time, but the first error was right here. So Docker is essentially is saying run this in node 20. Now, previously, I don't know if I had node 20 or node 18, but I think it was node 20. And when I looked at my node version, so you can do that by saying node-v, I was on a different node version. And so the first problem is when you run npm run build, it's going to do the TypeScript checking and ESLint checking with your version, not what's inside Docker. And so that's why you're probably not catching all the errors that you would see. Now, what are those errors that I saw inside this Docker container itself? So the first error that I saw here was this Vapi server.assistance.create, and it said that it was missing this one value here, which is where is that? There we go, server messages. And so all you have to do is you have to add another property right above name or right below voice called server messages and set that as an empty array. Okay, so I did the same thing for the second one as well, and then I saved that, and that pretty much solved that problem. But that brought up another error, and I think I was trying this multiple times, and finally I solved that error, but then I came across another error, which was this one, right? Which is the AI assistant.id is not there. It doesn't exist. When in reality, it does exist. It is a part of the assistant type. And so ID obviously does exist. So this is just some TypeScript related stuff. You don't have to worry about it because when I ran this locally, everything was fine. Obviously ID exists or nothing's going to work, right? So what I did here was I went ahead and changed this to name, and that solved the problem, obviously, but I didn't actually like that. I mean, it's fine. You can keep it as a name. It's probably better than the solution that I implemented, which I'm going to show you in just a second. But that was the other fix that I had to make there. And here's the proof to also show you that I did assistant.name and it solved the error there. But then there was another assistant.id. I was literally rushing through it, right? And so I didn't even pay attention. So this was, it's just because I'm using ID in here. So what I did was I know for a fact that everything ran smoothly because I swapped over to my MacBook and I made sure that I was using NVM use 20, so that way I'm using the same version as my Docker container, and then I spun it up once more, and essentially it still showed the same errors. And what I did was this in here. Now I do not recommend you do this. This is just to make sure that you can deploy safely and have your application up and running. But because I know it's just TypeScript errors, how do I know that? Because if I run the TypeScript command to run TypeScript on my project, I can see how many TypeScript errors I had, right? So all I have to do is inside your next config, just put this in here. Again, please do not do this in production. This is just for learning purpose. And in production, you have to solve the TypeScript errors, okay? And you can use AI to do that. I just do not have time because this video has gone way longer than it should be, okay? So go ahead and add this. And the next thing, the next error came up because our Docker container right here is expecting the files to be standalone. Okay, and obviously this does not exist. So it's, I came to know about all of this by asking AI, right? So you see it says this error exists because Nextjs standalone output directory isn't being generated during the build process. And Docker expects this. And so all you have to do is go into your next config and add this output as standalone. Okay, that's pretty much it. And then go ahead and push the code. And because we have that awesome CICD webhook firing, it's going to automatically redeploy, and boom, it's going to give you this awesome domain. So go ahead and click on this link and now open it up. And there we go. Now we have our site ready, up and running. So now you can get users onto this platform. You can start driving traffic directly to your SaaS. How awesome is this, guys? And just to show you that this actually works, I'm going to go ahead and sign in with the exact same account. It's going to redirect me into my account details. And if I click on webinars, I should see 4 or 5 webinars here. There we go. Okay, awesome. And you can also see our leads page. You can see our AI agent. So we're getting all of the information directly from Vapi. Guys, this is insane. We have built one of the most disruptive pieces of software in the marketing space. So what are the next steps now? So the first thing I would do is grab the code base from the description, okay? Because when you do, I'm going to put a bonus module. It'll be done with my team, not by me, but they'll essentially record a Loom video, and that link is going to be inside the README file, okay? And this Loom video is going to show you essentially how to set up resend, and you can send emails through using resend. Okay, so that's one of the cool things you're going to get from the code base in the description down below. And the second thing you're going to get, obviously, is all of the bonus stuff, right? So the website, the web application is going to have the other recording feature that I mentioned. So that's the other thing that's going to be a part of that code base as well. And not to forget, this is on a launch discount. Okay, so we're going to have a launch period only for a little while. And so since this is a limited time offer, go ahead and grab the code base right now. So what you're going to get is 50% off the code base right now. And you're also going to get a free license. So technically speaking, you would have to, just the license itself is $100. Okay. And so when you grab this, not only are you going to pay 50% lesser, you're also going to get this additional $100 bonus. So essentially you're saving more than $150. Okay. So this is an awesome opportunity for you to get started and, launch your SaaS, make some money, and then hopefully we can help you out in the future. Now, if you believe that you already have all the technical skills, all the technical knowledge, but you lack the business knowledge, that means, what do I do now to launch this SaaS and actually get customers to show up at my doorstep? Or maybe you have some technical questions about how to build something production grade, or you might want to be around people who are already successful in the field of SaaS. And so if you want to be around these like-minded people, if you want to start your SaaS, if you've been doing the same thing for many years, this is the opportunity to transform your journey. So Prodigies University is essentially a program where we help SaaS entrepreneurs just like yourself start, run, and grow a profitable SaaS online. Okay, and this is not just giving you assistance through mentorship calls, because there are group weekly coaching calls as well. We also give you unlimited courses, and everything we ever create inside Prodigies University and on our store is going to be completely for free for you if you join Prodigies University. Okay. Now, I must let you know that this is not for everybody. Okay. There is a very strict qualification criteria. If you do not meet the qualification criteria, I hope we get to work sometime in the future, right? Take some time off, maybe work on your skills, or maybe you might need some investments. Get all of that together and only book this call with our team if you are ready to move forward, because our representatives do not have time. There are hundreds and hundreds of people who book calls with us. We physically cannot attend to everyone, right? And so please keep this in mind. We're only taking 6 entrepreneurs who want to start their business, okay? And so if you don't have at least $5,000 to invest into your software company, this will just simply not work, okay? Because you need to run ads, you need to hire people to do a bunch of stuff for you. And so if you don't have this, please just do not book the call. Do not book the call with our team. Maybe sometime in the future when you're ready to move forward, I think this opportunity can be for you. And that's pretty much it, guys. I hope you learned a ton from this video. Don't forget to subscribe, not just for me, but the main reason is to put such high quality projects on your feed, okay? And so if you don't subscribe, I unfortunately lose the opportunity to help people just like you. And so please do subscribe so these videos show up on your feed. And the second thing is, feel free to like this video if you think what I just gave you is a fair exchange for a like, okay? That way this video can reach more people and we can help more developers quit their boring 9-to-5 web development jobs and start their own SaaS, okay? And with that being said, thank you so much, Prodigies. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video.